in the intensities received by two detectors from a beam of particles. Hanberries, plural of Hanbury. A hamlet in South Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS grid ref TF 022321. Hanbies, plural of Hanby. Hence, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hans, simple past and past participle of Hans. Hansar, a surname. Hansers, plural of Hanser. Hanses, plural of Hans. Hunt, alternative form of Hans. Hanchar, a transliteration of the Belarusian surname Gao and Cha Hanchar. Hanchar, a surname. Hans, simple past and past participle of Hanch. Hanchang, a former town in China, located within modern Yangzhou. Hanches, plural of Hanch. Hunted, a surname. Huntits, plural of Hanchet. Hunty, a surname. Hanty is plural of Hanchi. Hatching, present participle and gerund of Hanch. Henshuan, a count-level city of Zhaogan, Hubei, China. Hanchang, alternative form of Hanzhong. Hansing, present participle and gerund of Hans. Hamgok, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hancock County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Sparta. Hankokai, a mineral of the epidote group with lead and strontium replacing some of the calcium. Hancox, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hancticide, a particular steroid glycoside. Hancox, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hund, initialism of have a nice day. Hud, a surname. Hand ads, alternative form of hand ads. Handads, plural of hand ads. Hand alphabet, synonym of manual alphabet. Hand alphabets, plural of hand alphabet. Hand and foot, a card game similar to canasta using 2 packs of cards. Hand and glove, alternative form of hand in glove. Hand antiseptic, alternative form of hand sanitizer. Hand antiseptics, plural of hand antiseptic. Hand around, to distribute something by having one person hand it to another so it spreads through the group. Hand away, to give up or give away for a price that is too low to squander. Hand axe, alternative form of hand axe. Hand axe, a stone tool made by flaking to produce an edge used without a handle. Hand axes, plural of hand axe. Handball, alternative spelling of handball. Handballs, plural of handball. Handbell, alternative form of handbell. Handbells, plural of handbell. Handbike, alternative form of handbike. Handbikes, plural of handbike. Handbill, alternative spelling of handbill. Handbills, plural of handbill. And boiler, a toy usually consisting of a glass sculpture made of 2 bolts connected by a looped and twisted piece of tubing, which contains dyed ethanol inside that seemingly boils when gripped. Hand boilers, plural of hand boiler. Hand brake, alternative spelling of handbrake. Hand brakes, plural of hand brake. Hand breathing, a calming breathing technique in which one traces along the outside of one's hand, inhaling as one traces towards the fingertip and exhaling as one traces towards the palm. Hand bridge, a player's front hand formed to position their cue while making a shot. Hand bridges, plural of hand bridge. Hand cannon, an early firearm requiring manual ignition through a touch hole. Hand cannons, plural of hand cannon. Hand card, either of a pair of paddles used to brush wool in a carding process. Hand cards, plural of hand card. Hand carried, simple past and past participle of hand carry. Hand carries, third person singular simple present indicative of hand carry. Hand carry, alternative form of hand carry. Hand carrying, present participle and gerund of hand carry. Hand cart, alternative form of hand cart. Hand carts, plural of hand cart. Hand chalk, a powdered chalky preparation for the hands when performing gymnastics or other sports to reduce sweat and improve grip. Hand County, one of 66 counties in South Dakota, United States. County seat, Miller. Hand crank, a crank that is turned manually. Hand cranks, plural of hand crank. Hand cream, a cosmetic cream used to moisturize the hands. Hand creams, plural of hand cream. Hand deliver, alternative form of hand deliver. Hand delivered, simple past and past participle of hand deliver. Hand delivering, present participle and gerund of hand deliver. Hand delivers, third person singular simple present indicative of hand deliver. Hand director, an instrument to aid in forming a good position of the hands and arms when playing the piano. Hand directors, plural of hand director. Hand down, to transmit in succession as from father to son or from predecessor to successor. Hand drill, a rod held vertically between the hands and rapidly rotated by moving the hands back and forth in order to bore a hole or to start a fire. Hand drills, plural of hand drill. Hand drum, a drum membrane often played with a hand as opposed to being struck with a drumstick, mallet, or other object. Hand drums, plural of hand drum. Hand dryer, an electric powered device in a restroom to dry hands with a stream of warm air. Hand dryers, plural of hand dryer. Hand fan, a handheld device designed to be waved back and forth in order to induce airflow for the purpose of cooling the user. Hand fans, plural of hand fan. Hand fruit, fruit that is normally eaten from a hand, such as apples or bananas. Hand fruits, plural of hand fruit. Hand gallop, a controlled gallop in which the speed of the horse is restrained by the bridle hand. Hand gallops, plural of hand gallop. Hand game, a game played using only players' hands. Hand games, plural of hand game. Hand gel, antibacterial gel for the hands. Hand gels, plural of hand gel. Hand glass, a small glassed frame for the protection of plants. Hand glasses, plural of hand glass. Hand grenade, a small handheld explosive device designed to be thrown at an enemy. Hand grenades, plural of hand grenade. Hand grip, alternative spelling of hand grip. Hand grips, plural of hand grip. Hand guard, alternative form of hand guard. Hand guards, plural of hand guard. Hand guy, hand director. Hand guides, plural of hand guide. Hand heart, a gesture in which a person forms a heart shape using their fingers. Hand hearts, plural of hand heart. Hand hoe, the traditional type of hoe used by hand via manual labor, as contrasted with a wheel hoe, horse hoe, backhoe, or others. Hand hose, plural of hand hoe noun. Handen, to give something to a responsible person. Hand in glove, in very close cooperation. Hand in hand, holding or clasping hands. Hand in one's checks, to die. Hand in one's dinner pail, to die. Hand in the cookie jar, used metaphorically to indicate some act of stealing. Hand it out, to harm or kill someone. Hand it to credit or congratulate someone, to give someone appropriate respect for something they have done. Hand it to someone, to give somebody credit or praise. Hand jive, a dance associated with the rock and roll and rhythm and blues music of the 1950s, comprising a complicated pattern of hand moves and claps at various parts of the body, following or imitating the percussion instruments. Hand jives, plural of hand jive. Hand job, the stimulation of another person's penis using the hand as a sexual act. Hand jobs, plural of hand job. Hand knit, alternative form of hand knit. Hand nets, plural of hand net. Hand knitted, simple past and past participle of hand knit. Hand knitting, present participle and gerund of hand knit. Hand lamp, alternative form of hand lamp. Hand lamps, plural of hand lamp. Hand lance, alternative form of hand lance. Hand lances, plural of hand lance. Hand language, sign language produced by hand gestures. Hand languages, plural of hand language. Hand log, a chip log. Hand logs, plural of hand log. Hand lotion, a hand cream. Hand lotions, plural of hand lotion. Handmade, alternative form of handmade. Hand mixer, a handheld mixer typically used as kitchen implement. Hand mixers, plural of hand mixer. Hand model, a person employed to display or pose their hands, especially in advertisements. Hand modeling, the profession or occupation of someone who is a hand model. Hand models, plural of hand model. Hand money, money paid in hand to bind a contract, earnest money. Hand mocker, a cheat who covertly adds or removes cards during a card game. Hand mockers, plural of hand mocker. Hand net, a small net that is equipped with a handle and attached to a rim so that the net forms a pouch used for trapping butterflies or individual fish. Hand nets, plural of hand net. Hand of Fatima, an apotropaic symbol in both Jewish and Islamic cultures, serving as a talisman against the evil eye. Hand of Glory, a charm made from the hand of a man executed by hanging, supposed to be able to unlock doors, render other people motionless, etc. Hand of Miriam, synonym of Hand of Fatima. Hand off, to pass the ball to a teammate. Hand on, to transfer something to someone else, especially as a replacement for oneself, such as an official office or duty, to transfer something that was originally given to oneself from someone else. Hand on heart, in full confidence or sincerity. Hand organ, a portable organ played by means of a crank turned by the hand. Hand organs, plural of hand organ. Hand out, to distribute, to give out, either by hand or as if so figuratively. Hand over, to relinquish control or possession of something to someone. Hand over fists, quickly or in great quantity, especially in reference to earning money. Hand over hand, by passing the hands alternately one before or above the other, especially with rope. Hand over head, negligently, rashly, without seeing what one does. Hand paper, a particular make of paper early in use at the record office, with the watermark of a hand pointing. Hand pay, the situation when a slot attendant or cage gives the player a cash payout, rather than the actual slot machine paying out from the printer with ticket voucher or coin hopper. Hand pays, plural of hand pay. Hand percussion, any percussion instrument that can be held in the hand. Hand baked, alternative form of hand baked. Hand pie, a semilunar pastry with either a sweet or savory filling, formed by placing a dollop of filling onto a circular piece of biscuit-style dough and then folding it over and crimping it shut. They may be baked, fried, or deep fried. Hand pies, plural of hand pie. Hand plant, alternative spelling of hand plant. Hand plants, plural of hand plant. Hand practice, masturbation. Hand press, a press operated by hand, especially a printing press. Hand presses, plural of hand press. Hand puppet, a puppet operated by the hand, especially one in which the puppeteer's hand occupies and controls the head. Hand puppets, plural of hand puppet. Hand roll, alternative form of hand roll. Hand rolls, plural of hand roll. Hand round, to pass something to everyone in a group. Hand row, a lotion used to moisturize the hands, a hand cream. Hand rubs, plural of hand rub. Hand running, consecutively, in a row. Hand salute, a gesture of respect to someone or something by raising the right hand to the side of one's head. Hand salutes, plural of hand salute. Hand sanitizer, alternative form of hand sanitizer. Hand sanitizers, plural of hand sanitizer. Hand sanitizer, a disinfecting liquid, most often based on ethyl alcohol, used as an alternative to washing the hands with soap and water. Hand sanitizers, plural of hand sanitizer. Hand sanis, plural of hand sani. Hand sani, hand sanitizer. Hand saw, alternative form of handsaw. Hand saws, plural of hand saw. Hand screen, a small screen held in a hand used as a fan or to protect one's face from light or heat. Hand screens, plural of hand screen. Hand scrub, a substance manufactured for cleansing the hands to their cosmetically or hygienically optimal states. Hand scrubs, plural of hand scrub. Handshaker, alternative form of handshaker. Handshakers, plural of handshaker. Hanshandies, plural of handshandy. Hanshandy, an act of masturbation. Hanshower, synonym of telephone shower. Hand showers, plural of hand shower. Hand signal, a standardized hand gesture used by cyclists and some motorists to indicate intentions such as turning or braking to other traffic. Hand signalman, alternative form of hand signalman. Hand signalman, plural of hand signalman. Hand signals, plural of hand signal. Hand sling, alternative form of hand sling. Hand slings, plural of hand sling. Hand soap, any soap intended for washing one's hands. Han Solo, an act of masturbation involving the manual stimulation of one's own genitals. Han Solos, plural of hand solo. Hand someone his hat, to require someone to depart, to dismiss someone. Hand someone his head, to kill, especially by beheading. Hand someone his head on a plate. Alternative form of hand someone his head. Hand someone his head on a platter. Alternative form of hand someone his head. Hand someone their cards. To dismiss someone from employment, to fire or make redundant. Hand something out like candy. To distribute something in large quantities. Hand spinner, fidget spinner. Hand strap, a short strap, typically used to hold a camera. Hand straps, plural of hand strap. Hand to God, used when admitting something which might not be believed. Hand to mouth, alternative form of hand to mouth. Hand tool, a tool powered by human muscle rather than a motor or engine. Hand tools, plural of hand tool. Hand towel, a small towel used for drying the hands or face. Hand towels, plural of hand towel. Hand traverse, a maneuver involving traversing a ledge using only the hands. Hand traverses, plural of hand traverse. Hand tree, Chiranthodendron pentadactylon, a tree with distinctive red flowers that resemble open human hands. Hand trees, plural of hand tree. Hand trolley, synonym of hand truck. Hand trolleys, plural of hand trolley. Hand truck, an L-shaped box moving hand cart with handles at one end, wheels at the base, with a small ledge to set objects on, flat against the floor when the hand truck is upright. It makes otherwise bulky and heavy objects easier to move. Hand trucks, plural of hand truck. Hand trunk, a relatively small piece of hard-sided luggage with hinges and latches. Hand trunks, plural of hand trunk. Hand turkey, a drawing of a turkey created by tracing the outline of a splayed hand, the fingers representing its back feathers and the thumb its head and neck. Hand turkeys, plural of hand turkey. Hand up, to deliver an indictment, for example, to a judge. Hand wash, an instance of washing one's hands. Hand washable, alternative form of hand washable. Hand wash, simple past and past participle of hand wash. Hand washes, plural of hand wash. Hand washing, alternative form of hand washing. Hand washings, plural of hand washing. Hand waving, discussion or argumentation involving approximation, vagueness, educated guessing, or the attempt to explain or excuse vagaries. Hand wavings, plural of hand waving. Hand wavy, alternative spelling of hand wavy. Hand wedge, a golf player's hand when used to cheat by surreptitiously moving the ball to a more advantageous position. Hand wedges, plural of hand wedge. Hand wheel, alternative form of hand wheel. Hand wheels, plural of hand wheel. Hand wringing, the repeated clasping or squeezing of the hands as a symptom of distress. Hand wringings, plural of hand wringing. Hand stir, a piece of work, assistance contributed to some endeavor. Hand, foot, and mouth disease, an infection in humans caused by a group of enteroviruses, typically characterized by a mild fever followed by a rash of flat discolored spots and bumps that may blister, most commonly on the hands, feet, and mouth. Hand, foot, and mouth disease, alternative form of hand, foot, and mouth disease. Hand ads, a type of ad swung with one hand. Handadas, plural of hand ads. Handarm vibration syndrome, synonym of vibration white finger. Hand basher, a small handheld light used to illuminate specific areas. Hand bashers, plural of hand basher. Hand basket, alternative spelling of hand basket. Hand baskets, plural of hand basket. Handbell, alternative form of handbill. Handbells, plural of handbill. Hand carry, simple past and past participle of hand carry. Hand carries, third person singular simple present indicative of hand carry. Hand carry, alternative form of hand carry. Hand carrying, present participle and gerund of hand carry. Hand cart, alternative form of hand cart. Hand carts, plural of hand cart. Hand code, to develop software, web pages, etc. by writing source code or markup directly, without the use of tools allowing higher level representations. Hand cooked, cooked under individual supervision rather than by a fixed industrial process. Hand deliver, to deliver by hand. Hand deliver, simple past and past participle of hand deliver. Hand delivering, present participle and gerund of hand deliver. Hand delivers, third person singular simple present indicative of hand deliver. Hand drawn, of an image or illustration that has been drawn or created by hand. Hand egg, alternative spelling of hand egg. Hand eggs, plural of hand egg. Hand-eye coordination, the degree of coordination a person has between their eyes and their hands. A person's dexterity in activities highly dependent upon sight, such as catching a ball. Hand-eye coordinations, plural of hand-eye coordination. Handfeed, alternative spelling of handfeed. Hand-foot syndrome, reddening, swelling, numbness and desquamation on the palms of the hands and soles of the feet, sometimes seen after chemotherapy. Hand-foot genital syndrome, a genetic disorder with limb malformations and urogenital defects. Hand-foot-mouth disease, alternative form of hand, foot, and mouth disease. Hand-footed, having feet that resemble hands. Hand for hand. In a poker tournament consisting of multiple tables, the requirement that each next hand be dealt only after all tables have finished the current hand to prevent players from stalling near an increase in the prize payouts and slash or when there must be a definitive player ranking. Hand grenade, alternative form of hand grenade. Hand grenades, plural of hand grenade. Hand grip, alternative spelling of hand grip. Hand grips, plural of hand grip. Hand held, held in one or both hands. Hand dealt, plural of hand held. Hand ho, alternative spelling of hand ho noun. Hand hose, plural of hand ho noun. Hand hold, to hold in the hand. Hand holding, alternative form of hand holding. Hand holds, third person singular simple present indicative of hand hold. Hand hole, a small hole in a steam boiler for the insertion of the hand in cleaning, etc. Hand holes, plural of hand hole. Handing cap, an old English trading game where two players want to trade possessions. An umpire decides whether the items have the same value, and if this trading game where two players want to trade possessions. An umpire decides whether the items have the same value, and if not, what the difference is. Both players and umpire then put some forfeit money in a cap. The players put their hands in the cap and then remove them either open to signal agreement with the valuation or closed to signal disagreement. If both players agree, the difference in valuation is paid, the items are traded, and the umpire collects the forfeit. If both players disagree, the items are not traded, and the umpire collects the forfeit. If one player agrees and the other does not, the items are not traded, and the player who agreed to the valuation collects the forfeit. Handing love, closely cooperative. Hand kiss, a kiss on another person's hand. Hand kisses, plural of hand kiss. Hand kissing, present participle and gerund of hand kiss. Hand knit, alternative form of hand knit. Hand nets, plural of hand knit. Hand knitted, simple past and past participle of hand knit. Hand knitting, present participle and gerund of hand knit. Hand lamp, alternative form of hand lamp. Hand lamp, plural of hand lamp. Hand lance, a short pipe with a nozzle to discharge steam or air for cleaning. Hand lances, plural of hand lance. Handmade, alternative form of handmade. Handmaidness, alternative form of handmaidness. Handmaids, plural of handmaid. Hand-me-down, an item that is passed along for someone else to use. Hand-me-downs, plural of hand-me-down. Hand-me-on, dated form of hand-me-down. Hand-me-ons, plural of hand-me-on. Hand-nail, alternative form of hand-nail. Hand-nails, plural of hand-nail. Handoff, a pass made in a backward direction. Handoffs, plural of handoff. Hand-operated, operated or controlled manually rather than by automatic, electronic, or other means. Handout, a player to whom a ball is served. Handouts, plural of handout. Handover, alternative spelling of handover. Handovers, plural of handover. Hand-painted, alternative form of hand-painted. Handdeck, alternative form of handpick. Handpicked, alternative form of handpicked. Handpicking, present participle and gerund of handpick. Handpicks, third person singular simple present indicative of handpick. Hand-printed, alternative for a person to rear an animal rather than raise. For a person to rear an animal. Hand-raised, simple past and past participle of hand-raise. Hand-raises, third person singular simple present indicative of hand-raise. Hand-raising, present participle and gerund of hand-raise. Handwritten, past participle of hand-rise. Hand-rise, to urge the horse on with one's hands without using the whip. Hand-rides, third person singular simple present indicative of hand-ride. Handwriting, present participle and gerund of hand-ride. Hand-road, simple past of hand-ride. Heinz-Schüller-Christian disease, a condition associated with multifocal Langerhans cell histiocytosis and a triad of exophthalmos-lytic bone lesions often in the skull and diabetes insipidus. Hand screen, alternative form of hand screen. Hand screens, plural of hand screen. Hand select, synonym of handpick. Hand selected, simple past and past participle of hand select. Hand selecting, present participle of hand select. Hand select, third person singular simple present indicative of hand select. Hand sell, the sell an item by making personal contact with the customer to showcase the item and build rapport. Handshaker, alternative form of handshaker. Handshakers, plural of handshaker. Hand signal, to signal by hand. Hand signaled, simple past and past participle of hand signal. Hand signaling, present participle and gerund of hand signal. Hand signaled, simple past and past participle of hand signal. Hand signaling, present participle and gerund of hand signal. Hand signals, third person singular simple present indicative of hand signal. Hand sitter, a person who sits on their hands, one who dawdles or remains idle when action is needed. Hand sitters, plural of hand sitter. Hand sling, in the medicine, the act of propelling one's teammate into the race by linking hands. Hand slings, plural of hand sling. Hand spike, alternative form of hand spike. Hand spikes, plural of hand spike. Hand spring, alternative spelling of handspring. Hand springs, plural of hand spring. Hand stitch, alternative form of hand stitched. Hand tap, to spot apply asphalt-based adhesive to shingles for securement and wind resistance. Hand tame, alternative form of hand tame. Hand tameness, the state, quality, or condition of being hand tame. Hand tie, of a bouquet, formed by bringing the stems together in one's hand and then tying them. Hand tides, plural of hand tie. Hand tie, as tight as can be made by the strength of one's hand wielding a standard tool, that is, without special equipment or leverage. Hand to hand, close together, within arm's reach. Hand to mouth, involving immediate consumption, especially of food with no provision for the future, having barely enough to survive in poverty. Hand wash, alternative form of hand wash, washing by hand. Hand washable, suitable for washing by hands. Hand wash, simple past and past participle of hand wash. Hand washes, plural of hand wash. Hand washing, alternative form of hand washing. Hand wave, alternative form of hand wave. Hand waved, simple past and past participle of hand wave. Hand waves, third person singular simple present indicative of hand wave. Hand waving, alternative spelling of hand waving. Hand wavy, alternative spelling of hand wavy. Hand winged, having wings that are like hands in the structure and arrangement of their bones, said of bats. Handwork, alternative form of handiwork. Handworked, alternative form of handworked. Handworks, plural of handwork. Handwoven, alternative form of handwoven. Handrinning, alternative spelling of hand-wringing. Handrinningly, alternative spelling of hand-wringingly. Handrinnings, plural of hand-wringing. Handwriting, archaic form of handwriting. Handwritings, plural of handwriting. Handwritten, alternative spelling of handwritten. Hanta, a city in Hi Prefecture, Japan. Handakuten, a semi-voiced diacritic Japanese symbol used with Japanese kana to change a h/ to a p. Handle, a surname. Handles, plural of handle. Handan, a prefecture-level city of Hebei, China. Hand axe, alternative form of hand axe. Hand axe, alternative form of hand axe. Hand axes, plural of hand axe. Handai, the act of handing something back. Hand axe, plural of handbag. Handbag, a small bag carried in the hand, used either when traveling or to carry tools for a specific job. Handbag clip, synonym of binder clip. Handbag house, a subgenre of house music of the late 1980s, often with booming vocals. Handbagful, as much as a handbag will hold. Handbagged, simple past and past participle of handbag. Handbagger, a person who collects handbags. Handbaggers, plural of handbagger. Handbagging, present participle and gerund of handbag. Handbaggings, plural of handbagging. Handbaggy, resembling or characteristic of a handbag. Handbagless, without a handbag. Handbags, plural of handbag. Handbags at dawn, a catty squabble. Handbags at 10 paces, synonym of handbags at dawn, a catty squabble. Handbagsful, plural of handbagful. Handball, a team sport where two teams of 7 players, each 6 players, and a goalkeeper pass and bounce a ball trying to throw it in the goal of the opposing team. Handball alley, synonym of ball alley court for playing handball. Handball alleys, plural of handball alley. Handball player, a person who plays handball, especially professionally. Handball players, plural of handball player. Handballed, simple past and past participle of handball. Handballer, a handball player. Handballers, plural of handballer. Handballing, present participle and gerund of handball. Handballs, plural of handball. Handuro, a frame supported by poles used for carrying things, similar to a litter or stretcher. Handbarrows, plural of handbarrow. Hand basin, wash basin. Hand basins, plural of hand basin. Hand basket, a basket with a handle. Hand baskets, plural of hand basket. Handbell, a small bell designed to be rung by hand. Handbells, plural of handbell. Handbike, a hand cycle. Handbikes, plural of handbike. Handle, a pruning hook. Handles, plural of handbill. Hand block, having been block shaped by hand. Hand blow, a blow struck with the hand. Hand blown, blown by hand without the use of machinery. Hand blows, plural of hand blow. Hand bore, a bore that is held in the hand or attached by a strap, used like a paddle when body surfing. Hand boarded, simple past and past participle of handboard. Handboarding, present participle and gerund of handboard. Handboards, plural of handboard. Handbook, a topically organized book of reference on a certain field of knowledge, regardless of size, but archetypally one to be kept readily at hand. Handbooking, illicit betting. Handbooks, plural of handbook. Handbound, bound by hand. Handbur, the act of covering the nipples and areolae with the hands, sometimes used for modesty in photographic poses. Handbrake, a brake in a vehicle, set by hand and usually locking on until released by hand, enabling its use when parked. Handbrake turn, an automobile driving maneuver where the driver starts turning the vehicle and then pulls on the handbrake to make the rear tires lose adhesion and thus cause the back of the vehicle to slide around in the direction of the turn. Handbrake turns, plural of handbrake turn. Handbrake, simple past and past participle of handbrake. Handbrakes, plural of handbrake. Handbraking, present participle and gerund of handbrake. Handbreadths, plural of handbreadth. Handbreadth, a space equal to the breadth of the hand, a palm. Handbreadths, plural of handbreadth. Handbuilding, the process of using the hands to shape clay. Handbelt, which is built by hand. Handcam, a video or live stream that films one's hands. Hand cannon, alternative form of hand cannon. Hand cannons, plural of hand cannon. Hand car, a light railroad car propelled by a hand-operated pumping mechanism. Hand card, alternative form of hand card. Hand cards, plural of hand card. Hand care, the care of the hands. Hand carried, simple past and past participle of hand carry. Hand carries. Third person singular simple present indicative of hand carry. Hand carry. To transport and deliver in person. Hand carrying. Present participle and gerund of hand carry. Hand cars. Plural of hand car. Hand cart. A cart designed to be pulled or pushed by hand as opposed to with a beast of burden. Hand carted. Simple past and past participle of hand cart. Hand carting. Present participle and gerund of hand cart. Hand carts. Plural of hand cart. Hand cart. Carved by hand. Hand clap. A single clap of the hands. Hand clapper. Someone who claps, especially as part of a musical performance, a clapper. Hand clappers. Plural of hand clapper. Hand clapping. The activity of clapping hands, especially as part of a musical performance. Hand clappings. Plural of hand clapping. Hand claps. Plural of hand clap. Hand clasped. A handshake. Hand clasps. Plural of hand clasps. Hand cloth. A handkerchief. Hand cloths. Plural of hand cloth. Hand kai. A surname originating as a patronymic. Hand corer. A handheld corer. Hand corers. Plural of hand corer. Handcraft. Handicraft. Handcrafted. Made by hand or using the hands, as opposed to by mass production or using machinery. Handcraftedness. The condition of being handcrafted. Handcrafter. One who handcrafts or engages in handcraft or handicraft. Handcrafters. Plural of handcrafter. Handcrafting. Present participle and gerund of handcraft. Handcraftman. Alternative form of handicraftsman. Handcraftman. Plural of handcraftman. Handcrafts. Plural of handcraft. Handcraftsman. Handicraftsman. Handcraftsmanship. The position or lifestyle of being a handcraftsman. Handcraftsmanships. Plural of handcraftsmanship. Handcraftsmen. Plural of handcraftsmen. Handcraftswoman. A handicraftswoman. Handcraftswomen. Plural of handcraftswoman. Handcrank. Alternative form of hand crank. Handcranks. Plural of handcrank. Handcrew. A team of firefighters responsible for constructing fire lines. Handcrews. Plural of handcrew. Handgaff. One ring of a locking fetter for the hand or one pair. Handcuff artists. An escape artist who specializes in escaping handcuffs. Handcuff artists. Plural of handcuff artists. Handcuff knot. A knot tied in the bite, having two adjustable loops in opposing directions, able to be tightened around hands or feet. Handcuff knots. Plural of handcuff knot. Handcuffed. Simple past and past participle of handcuff. Handcuffing. Present participle and gerund of handcuff. Handcuffings. Plural of handcuffing. Handcuffs. A fastening consisting of two metal rings designed to go around a person's wrists and connected by a chain or hinge. Hand, cut by hand. Hand cycle. A land vehicle resembling a bicycle or tricycle but powered by the arms rather than the legs. Hand cycled. Simple past and past participle of hand cycle. Hand cycles. Plural of hand cycle. Hand cycling. Present participle and gerund of hand cycle. Hand cyclists. A person who rides a hand cycle or who competes in hand cycling. Hand cyclists. Plural of hand cyclists. Had. Archaic spelling of hand. Handed. Having a certain kind or number of hands. Handed around. Simple past and past participle of hand around. Handed away. Simple past and past participle of hand away. Handed down. Simple past and past participle of hand down. Handed in. Simple past and past participle of hand in. Handed in one's dinner pail. Simple past and past participle of hand in one's dinner pail. Handed it out. Simple past and past participle of handed out. Handed it to. Simple past and past participle of hand it to. Handed it to someone. Simple past and past participle of hand it to someone. Handed off. Simple past and past participle of hand off. Handed on. Simple past and past participle of hand on. Handed out. Simple past and past participle of hand out. Handed round. Simple past and past participle of hand round. Handed someone his hat. Simple past and past participle of hand someone his hat. Handed someone their cards. Simple past and past participle of hand someone their cards. Handed something out like candy. Simple past and past participle of hand something out like candy. Handed up. Simple past and past participle of hand up. Handedly. Easily, with ease. Misconstruction of handily. Handedness. The property that distinguishes an asymmetric object from its mirror image. For example, the essential difference between a left and right glove. Handedness is plural of handedness. Hande. Any of the sports that are called football but are played mainly with the hands and with a prolate spheroid ball, that is, American football and less often Canadian, Australian and rugby football including league and union varieties. Handags. Plural of handag. Handel. A surname from German. Music used specifically of George Friedrich Handel 1685–1759, a German-British Baroque composer. Handelian. A war relating to George Friedrich Handel 1685–1759, German-born Baroque composer. Handler. One who hands over or transmits a conveyor in succession. Handerin. One who hands something in. Handers. The ship of Anders and player character Hawk from Dragon Age Roman II. Handersen. Plural of handerin. Hans. Plural of hand. Handes. Second person singular simple present indicative of hand. Handa. Third person singular simple present indicative of hand. Handast. A hold, grasp, custody, power of confining or keeping. Handfasted. Simple past and past participle of handfast. Handfasting. Present participle and gerund of handfast. Handfastings. Plural of handfasting. Handfastly. In a handfast manner. Handfasts. Plural of handfasts. Handset. Fed by hand. Handthee. To feed by hand. Handfeeding. Present participle and gerund of handfeed. Handfeeds. Third person singular simple present indicative of handfeed. Handfeel. The way that something feels when touched by or held in the hand. Handsei. To fight using hands. Handfighting. Present participle and gerund of handfight. Handfights. Third person singular simple present indicative of handfight. Handfish. Any of the angelofishes of the family Bassianisthidae which can walk on the sea floor using their pectoral fins. Handfishes. Plural of handfish. Handflare. A handheld flare. Handflower. A Mexican hand tree Chiranthodendron pentadactylon. Handflowers. Plural of handflower. Handford. A surname. Hanford device. A vertical spoiler piece attached across the back of a car's rear wing that pushes air down, increasing drag and creating a larger slipstream for the car behind. Hanford devices. Plural of Hanford device. Handfords. Plural of Handford. Handform. Synonym of handshape. Handforms. Plural of handform. Handfor. A village and civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England, just outside Greater Manchester Westgrid Ref SJ 8583. Handthought. Simple past and past participle of handfight. Handfucker. A masturbator. Handfuckers. Plural of handfucker. Handle. The amount that a hand will grasp or contain. Handle. Archaic form of handful. Handles. Plural of handful. Handfuls. Plural of handful. Handak. To silence a person by placing one's hand over their mouth. Handtag. Simple past and past participle of handgag. Handtagging. Present participle and gerund of handgag. Handtags. Third person singular simple present indicative of handgag. Handan. A Native American guessing game in which marked bones are concealed in the hands of one team while another team guesses their location. Handgams. Plural of handgame. Handjay. A gate that can be opened and closed by hand. Handjates. Plural of handgate. Handgift. A gift given directly, i.e. by hand, usually to a newly wedded couple, a wedding gift. Handgifts. Plural of handgift. Handglass. Alternative form of hand glass. Handglasses. Plural of handglass. Handgelai. In breakdancing, the turtle move, but performed using only one hand. Handgelides. Plural of handschlei. Handgelo. A dove. Handgelos. Plural of handgelo. Hand-on. A handheld pre-matchlock black powder gun. Hand-ons. Plural of hand-on. Hand-grab. A bar, handle or other fitting used to steady or support oneself. Hand-grabs. Plural of hand-grab. Hand-grasp. Synonym of hand grasping with a hand. Hand-grasps. Plural of hand-grasped. Handre. A handle, the portion of a handle that the hand occupies. Hand grips. Plural of hand grip. Hand guard. A guard on the front of a weapon for hand and finger protection or to allow for attachments to the weapon. Hand guards. Plural of hand guard. Hand tie. A handbook. Hand guides, plural of hand guide. Handgun. A small gun with a relatively short barrel, designed to be held and operated with a single hand. Handgunner. One who uses a handgun. Handgunners, plural of handgunner. Handguns, plural of handgun. Handheld, alternative form of handheld. Handheld console, a portable video game console designed to be easily carried as opposing to home consoles. Handheld consoles, plural of handheld console. Handheld terminal, a portable pricing gun or scanner as opposed to one wired to the checkout. Handheld terminals, plural of handheld terminal. Handhelds, plural of handheld. Handhold, a projection that one may hold onto for support, for example in mountain climbing. Handholdable, small and light enough to be held in the hand. Handholder, one who holds hands with someone else. Handholders, plural of handholder. Handholding, the holding of hands. Handholdings, plural of handholding. Handholdless, usually of a man having never held hands with a member of the opposite sex. Handholds, plural of handhold. Handholdy, tending to hold someone's hand to guide somebody through the basics or assist with excessively small details, overly tutorialized or railroaded. Handle, alternative form of handhole. Handles, plural of handhole. Handi, a deep, narrow-mouth vessel used in North Indian, Pakistani, and Bengali cooking. Handy wipe, alternative letter case form of handy wipe. Handy wipe, alternative form of handy wipe. Handy wipes, plural of handy wipe. Handy wipes, plural of handy wipe. Handicraftsman, alternative form of handicraftsman. Handicraftsman, plural of handicraftsman. Handy wipe, alternative letter case form of handy wipe. Handy wipe, a wet wipe. Handy wipes, plural of handy wipe. Handy wipes, plural of handy wipe. Handicap, a handheld camcorder. Handicap, a camp recreational event held in temporary accommodation for disabled people. Handicaps, plural of handicam. Handicams, plural of handicam. Handicap, something that prevents, hampers, or hinders. Handicap principle, a hypothesis attempting to explain how evolution may lead to honest or reliable signaling between animals which have an obvious motivation to bluff or deceive each other. It suggests that costly signals must be reliable, costing the signaler something that could not be afforded by an individual with less of a particular trait. Handicapable, disabled or handicapped. Handicapables, plural of handicapable. Handicapism, ableism. Handicapitalism, the marketing of products and services to disabled people, particularly products and services that are designed to meet these consumers' unique needs. Handicapable, able to be handicapped, able to be subjected to handicap. Handicapped, simple past and past participle of handicap. Handicapped permanent, a permit allowing handicapped people to park in handicapped spaces. Handicapped permits, plural of handicapped permit. Handicapped sign, a sign indicating that a certain facility, for example parking space, toilet, is reserved for disabled people. Handicapped signs, plural of handicapped sign. Handicapped space, a parking space reserved for handicapped people. Handicapped spaces, plural of handicapped space. Handicapped accessible, able to be accessed by people having physical handicaps. Handicaps, plural of handicapped. Handicapper, one who determines the conditions of a handicap. Handicappers, plural of handicapper. Handicapping, present participle and gerund of handicap. Handicappings, plural of handicapping. Handicapism, alternative form of handicapism. Handicaps, plural of handicap. Handicraft, a trade requiring skill of hand, manual occupation, handcraft. Handicrafter, one who engages in handicrafts. Handicrafters, plural of handicrafter. Handicraftman, alternative form of handicraftsman. Handicraftman, plural of handicraftman. Handicrafts, plural of handicraft. Handicraftship, the skill or art of making handicrafts. Handicraftsman, a practitioner of a handicraft, usually male. Handicraftsmanship, synonym of handicraftship. Handicraftsman, plural of handicraftsman. Handicraftswoman, a female practitioner of a handicraft. Handicraftswoman, plural of handicraftswoman. Handicuffs, hand-to-hand fighting, fisticuffs. Handy, alternative form of handy-hand, handjob. Handy-talkie, alternative spelling of handy-talkie. Handy-talkies, plural of handy-talkie. Handy-talkie, synonym of walkie-talkie portable bidirectional radio transceiver. Handy-talkies, plural of handy-talkie. Handy, comparative form of handy, more handy. Handies, plural of handy. Handiest, superlative form of handy, most handy. Handy-Gadu syndrome, a rare osteoarthritic disorder endemic to the Malnad region in Karnataka, India. Handily, in a handy manner, skillfully, conveniently. Handaman, dated form of handaman. Handaman, plural of handaman. Handen, pronunciation spelling of handing. Handiness, the quality or state of being handy. Handinesses, plural of handiness. Handed, present participle and gerund of hand. Handing around, present participle and gerund of hand around. Handing away, present participle and gerund of hand away. Handing down, present participle and gerund of hand down. Handing in, present participle and gerund of hand in. Handing in one's dinner pail, present participle and gerund of hand in one's dinner pail. Handing it out, present participle and gerund of handed out. Handing it to, present participle and gerund of hand it to. Handing it to someone, present participle and gerund of hand it to someone. Handing off, present participle and gerund of hand off. Handing on, present participle and gerund of hand on. Handing out, present participle and gerund of hand out. Handing over, Present participle and gerund of hand over. Handing round. Present participle and gerund of hand round. Handing someone his hat. Present participle and gerund of hand someone his hat. Handing someone their cards. Present participle and gerund of hand someone their cards. Handing something out like candy. Present participle and gerund of hand something out like candy. Handing up. Present participle and gerund of hand up. Handings. Plural of handing. Handophobia. A fear of being handicapped or of having a handicapped child. Handire. Obsolete form of andiron. Handirons. Plural of hand iron. Handies. Plural of handy. Handish. Of or relating to the hand, handling. Handism. Prejudice or bias based on whether a person is left-handed or right-handed. Handywoman. Dated form of handywoman. Handywomen. Plural of handywoman. Handiwork. Work done by the hands. Handiworks. Plural of handiwork. Hanjar. A Turkish dagger. Hanjars. Plural of hanjar. Hanja. Alternative spelling of hand job. Handjobs. Plural of handjob. Hand. A surname from German. Handkerchief. Obsolete form of handkerchief. Handkerchiefs. Plural of handkerchief. Handkerchief. A piece of cloth, usually square and often fine and elegant, carried for wiping the face, eyes, nose or hands. Handkerchief code. The display of handkerchiefs of various colors used as a coded way to indicate the sexual interests of the wearer. Handkerchief codes. Plural of handkerchief code. Handkerchief tree. The dove tree, Davidia involucrata, which has large white bracts said to look like handkerchiefs. Handkerchief trees. Plural of handkerchief tree. Handkerchiefs. Wearing a handkerchief neckwear. Handkerchieful. As much as a handkerchief will hold. Handkerchieffuls. Plural of handkerchiefful. Handkerchiefless. Without a handkerchief or handkerchiefs. Handkerchiefs. Plural of handkerchief. Handkerchieved. Alternative form of handkerchiefed. Handkerchiefs. Plural of handkerchief. Hanks. Plural of hank. Hand. Any item knitted by hand. Hand. That's. Plural of handnet. Handed. Simple past and past participle of handnet. Handeding. Present participle and gerund of handnet. Handleable. Alternative spelling of handleable. Handlamp. A small lamp carried in the hand. Handlamps. Plural of handlamp. Handlanger. A low-ranking artillery soldier in the Austro-Hungarian army. Handlangers. Plural of handlanger. Handle. The part of an object which is designed to be held in the hand when used or moved. Handle oneself. To behave. Handle up. To take care of business, to get on with doing something. Handle with kid gloves. To treat something very delicately or carefully. Handle without gloves. To treat with vigor or with scant ceremony. Handle without mittens. Synonym of handle without gloves. Handlabilities. Plural of handlability. Handlability. The condition of being handleable. Handleable. Capable of being handled. Handleably. In a way or manner that can be handled. Handlebar. The bar used to steer a bicycle, motorbike, or similar vehicle using the hands. Handlebar mustache. A broad mustache worn long and curled up at the sides. Handlebar mustaches. Plural of handlebar mustache. Handlebar mustache. Alternative spelling of handlebar mustache. Handlebar mustaches. Plural of handlebar mustache. Handlebars. Plural of handlebar. Handle bodies. Plural of handle body. Handle body. A top-dimensional submanifold of Euclidean space comprising a ball with handles attached to it along its boundary. Handle. Simple past and past participle of handle. Handled oneself. Simple past and past participle of handle oneself. Handled the ball. Describing a way of getting out in which the batsman deliberately touches the ball with the hand not holding the bat. Handled up. Simple past and past participle of handle up. Handled with kid gloves. Simple past and past participle of handle with kid gloves. Handleless. Without a handle. Handlelessness. Absence of a handle. Handler. A surname. Handlers. Plural of handler. Handles. Plural of handle. Handles oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of handle oneself. Handles up. Third person singular simple present indicative of handle up. Handles with kid gloves. Third person singular simple present indicative of handle with kid gloves. Handlesome. Typified by, or requiring handling, by extension difficult to manage. Handless. Without any hands. Handlessness. Lack of hands. Handleless. Second person singular simple present indicative of handle. Handle. Third person singular simple present indicative of handle. Handover. A lever-like handle used to manually control the opening and closing of a valve. Handley. A surname. Handleys. Plural of handley. Handley. Resembling a hand. Handlin. A surname. Handlin. Pronunciation. Spelling of handling. Handline. A single fishing line without a rod, but usually attached to a reel held in the hands. Handline. Simple past and past participle of handline. Handliner. A person who fishes using a handline. Handliners. Plural of handliner. Handlines. Third person singular simple present indicative of handline. Handling. A touching, controlling, managing, using, take care of, etc. with the hand or hands, or as with the hands. Handling charge. A fee charged for performing certain services, such as collecting customs duty or dealing with returned goods. Handling charges. Plural of handling charge. Handling fee. Synonym of handling charge. Handling fees. Plural of handling fee. Handling oneself. Present participle and gerund of handle oneself. Handling time. The total number of business days from the moment one receives payment for an item and the moment when the package is processed or scanned at a shipping carrier. Handling times. Plural of handling time. Handling up. Present participle and gerund of handle up. Handling with kid gloves. Present participle and gerund of handle with kid gloves. Handlings. Plural of handling. Handlining. Present participle and gerund of handline. Handlins. Plural of handlin. Handless. A list for easy reference. Handlists. Plural of handless. Handload. To load cartridges for firearms by hand. Handloaded. Simple past and past participle of handload. Handloader. Someone who handloads their cartridges for firearms, shotguns, rifles, pistols, or revolvers. Handloader. Plural of handloader. Handloading. The loading of cartridges for firearms when it is done by hand and especially at home in semi-homemade manner, assembling them from the individual components, for example casing, primer, gunpowder or other charge, and shot or bullet. Handloads. Third person singular simple present indicative of handload. Handlock. A locking mechanism that operates by hand. Handlocked. Simple past and past participle of handlock. Handlocking. Present participle and gerund of handlock. Handlocks. Plural of handlock. Handlawn. A surname from Irish. Handlawns. Plural of handlawn. Handloom. A simple machine used for weaving by hand. Handloom. Woven on a handloom. Handlooming. Weaving done on a handloom. Handlooms. Plural of handloom. Handly. Synonym of handy. Handmade. Made by hand, manufactured manually. Handmadeness. Equality of being handmade. Handmaids. Plural of handmaid. Handmaid. A maid that waits at hand, a female servant or attendant. Handmaiden. Alternative form of handmaid. Handmaidenhood. The state or condition of being a handmaiden, also the role of a handmaiden. Handmaidenly. Befitting a handmaiden. Handmaidens. Plural of handmaiden. Handmaids. Plural of handmaid. Handbake. To make by hand, to manufacture manually. Handbakes. Third person singular simple present indicative of handmake. Handbaking. Present participle and gerund of handmake. Handen. A male servant, manservant. Handmark. The mark of a hand, a handprint. Handmark. Marked manually, written by hand. Handmarks. Plural of handmark. Handmade. Obsolete spelling of handmade. Handmaids. Plural of handmaid. Handman. Plural of handman. Handle. A mill for grinding grain, pepper, coffee, etc. worked by hand as distinguished from those driven by steam, water, or other power. Handalls. Plural of handmill. Handmirror. A handheld mirror. Handmirrors. Plural of handmirror. Handnail. Synonym of fingernail. Handalls. Plural of handnail. Handoff. Alternative form of handoff. Handoffs. Plural of handoff. Alternative form of handoff. Handai. A barangay of Lebanon, Cameroon, sir. Philippines. Handout, an act of handing out something. Handouts, plural of handout. Handover, the transference of authority, control, power, or knowledge from one agency to another, or from one state to another. Handovers, plural of handover. Hand-painted, painted by hand, not mechanically. Handpan, a type of steel pan that is played with the hands, typically resting on the player's lap. Handpans, plural of handpan. Handpass, a pass made by holding the ball in one hand and hitting it with the other hand. Handpassed, simple past and past participle of handpass. Handpasses, plural of handpass. Handpassing, present participle and gerund of handpass. Handpaw, a fursuit glove which is shaped like an animal's paw. Handphone, a telephone receiver or handset. Handphones, plural of handphone. Handpe, to pick or harvest by hand. Handpick house, to select items by hand, to remove items by hand, to pick out by hand. Handpick, selected with great care or by insiders or an individual. Handpicked house, simple past and past participle of handpick out. Handpicker, one who handpicks. Handpickers, plural of handpicker. Handpicking, present participle and gerund of handpick. Handpicking out, present participle and gerund of handpick. Pick out. Handpicks, third person singular simple present indicative of handpick. Handpicks out, third person singular simple present indicative of handpick out. Handthigh, alternative form of hand pie. Handpiece, the part of a dental drill, surgical instrument, etc. that is held in the hand. Handpieces, plural of handpiece. Handpiece, plural of hand-thigh. Handplane, a manually operated plane woodworking tool. Handplane, simple past and past participle of handplane. Handflens, plural of handplane. Handflinning, present participle and gerund of handplane. Handblend, a move in which the skater balances on his hand after skating up to the top of a half-pipe. Handplanted, simple past and past participle of handplin. Handplanting, present participle of handplin. Handplants, plural of handplant. Handplay, hand-to-hand combat. Handpost, a kind of signpost indicating what lies in various directions. Handposts, plural of handposts. Handpress, an early printing press operated by means of a handle that applied pressure on the form. Handpresses, plural of handpress. Handprint, a mark or trace left by a hand, including more than fingerprints. Handprinted, printed by hand. Handprints, plural of handprint. Handproduce, to produce by hand. Handproduce, simple past and past participle of handproduce. Handproduces, third person singular simple present indicative of handproduce. Handproducing, present participle and gerund of handproduce. Handpull, a beer pull. Handpulls, plural of handpull. Handpump, a pump that is operated manually. Hand pumps, plural of hand pump. Handrathan, a surname. Handrail, a rail which can be held, such as on the side of a staircase, ramp, or other walkway, and serving as a support or guard. Handrail, furnished with a handrail. Handrailing, handrail. Handrailings, plural of handrailing. Handrails, plural of handrail. Handraised, brought up and cared for by a human being. Handrale, manual, operated by hand. Hydraulically, manually, by hand. Hydraulics, the operation of equipment by hand. Handrest, any surface designed to support the hand and wrist. Handrests, plural of handrests. Handroll, a piece of sushi in the form of a cone of seaweed filled with rice, fish, vegetables, etc. Handrolls, plural of handroll. Handrope, a rope to be gripped with a hand. Handropes, plural of handrope. Handrub, alternative form of hand rub. Handrubs, plural of handrub. Hands, a surname. Hands around, third person singular simple present indicative of hand around. Hands away, third person singular simple present indicative of hand away. Hands down, without much effort, easily. Hands in, third person singular simple present indicative of hand in. Hands in cookie jars, plural of hand in the cookie jar. Hands in one's dinner pail, third person singular simple present indicative of hand in one's dinner pail. Hands it out, third person singular simple present indicative of hand it out. Hands it to, third person singular simple present indicative of hand it to. Hands it to someone, third person singular simple present indicative of hand it to someone. Hands of glory, plural of hand of glory. Hands off, refrain from touching, refrain from initiating any physical contact. Hands on, alternative form of hands on. Hands out, third person singular simple present indicative of hand out. Hands over, third person singular simple present indicative of hand over. Hands round, third person singular simple present indicative of hand round. Hand someone his hat, third person singular simple present indicative of hand someone his hat. Hand someone their cards, third person singular simple present indicative of hand someone their cards. Hand something out like candy, third person singular simple present indicative of hand something out like candy. Hands up, put your hands up if you wish to participate. Hands free, not requiring one's hands to use. Hands freeze, plural of hands free. Hansen, a show of unity and usually optimism at the end of an informal huddle of players whereby the players simultaneously extend a hand horizontally towards the center of the circle and then raise their hands in the air with a short team chant. Hands off, alternative spelling of hands off, not involving or requiring direct control or intervention. Hands on, involving active participation. Hands-ons, plural of hands-on. Handsacker, a village in Armitage with Handsacker Parish, Lichfield District, Staffordshire, England OS Grid Ref SK 0915. Handsaw, a saw small enough to be used by one hand. Handsawing, the action of sawing timber with a handsaw. Handsaws, plural of handsaw. Handsbreadth, a small distance. Handsbreadths, plural of handsbreadth. Hanscomb, a surname. Hanscombs, plural of handscomb. Hand-screened, screen printed by hand. Handscrew, an appliance for raising heavy weights, a jack. Handscrews, plural of handscrew. Handscroll, a traditional Asian scroll that unfolds horizontally so that the reader can view one section at a time while holding it in the hands. Handscrolls, plural of handscroll. Handscrub, alternative spelling of handscrub. Handscrubs, plural of handscrub. Handsearching, the process of manually searching through academic journals, etc. rather than using electronic search facilities. Hansel, a lucky omen. Hansel Monday, the first Monday of the new year, when presents were traditionally given to servants and children. Hansel, simple past and past participle of Hansel. Hanseling, present participle and gerund of Hansel. Hansel, alternative form of Hansel. Hansel, simple past and past participle of Hansel. Hanseler, a cheap jack or itinerant seller. Handsellers, plural of handseller. Hanseling, present participle and gerund of Hansel. Hansels, plural of Hansel. Hansels, plural of Hansel. Handset, the part of a landline telephone containing both receiver and transmitter and sometimes dial, held in the hand. Handsets, plural of handset. Handsetting, present participle and gerund of handset. Handsewn, sewn by hand without the use of a sewing machine. Hands-free, that can be used without using the hands, hands-free. Hands-free is plural of hands-free. Handsful, plural of handful. Handshake, the grasping of hands by two people when greeting, leave-taking, or making an agreement. Handshake deal, a verbal commitment to a transaction. Handshake deals, plural of handshake deal. Handshaked, simple past and past participle of handshake. Handshaker, one who gives a handshake. Handshakers, plural of handshaker. Handshakes, plural of handshake. Handshaking, present participle and gerund of handshake. Handshakings, plural of handshaking. Handshake, the held position of the hand and fingers in producing a particular sign. Handshapes, plural of handshape. Hanji, a small sheet of manufactured material created in a laboratory for testing purposes. Handsheets, plural of handsheet. Handschuh, a surname from German. Handschuhs, plural of handschuh. Handshook, simple past and past participle of handshake. Handsy, comparative form of handsy, more handsy. Hands is the hands. Handsiest, superlative form of handsy, most handsy. Handsignalman, a person who gives a signal by hand, in particular on a railway. Handsignalman, plural of handsignalman. Handsiness, the act or state of being handsy, inappropriate touching. Handsling, alternative form of handsling. Handslings, plural of handsling. Hand soap, a bar or liquid soap for the hands. Hand soaps, plural of hand soap. Handsome, having a pleasing appearance, good-looking, attractive. Handsome devil, a physically attractive man, particularly one with a mischievous appeal. Handsome devils, plural of handsome devil. Handsome is as handsome does a person's good actions rather than outward appeal define his or her handsomeness in the eyes of others. Handsome is the handsome does. Alternative form of handsome is as handsome does. Handsomed, simple past and past participle of handsome. Handsomish, somewhat handsome. Handsomely, in a handsome or attractive manner. Handsomeness, the quality of being handsome. Handsomenesses, plural of handsomeness. Handsomer, comparative form of handsome, more handsome. Handsomes, third person singular simple present, indicative of handsome. Handsomest, superlative form of handsome, most handsome. Handsoming, present participle, and gerund of handsome. Handsomish, alternative form of handsome. Handspan, the distance between the outstretched tips of the little finger and thumb when used as a unit of measurement. Handspend, plural of handspan. Handspike, a bar or lever, generally of wood, used in a windlass or capstan for heaving anchor and, in modified forms, for various purposes. Handspikes, plural of handspike. Handspoke, alternative form of handspike. Handspokes, plural of handspoke. Handspring is somersault made with the assistance of the hands placed upon the ground. Handsprings, plural of handspring. Handspun, spun by hand. Handstaff, the part of a flail that is held in the hand. Handstaffs, plural of handstaff. Handstamp, a rubber stamp, is stamp applied by hand. Handstamped, simple past and past participle of handstamp. Handstamping, present participle and gerund of handstamp. Handstamps, plural of handstamp. Handstand, a movement or position in which a person is upside down, supported by their arms with their hands on the ground. Handstanding, present participle and gerund of handstand. Handstands, plural of handstand. Handstaves, plural of handstaff. Handstein, an ornament composed primarily of an interesting mineral or metal ore formation. Handsteins, plural of handstein. Handstay, a stick held in hand and used in juggling disciplines such as devil sticks, flower sticks, diabolo, etc. Handsticks, plural of handstick. Handstitch, stitch by hand. Handstone, mono. Handstones, plural of handstone. Handstick, simple past and past participle of handstand. Handstrap, alternative form of handstrap. Handstraps, plural of handstrap. Handstroke, the pull on the sally that swings the bell through a full circle. Handstrokes, plural of handstroke. Handsturn, alternative form of hands turn piece of work or assistance. Handsterns, plural of handstern. Hand style, the distinctive handwriting of a graffiti artist, used in tags, etc. Hand styles, plural of hand style. Handsworth, a suburb in Sheffield, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4186. Handsworth Wood, a suburb in Birmingham, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0590. Handse, prone to touching other people with one's hands, especially inappropriately. Hantan, tame and accustomed to being held in the hand. By extension mild, meek, humble, docile. Hand-tend, simple past and past participle of hand-tame. Hand-tames, third person singular simple present indicative of hand-tame. Hand-taming, present participle and gerund of hand-tame. Hand-tool, alternative form of hand tool. Hand tools, plural of hand tool. Hand towel, alternative spelling of hand towel. Hand towels, plural of hand towel. Hand truck, alternative spelling of hand truck. Hand trucks, plural of hand truck. Hanvo, a kind of Gujarati vegetable cake. Handvos, plural of handvo. Handwalker, an acrobat who walks on the hands instead of the feet. Handwalkers, plural of handwalker. Handwand, a handheld wand for scanning or for reading an electronic tag. Handlands, plural of handwen. Hand warmer, a pocket-sized device for warming the hands, using chemicals, hot liquids, or an electrical heating element. Hand warmers, plural of hand warmer. Hand wash, a liquid soap for washing the hands. Hand wash, simple past and past participle of hand wash. Hand washer, a person who washes his or her hands. Hand washers, plural of hand washer. Hand washers, plural of hand wash. Hand washing, the washing of one's hands. Hand washings, plural of hand washing. Hand wave, the wave of a hand. Hand waved, simple past and past participle of hand wave. Hand waves, third person singular simple present indicative of hand wave. Hand wavy, alternative spelling of hand wavy. Hand waving, waving the hands. Hand wavings, plural of hand waving. Hand wavium, any hypothetical but unobtainable material with desirable engineering properties. Handave, missing important details or logical steps, perhaps instead appealing to layman, common sense, tradition, intuition, or examples. Handwear, clothing to be worn on the hands, such as gloves. Handweave, to weave by hand. Handweaver, a maker of handwoven goods. Handweavers, plural of handweaver. Handweaving, the manufacture of handwoven goods. Handweave, to remove weeds using only hand tools, that is, without spraying or using other weed suppression technology. Handweeded, simple past and past participle of handweed. Handweeding, present participle and gerund of handweed. Handweeds, third person singular simple present indicative of handweed. Handwall, a small manhole. Handwalls, plural of handwall. Handwork, a surname from German. Handworks, plural of handwork. Handwheel, any wheel worked by hand, whether used to allow leverage, as of a valve or a handbrake, or to allow fine adjustment, as of a set screw. Handwheels, plural of handwheel. Handwhile, a little while, a moment, an instant. Handwhiles, plural of handwhile. Handwide, a moist towelette for cleaning the hands. Hand wipes, plural of handwipe. Handwork, work done by the hands as opposed to by machine. Handworked, worked by hand. Handworker, one who carries out handwork, working by hand rather than using a machine. Handworkers, plural of handworker. Handworking, present participle and gerund of handwork. Handworkman, a man who works with his hands, one who carries out handwork. Handworkman, plural of handworkman. Handworks, plural of handwork. Handwoven, woven by hand or with a hand-operated loom. Handrear, a person who clasps and squeezes the hands in an excessive expression of distress. Handringers, plural of handringer. Handringing, alternative form of hand-wringing. Handwringingly, in a hand-wringing manner. Handwringings, plural of hand-wringing. Handwrit, manuscript, any non-printed or handwritten text. Hand-dry, to write something manually, normally used to emphasize that it is not being typed. Handwrites, third person singular simple present indicative of handwrite. Handwriting, the act or process of writing done with the hand rather than typed or word processed. Handwriting on the wall, alternative form of writing on the wall. Handwritings, plural of handwriting. Handwrits, plural of handwrit. Handwritten, written with a person's hand as opposed to typed. Handwrote, simple past of handwrite. Handdraw, wrought by hand. Hande, a surname transferred from the nickname. Handedande, handy, helpful or useful, as due to some clever trick or design. Handy-talkie, a handheld portable transceiver. Handy-talkies, plural of handy-talkie. Handedande, alternative form of handy-dandy. Hand-fight, a fight with the hands, boxing. Hand-fights, plural of hand-fight. Handicap, alternative form of handicam. Handicams, plural of handicam. Handcuffs, alternative form of handcuffs, hand-to-hand fighting. Handigripes, seizure by or grasp of the hand, close quarters in fighting. Hide, somewhat handy. Handyman, a person who does small tasks and odd jobs, especially building repairs and the like. Handyman special, alternative form of handyman's special. Handyman specials, plural of handyman special. Handyman's special, a house that is sold at a reduced price because it requires extensive repairs or renovations. Handyman's specials, plural of handyman's special. Handiment, simple past and past participle of handyman. Handemaning, present participle and gerund of handyman. Handymans, third person singular simple present indicative of handyman. Handymax, of a freight ship which has a small cargo capacity 40,000 50,000 DWT, member of the Handysize class. Handyman, plural of handyman. Handipopple, plural of handyperson. Handyperson, a handyman or handywoman. Handypersons, plural of handyperson. Handysize, of a class of freight ships which have a small cargo capacity, divided into size-dependent subcategory descriptions including handy, handymax, supramax. Handystroke, a blow with the hand. Handystrokes, plural of handystroke. Handywoman, a woman who does small tasks and odd jobs. Handywomen, plural of handywoman. Handiwork, dated form of handiwork. Handiworks, plural of handiwork. Hen, a surname. Hanel, a surname. Hainline, a surname. Hainlines, plural of hainline. Hainels, plural of hainel. Hainfoot, the Muscat Blanc d'Alexandrie. Hainpoots, plural of hainpoot. Hanner, a surname. Hannere, a town in Hotton County, Hotton Prefecture, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China, formerly a township. Hainers, plural of hainer. Hans, plural of hain. Hansti, a village and commune of Batasani County, Romania. Haini, a surname. Hainis, plural of Haini. Hanfian, of or relating to the Chinese philosopher Han Fizi. Habta, a work of real person fiction focusing on the imagined activities of the American Ben Henson. Hanfex, plural of Hanfic. Hanford, a Welsh surname the most common in England and the United States. Hanfordai, someone working at the Hanford site, a nuclear production facility active during World War II. Hanfordites, plural of Hanfordai. Hanfords, plural of Hanford. Abbot, a surname from German. Habts, plural of Han. Hamso, traditional Han Chinese clothing. A percussion instrument invented and built by Pian Art Hangbao AGE, somewhat resembling a steel pen consisting of two metal half shells with tuned notes on the top side that produces a mellow and ethereal sound. Hang a left. To turn left, to take a left turn. Hang a led, to hesitate, to hang back. Hang a Louis, make a left turn while driving a vehicle. Hang a Ralph, to make a right turn while driving a vehicle. Hang a right, to turn right, to take a right turn. Hang a shingle, to start a small business of one's own. Hang a U, to make a U-turn while driving a vehicle. Hang about, to linger, loiter, or stay. Hang an arse, to hang back, to be afraid to advance. Hang around, to spend time or be friends, especially to hang around with someone. Hang back, to wait, to falter, to avoid proceeding through reluctance. Hang behind, to linger or remain in a place after an event has completed and others have mostly departed. Hang by a hair, synonym of hang by a thread. Hang by a thread, to be in danger, calling for precise caution, to be in a precarious situation. Hang by the eyelids, to hang by a very slight hold or tenure. Hang die, the situation of hanging on the rope after falling off a climb. Hang dogs, plural of hang dog. Hang fire, to fail to fire immediately when the trigger is pulled. Hang fires, plural of hang fire. Hang five, to perform a longboard move where the surfer goes to the front of the board and rides from there, one foot on the nose and the 5 toes of that foot extended out over the front of the nose, the other foot placed further back. Hang fives, plural of hang five. Hang glide, alternative spelling of hang glide. Hang glider, an unpowered aircraft resembling a large kite from which a rider is suspended in a harness. Hang gliders, plural of hang glider. Hang gliding, present participle and gerund of hang glide. Hang Hao, an area of Tseung Kwan O, Sai Kung District, New Territories, Hong Kong. Hang heavy, of time or a time period, to seem to pass slowly, to crawl. Hang in, to remain in a particular place or status, to survive or maintain, to resist. Hang in the balance, to be in a precarious situation, unsure of the future. Hadit, dang, darn a mild expression of contempt. Hang loose, to remain calm, relaxed, and unperturbed, to be easygoing. Hang loose sign, alternative form of hang loose sign. Hang loose signs, plural of hang loose sign. Hang low, to droop or sag heavily, to remain at a low altitude. Synonym of I'll be damned. Hang off, to hold back, to resist moving forward with something despite pressure or intention to do so, to delay, wait or stay behind. Hang on, to wait a moment. Hang on every word, to be completely attentive to what another person is saying. Hang on to your hat, alternative form of hang on to your hat. Hang one on, to drink alcohol excessively, to the point of being drunk. Hang one's hat, to reside, to call a place home. Hang one's hat on, to accept or recognize as reliable, tangible, or factual, to depend on. Hang one's head, to be discouraged, ashamed, or embarrassed. Hang one's lip, to be sullen or sulky. Hang on to the get. Hang on to your hat, synonym of hold on to your hat. Hang out, to spend time with somebody, to regularly meet with somebody. Hang out one's shingle, to open an office or business, especially in a profession. Hang out to dry, to abandon someone who is in need or in danger, especially a colleague or one dependent. Hang over, to be threatening, to be imminent. Hang over someone's head, to threaten someone, to act as a constant preoccupation for someone. Hang paper, to write a bad check. Hang round, synonym of hang around. Hang 10, to perform a stunt on a longboard in which a surfer moves to the front of the board and rides with 10 toes extended out over the nose, after positioning the board so the back of it is covered and held in place by a wave. Hang tens, plural of hang 10. Hang the moon, to place the moon in the sky, used as an example of a superlative act attributed to someone viewed with uncritical or excessive awe, reverence, or infatuation. Hang tight, to wait without attempting to address a challenging, alarming, or dangerous situation until a later point in time. Hang time, the duration that something stays in the air, usually refers to an athlete or something thrown or kicked. Hang times, plural of hang time. Han to cling to something, to hold on to something, to refuse to give up something. Hang together, to be connected. Hang tough, to remain strong-willed or brave, especially when experiencing duress or adversity. Hang up, to put up to hang. Hang up one's boots, to retire, call it a day. Hang up one's fiddle, synonym of hang up one's boots. Hang up one's hat, to end one's career. Hang up one's spurs, to quit, to stop engaging in a line of work or type of activity. Hang up the boots, synonym of hang up one's boots. Hang upon, to regard with passionate affection. Hang with, to spend time with, to hang out with, to socialize with. Had, simple past and past participle of hang. Hang, draw, and quarter. To execute someone by hanging until nearly dead, followed by castration, disemboweling, beheading, and quartering, especially as a punishment for high treason. Hang around, alternative form of hang around. Hang-arounds, plural of hang around. Hang-bys, plural of hang by. Hang by, a dependent, a hanger-on. Hang-bys, plural of hang by. Han-chow, alternative form of hangju. Han-chu, alternative form of hangju. Han-dai, alternative spelling of hang-dog. Han-dogs, plural of hang-dog. Hang-glide, to fly a hang-glider. Hang-glided, simple past and past participle of hang-glide. Hang-glider, alternative form of hang-glider. Hang-gliders, plural of hang-glider. Hang-glides, third person singular simple present indicative of hang-glide. Hang-gliding, alternative spelling of hang-gliding. Hang-loose sign, the shaka, a gesture made with a fist with the thumb and little finger extended. Hang-loose signs, plural of hang-loose sign. Hadaf, strong-willed or brave in the face of adversity, resilient. Had up, an emotional difficulty or a psychological inhibition. Hang up call, a type of nuisance call where the caller repeatedly dials another number and abruptly hangs up when the receiver picks up. Hang up calls, plural of hang up call. Hang ups, plural of hang up. Hangability, the quality of being hangable, suitability for hanging or suspension. Hadhapal, able to be hung or suspended. Hagar, a large garage-like structure where aircraft are kept. Hangar Queen, a grounded aircraft which is kept so that its parts can be used in other aircraft. Hangar Queens, plural of Hangar Queen. Hangar rash, minor damage caused to an aircraft caused by collisions with a hangar, structures, or another aircraft. Hangar rat, an air base employee who is not a pilot. Hangar rats, plural of hangar rat. Hangar queen, alternative spelling of hangar queen. Hangar queens, plural of hangar queen. Hangarage, storage in a hangar. Hangart, simple past and past participle of hangar. Hangaring, present participle and gerund of hangar. Hangar keeper, a person responsible for the upkeep of a hangar. Hangar keepers, plural of hangar keeper. Hangarless, without a hangar. Hangar-like, resembling an aircraft hangar. Hang-around, a prospective or fringe member of the motorcycle gang Hells Angels. Hang-arounds, plural of hang-around. Hangers, plural of hanger. Hang ashore, a lazy person. Hang ashores, plural of hang ashore. Handasa, a dialect of the Rwanda-Rundi language of Tanzania. Handbird, the Baltimore Oriole Icterus galbula, whose nest is suspended from the limb of a tree. Hangbirds, plural of hanger. Hagboard, a training device for building finger strength, popular with rock climbers, consisting of holds, usually of different shapes and sizes, attached on a wall. Hagboards, plural of hangboard. Hadshu, alternative form of hangju. Hangshao, alternative form of hangju. Handai, a base, degraded person. Handarmed, simple past and past participle of hangdar. Handtoting, present participle and gerund of handar. Handaish, somewhat handar. Handamni, synonym of hangdog. Handdogs, plural of hangdog. Hand, obsolete spelling of hang. Had, simple past and past participle of hang now only when referring to the method of execution, elsewhere hung is used. Hanged by a thread, simple past of hang by a thread. Hanged, drawn and quartered, past participle of hang, draw and quarter. Hanged, drew and quartered, simple past of hang, draw and quarter. Hand, second person singular simple past indicative of hang. Handi, one who is executed by hanging. Handies, plural of hanji. Tentend, genus Stoma ligustrophium, a lognaceous plant of New Zealand. Hanjanges, plural of hanjahanj. Header, a surname. Hanger and flogger, a person who is in favor of severe criminal penalties, especially capital punishment or corporal punishment. Hanger-on, alternative form of hanger-on. Hanger steak, a cut of beef steak from the diaphragm of a steer or heifer. Hanger steaks, plural of hanger steak. Hanger-on, someone who hangs on or sticks to a person, place, or service. Hangerless, without a hanger. Hanera, a dress or apron, often wider at the bottom than at the top, held up by straps passing from the back to the front over the shoulders, common in the Viking era and at other times and typically worn over another, longer dress. Hangerocks, plural of hangerock. Hangers, plural of hanger. Hangers and floggers, plural of hanger and flogger. Hangers on, plural of hanger on. Hangers on, plural of hanger on. Hangists, second person singular simple present indicative of hang. Ada, third person singular simple present indicative of hang. Handu, alternative form of hangul. Hangulization, alternative form of hangulization. Hide fire, alternative form of hang fire. Hag fires, plural of hang fire. Edit, plural of hang. Hedi, a baron gay of Las Navas, northern Samar, Philippines. Hangi. Alternative spelling of hangi. Hangi. Pronunciation spelling of hanging. Had. Present participle and gerund of hang. Hanging a left. Present participle and gerund of hang a left. Hanging a lay. Present participle and gerund of hang a lay. Hanging a Louis. Present participle and gerund of hang a Louis. Hanging a Ralph. Present participle and gerund of hang a Ralph. Hanging a right. Present participle and gerund of hang a right. Hanging a Yui. Present participle and gerund of hang a Yui. Hanging about. Present participle and gerund of hang about. Hanging an arse. Present participle and gerund of hang an arse. Hanging around. Present participle and gerund of hang around. Hanging back. Present participle and gerund of hang back. Hanging ball. A ball that is in the jaws of a pocket. Hanging balls. Plural of hanging ball. Hanging basket. A container filled with decorative plants suspended on a structure. Hanging baskets. Plural of hanging basket. Hanging behind. Present participle and gerund of hang behind. Hanging by a thread. Present participle and gerund of hang by a thread. Hanging by the eyelids. Present participle and gerund of hang by the eyelids. Hanging chat. A piece of punch-through paper on a voting ballot that has not fully detached from the card stock. Hanging chads. Plural of hanging chad. Hanging coffin. A coffin suspended on a cliff as part of an ancient funeral custom practiced in countries such as China, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Hanging coffins. Plural of hanging coffin. Hanging compass. A compass suspended so that the card may be read from beneath. Hanging compasses. Plural of hanging compass. Hanging disease. Synonym of grassery disease of silkworms. Hanging fire. Present participle and gerund of hanging fire. Hanging five. Present participle and gerund of hang five. Hanging garden. An artistic garden or a small urban farm attached to or built on a wall. Hanging gardens. Plural of hanging garden. Hanging heavy. Present participle and gerund of hang heavy. Hanging Houghton. A small village in Lamport Parish, West Northamptonshire, England, previously in Daventry District OS Grid Ref SB 7573. Hanging in. Present participle and gerund of hang in. Hanging in the balance. Present participle and gerund of hang in the balance. Hanging indent. Alternative form of hanging indentation. Hanging indentation. An indentation that indents the rest of the text while leaving the first line in place. Hanging indentations. Plural of hanging indentation. Hanging indents. Plural of hanging indent. Hanging judge. A judge with a reputation for harsh rulings. Hanging judges. Plural of hanging judge. Hanging Langford. A hamlet in Steeple Langford Parish, Wiltshire, England OS Grid Ref SU 0337. Hanging loop. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See hanging loop. Hanging loops. Plural of hanging loop. Hanging loose. Present participle and gerund of hang loose. Hanging low. Present participle and gerund of hang low. Hanging off. present participle and gerund of hang off. Hanging offense, a crime so serious that it is punishable by means of death by hanging. Hanging offenses, plural of hanging offense. Hanging offense, alternative spelling of hanging offense. Hanging offenses, plural of hanging offense. Hanging on, present participle and gerund of hang on. Hanging on every word, present participle and gerund of hang on every word. Hanging one on, present participle and gerund of hang one on. Hanging one's hat, present participle and gerund of hang one's hat. Hanging one's hat on, present participle and gerund of hang one's hat on. Hanging one's head, present participle and gerund of hang one's head. Hanging onto, present participle and gerund of hang onto. Hanging out, present participle and gerund of hang out. Hanging out of one's arse, suffering from a severe hangover. Hanging out one's shingle, present participle and gerund of hang out one's shingle. Hanging out to dry, present participle and gerund of hang out to dry. Hanging over, present participle and gerund of hang over. Hanging over someone's head, present participle and gerund of hang over someone's head. Hanging paragraph, a paragraph in which all lines other than the first are indented. Hanging paragraphs, plural of hanging paragraph. Hanging parrot, any parrot of the genus Loriculus. Hanging parrots, plural of hanging parrot. Hanging participle, a dangling participle. Hanging participles, plural of hanging participle. Hanging rail, a rail of a door or casement to which hinges are attached. Hanging rails, plural of hanging rail. Hanging rice, rice wrapped and boiled in a casing made of woven coconut leaves. Hanging round, present participle and gerund of hang round. Hanging side, the overhanging side of an inclined or hating vein. Hanging sides, plural of hanging side. Hanging sleeve, a loose sleeve that hangs down from the arm, formerly worn particularly by children. Hanging sleeves, plural of hanging sleeve. Hanging style, that style of a door to which hinges are secured. Hanging styles, plural of hanging style. Hanging ten, present participle and gerund of hang 10. Hanging the moon, present participle and gerund of hang the moon. Hanging to, present participle and gerund of hang to. Hanging together, present participle and gerund of hang together. Hanging tough, present participle and gerund of hang tough. Hanging tree, synonym of gallows tree. Hanging trees, plural of hanging tree. Hanging up, present participle and gerund of hang up. Hanging up one's boots, present participle and gerund of hang up one's boots. Hanging up one's fiddle, present participle and gerund of hang up one's fiddle. Hanging up one's hat, present participle and gerund of hang up one's hat. Hanging up one's spurs, present participle and gerund of hang up one's spurs. Hanging up pie, present participle and gerund of hang upon. Hanging valley, a valley that terminates at one end by a steep drop to a much lower valley. Hanging valleys, plural of hanging valley. Hanging wall, the section of rock that extends above a diagonal fault line, the corresponding lower section being the footwall. Hanging walls. Plural of hanging wall. Hanging wet bag. An enclosed wet bag, waterproof bag designed for storing used cloth diapers with hanging straps that is used as a dry pail. Hanging wet bags. Plural of hanging wet bag. Hanging wet. Present participle and gerund of hang with. Hanging, drawing, and quartering. Present participle and gerund of hang, draw, and quarter. Hang in fly. Any insect in the Macropteran family Bitidae. Hangingly, so as to hang. Hangings, plural of hanging. Hanging wall, alternative form of hanging wall. Hanging walls, plural of hanging wall. Hanbiri, a round, flat-bottomed wooden tub or barrel used to hold rice while it is dressed and cooled for sushi. Hangmis, plural of hangmi. Hangall, a hook and a chimney for hanging a pot, a hanger. Hangulum, a Mayday surname from Manipuri. Hangulls, plural of hangle. Hanvlud, a barangay of President Roxas, Capiz, Philippines. Haman, an executioner responsible for hanging criminals. Hyman paradox, synonym of unexpected hanging paradox. Hangman's fracture, a fracture of both pedicles of the epistrophes. Hyman's jing, the struggling motions of a person being executed by hanging. Hangman's noose, a kind of knot used primarily to execute a person by hanging. Hangman's nooses, plural of hangman's noose. Hangman's wages, the sum of 13 pence halfpenny. Hangmanship, the office, character, or state of being of a hangman. Hangman, plural of hangman. Hangmet, the devil, the Dickens, mischief. Hangments, plural of hangment. Hangnail, a loose, narrow strip of nail tissue protruding from the side edge and anchored near the base of a fingernail or toenail. Hangnailed, having one or more hangnails. Hangnails, plural of hangnail. Hangnest, a nest that hangs down like a bag or pocket, generally from a tree branch. Hangnests, plural of hangnest. Hangout, a place for hanging out, an informal meeting place. Hangouts, plural of hangout. Hangover, negative effects, such as headache or nausea, caused by previous drunkenness due to excessive consumption of alcohol. Hangoverish, hungover, or somewhat over. Hangoverless, not causing a hangover. Hangover-like, similar to a hangover. Hangovers, plural of hangover. Hangry, comparative form of hangry, more hangry. Hangriest, superlative form of hangry, most hangry. Hagruly, in a hangry way or manner. With hanger. Hangriness, the state of being hangry, hanger. Hangry, hungry and angry, especially when the anger is induced by the hunger. Hadis, plural of hang. Hang so left. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang a left. Hangs a leg. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang a leg. Hangs a Louis. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang a Louis. Hangs a Ralph. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang a Ralph. Hangs a right. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang a right. Hang is a yui. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang a yui. Hangs about. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang about. Hangs an arse. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang an arse. Hangs around. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang around. Hangs back. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang back. Hangs behind. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang behind. Hangs by a thread. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang by a thread. Hangs the eyelids. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang by the eyelids. Hangs fire. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang fire. Hangs 5. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang 5. Hangs heavy. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang heavy. Hangs in. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang in. Hangs in the balance. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang in the balance. Hang is loose. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang loose. Hangs low. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang low. Hangs off. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang off. Hangs on. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang on. Hangs on every word. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang on every word. Hangs one on. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang one on. Hangs one's hat. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang one's hat. Hangs one's hat on. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang one's hat on. Hangs one's head. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang one's head. Hangs onto. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang onto. Hangs out. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang out. Hangs out one's shingle. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang out one's shingle. Hangs out to dry. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang out to dry. Hangs over. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang over. Hangs over someone's head. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang over someone's head. Hangs round. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang round. Hangs 10. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang 10. Hangs the moon. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang the moon. Hangs 2. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang 2. Hangs together. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang together. Hangs tough. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang tough. Hangs up. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang up. Hangs up one's boots. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang up one's boots. Hangs up one's fiddle. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang up one's fiddle. Hangs up one's hat. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang up one's hat. Hangs up one's spurs. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang up one's spurs. Hangs upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang upon. Hangs with. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang with. Hangs, draws, and quarters. Third person singular simple present indicative of hang, draw, and quarter. Had a small information tag attached to clothing. Hand tags, plural of hand tag. Hand tail, with the tail hanging limply. Hand time, the length of time something can stay in the air. Hang times, plural of hang time. Hangtown fries, plural of hangtown fry. Hangtown fry, an omelet with additional ingredients, typically bacon and oysters. Hagu, a commune of Nemt County, Romania. Hangnut, South Korea. Hangda, alternative letter case form of Hangul. Hangulization, the transliteration of non-Korean words into the Hangul alphabet. Hanguls, plural of Hangul. Hangub, alternative spelling of hang-up. Hang-ups, plural of hang-up. Haibomem, a woman who carries out executions by hanging. Hagomen, plural of hangwoman. Hagworthy, deserving of being hanged. Anxiety, an unpleasant state of mental uneasiness, nervousness, apprehension, remorse, and / or obsessive concern about some uncertain event, which may be experienced during the day as following a bout of alcohol drinking. It, however, can also refer to one of the classic symptoms of alcohol's rebound effect, which is a physiological mechanism, rather than a psychological regret. Hang-downs, the parts of anything that hang down, such as tassels. Hangzhou, a prefecture-level city, the provincial capital of Zhejiang in eastern China, a former imperial capital. Hana, a suburban area and civil parish in South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England, just outside Bristol OS Grid Ref SD 6472. Hanamabats, a civil parish in South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England, southeast of Hanham. Hanhart syndrome, a congenital disorder causing an undeveloped tongue and malformed extremities and fingers. Hania, alternative spelling of Chania, a city and regional unit on the island of Crete, Greece. Haniel, an angel in Jewish lore and angelology, generally associated with the planet Venus. A male given name from Arabic. Af, a surname from Arabic. Hanas, plural of Hanaf. Hanas, plural of Hanaf. Hanimal, pronunciation spelling of animal, representing a hypercorrection in English. Hanimals, plural of Hanimal. Henning, a surname. Hainings, plural of Haining. Hanish, a surname. Hanish Islands, a group of islands in the Red Sea, variously under the jurisdiction of Yemen and Eritrea. Hanitizer, hand sanitizer, or a bottle thereof. Hanitizer, hand sanitizer, or a bottle thereof. Hanoa, a terracotta clay figure made for ritual use and buried with the dead in ancient Japan. Hanawas, plural of Hanua. Hanais, to make more like the Han Chinese culture or language. Hanya, alternative letter case form of Hanya. Handabam, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Hanjar, alternative form of Hanjar. Hanjars, plural of Hanjar. Hanjin, a traitor to the Han Chinese state and, to a lesser extent, Han ethnicity. Hanjiang, a district in the city of Pushan, Fujian Province, China. Hanjians, plural of Handian. Handi, a puzzle in which cells of a grid must be filled or left blank according to sets of numbers given at the side of the grid to reveal a hidden picture. Hanjis, plural of Hanji. At, a diminutive of the male given name Henry. Hank Marvin, starving, very hungry. Hut, a surname. Hank Henry Permanent Calendar, a proposed calendar that maintains synchronization with the solar year by intercalating entire weeks rather than single days, and in which every calendar day always falls on the same day of the week. Hat, simple past and past participle of Hank. Hankel, a surname from German. Hankel function, either of two functions that are solutions to Bessel's equation. Hankel functions, plural of Hankel function. Hankel matrices, plural of Hankel matrix. Hankel matrix, a square matrix with constant skew diagonals, positive sloping diagonals. Hankel matrices, plural of Hankel matrix. Hankels, plural of Hankel. Hager, to crave, want, or desire. Handkerchief, I dialect spelling of handkerchief. Handkerchiefs, plural of handkerchief. Hankered, simple past and past participle of hanker. Hangerer, a person who hankers. Hangerers, plural of hankerer. Hankering, present participle and gerund of hanker. Hankeringly, in a hankering manner. Hankerings, plural of hankering. Hangers, third person singular simple present indicative of hanker. Hankusen, a surname. Hankusens, plural of Hankerson. Hats, a surname. Haggisies, plural of Hanks. Haggy, a surname. Hanky-panky, alternative form of hanky-panky. Haggies, plural of hanky. Haggy, alternative form of hanky. Haggies, plural of hanky. Hadgun, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hagen booby, a kind of English folk dance performed in a circle or its associated tune. Hagdu, present participle and gerund of Hank. Hagens, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hagensen, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hadgo, a port town and municipality of Uusimaa on the southern coast of Finland. Hankos, plural of Hanko. Hantu, a former city and treaty port, since 1949 an area in the city of Wuhan, Hubei, China, split among the districts of Jiangnan, Jianhen, and Kyaku. Haktao, alternative form of Hanku. Hex, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hangsite, a hexagonal dipyramidal mineral containing carbon, chlorine, oxygen, potassium, sodium, and sulfur. Hanti, aloof, sonatish. Hankal, alternative form of Hangal. Hedgi, diminutive of handkerchief. Hanky code, synonym of handkerchief code. Hanky codes, plural of hanky code. Hanky-panky, alternative spelling of hanky-panky. Hanky-bank, Synonym of hanky-panky. Hanky-panked, simple past and past participle of hanky-pank. Hanky-panking, present participle and gerund of hanky-pank. Hanky-panks, plural of hanky-pank. Hanky-panky, mischievous behavior, dishonest or shady activity. Hanky-wis, to fret, to worry ineffectually. Hanky-wiste, simple past and past participle of hanky-wis. Hanky-wisting, present participle and gerund of hanky-wis. Hanky-wis. Third person singular simple present indicative of hanky-wis. Hammer, a town in Stoke-on-Trent, Staffordshire, England, one of the potteries OS grid ref SJ 880,480. Hamley Castle, a civil parish and small village in Malvern Hills District, Worcestershire, England, named after a former castle OS grid SO 8342. Hamley Hills, a village in St. Louis County, Missouri, United States. Hamley is plural of Hamley. Hamlin, a surname. Hamlins, plural of Hamlin. Hamlin, a surname from Irish. Hamlin's razor, the adage stating never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity. Hamlins, plural of Hamlin. Hamley, a surname. Hamleys, plural of Hamley. Hammer, a river in North Canterbury, New Zealand, a tributary of the Canterbury Waiau, probably named after Thomas Hammer as nearby Hammer Springs was. Hamon, classical Chinese in the Korean context. Ada, a surname originating as a patronymic. Han function, a discrete window function, Wn equals 1/2, 1 cos 2 pine/n1, typically used to select a subset of a series of samples in order to perform a Fourier transform or other calculation. How? A female given name from Hebrew, variant of Hannah. Hannaford, a surname. Hannafords, plural of Hannaford. How? Mother of the prophet Samuel in the Old Testament. Hannacombe Hagnaby, a civil parish in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England, which includes the named places. Havas, plural of Hannah. Hannah, a surname from Irish. Hannans, plural of Hannan. Havas, plural of Hannah. Hannai, a triclinic pinacoidal yellow mineral containing hydrogen, magnesium, nitrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. Hannibati, an orthorhombic dipyramidal colorless mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. Had, simple past and past participle of Han. Hanniken, a surname from German. Hannekens, plural of Hanneken. Hannelore, a female given name from German. Hammaman, a surname. Hammaman, a surname. Hannemans, plural of Hanneman. Hannemans, plural of Hanneman. Hadar, a surname. Hanners, a surname. Hannerses, plural of Hanners. A surname from Old English. Hannes, plural of Hanny. A surname from German. Hannibal, a male given name from Punic of mostly historical use, most notably borne by the Carthaginian general Hannibal. son of Hamilcar. Hannibal Lecter mask, a mask that covers the lower part of a person's face to prevent biting. Hannibal Lecter masks, plural of Hannibal Lecter mask. Hannibalesque, reminiscent of Hannibal 247-183/182 BC, Carthaginian general and statesman who commanded the forces of Carthage in their battle against the Roman Republic during the Second Punic War. Hannibalian, of or relating to the Carthaginian general Hannibal Barca. Hannibalic, of or relating to Carthaginian general Hannibal Barca. Hannibals, plural of Hannibal. Hanningen, a surname from Irish. Hanningens, plural of Hannigan. Hannigram, the ship of characters Hannibal Lecter and Will Graham from the television series Hannibal. A surname. Hennings, plural of Hanning. Hannington, a place name. Hanningtons, plural of Hannington. Hannies, plural of Hanny. And contraction of hasn't it. And a surname from Irish. Had a surname. Hannocks, plural of Hannock. Hanold, a surname. Hanolds, plural of Hanold. Hanna, a surname from Irish. Hannons, plural of Hannon. Hanover, alternative spelling of Hanover. Hans, third person singular simple present indicative of Han. Hanukkah, alternative spelling of Hanukkah. Hanukkah, alternative spelling of Hanukkah. Hanukkahs, plural of Hanukkah. Hanukkah, rare spelling of Hanukkah. Hanukkah, alternative spelling of Hanukkah. How, a surname. Hadams, plural of Hannum. Hondo, a hobby to a village in Navajo County, Arizona, United States. Hanadaganars, an honorific, if not partially derisive, title given to those who incur great destruction, notably bestowed on George Washington. Hanoi, the capital city of Vietnam. Hanoi Hilton, H-letter 1 ECFA Low Prison in Vietnam, where prisoners of war were held. Hanoi Jane, a nickname of the American actress Jane Fonda. Hamon, of, from, or pertaining to Hanoi. Hanoians, plural of Hanoian. Hanok, a type of traditional Korean house first designed and built in the 14th century during the Joseon dynasty. Hanoks, plural of Hanok. Hadar, a surname. Hanover, British family that ruled from 1714 to 1901. More commonly known as the Georgian, Regency, and Victorian periods. Hanover County, one of 95 counties in Virginia, United States. County seat, Hanover, historically known as Hanover Courthouse. Hanover Park, a village in Cook County and DuPage County, Illinois, United States. Hanover Rat, the brown rat. Hanover Rats, plural of Hanover Rat. Hanoverian, of from or relating to the city of Hanover, Lower Saxony, Germany. Hanoverian rat, the brown rat, Rattus norvegicus. Hanoverian rats, Plural of Hanoverian. Hanoverians. Plural of Hanoverian. Henrehen. A surname from Irish. Henrhens. Plural of Hammerhen. Hanrathy. A surname from Irish. Hanrates. Plural of Hanratty. Hubs. Acronym of head and neck support. Hubs. A male given name from Hebrew. Hans in Kelder. An unborn child. Hans Island. A small island in the Nares Strait between Greenland and Canada, claimed by both Canada and Denmark. Hans Lollik Island. An island of the United States Virgin Islands. Hansworst. Alternative form of Hansworst. Hansard. A surname. Hansardize. To confront a member of parliament with his former opinions as recorded in his speeches in Hansard. Hansardize. Simple past and past participle of Hansardize. Hansardizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of Hansardize. Hansardizing. Present participle and gerund of Hansardize. Hansards. Plural of Hansard. Hansberry. A surname. Hansberries. Plural of Hansberry. Hansborough. A surname. Hansbroughs. Plural of Hansborough. Hanscom. A surname. Hanscombe. A surname. Hanscombe. A surname from Old English. Hanscombes. Plural of Hanscombe. Hanscoms. Plural of Hanscom. That's a merchant guild, particularly the Fellowship of London Merchants. The old Hanse given a monopoly on London's foreign trade by the Normans were its successor, the Company of Merchant Adventurers. The new Hanse, incorporated in 1497 and chartered under Henry Roman VII and Elizabeth I. Hanseatic, of or pertaining to the German Hanse. Hanseatic cities, plural of Hanseatic city. Hanseatic city, a member city of the Hanseatic League. Hanseatic League, the commercial and military alliance of Low German merchant guilds and privileged market towns which dominated trade along the coasts of northern Europe from the mid-12th to mid-17th centuries. Hansel, an anglicized spelling of the German given name Hensel, English equivalent, Johnny. Hansel and Gretel, a German fairy tale recorded by the Brothers Grimm and published in 1812 about the siblings named Hansel and Gretel who are threatened by a cannibalistic witch who lives in a house made of cake and bread. Hanselled, simple past and past participle of Hansel. Hanselines, a sort of men's breeches. Hanseling, present participle and gerund of Hansel. Hansel, a surname. Hanselled, simple past and past participle of Hansel. Hanseling, present participle and gerund of Hansel. Hansels, plural of Hansel. Hanselman, a surname. Hanselmans, plural of Hanselman. Hansels, plural of Hansel. Hanseman, a surname. Hansen, a surname from Danish in turn, originating as a patronymic of Danish and Norwegian origin. Hansen's bacterium, Mycobacterium lepromatosis, the bacterium that causes leprosy. Hansen's disease. Hansen's disease, the disease leprosy, caused by infection by Mycobacterium leprae. Hansenosis, the disease leprosy. Hansenotic, a person who has leprosy. Hansenotics, plural of Hansenotic. Hanson, the name of Seoul during the Joseon dynasty. Hansar, a surname from German. Hansers, plural of Hanser. Hanses, plural of Hans. Hansver, a surname. Hansford County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Spearman. Hanswords, plural of Hansford. Handan, a county of Manchun and Yi, China. Hata, a surname. Hantas, plural of Hanshaw. Handi, synonym of Azawak. Henshu, a surname. Henshus, plural of Henshu. Hansley, a surname. Hanslis, plural of Hansley. Hanslop, a surname. Hanslope, a village and civil parish in Milton Keynes Borough, Buckinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 8046. Hansman, a surname from German. Hansmans, plural of Hansman. Hansa, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hansom cab, a two-wheeled horse-drawn carriage once used as a vehicle for hire. Hansom cabs, plural of hansom cab. Hansoms, plural of handsome. Hanson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hanson County, one of 66 counties in South Dakota, United States. County seat, Alexandria. Hansonism, the political policies of Pauline Hanson, leader of the Australian One Nation Party. Hansoness, someone who supports Hansonism, a political ideology of Pauline Hanson. Hansomania, enthusiasm for Hanson, a boy band popular in the 1990s. Hansons, plural of Hansen. Hansen, a surname from Swedish. Hansons, plural of Hansen. Hans, alternative form of Heinaster. Hanswurst, a clown-like character popular in German and Austrian plays during the 18th century. Hanswursts, plural of Hanswurst. Hut, alternative form of haunt, haint ghosts. Hants Harbor, a town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Hantai, a district of Hanzhong, Shaanxi, China. Hantavirus, of or relating to hantaviruses. Hantavirus, any virus of the genus Hantavirus transmitted by aerosolized rodent excreta or rodent bites, especially the deer mouse. Hantaviruses cause hantavirus pulmonary syndrome HPS. Incubation lasts for 1-5 weeks. Sickness begins with fever and muscle aches, followed by shortness of breath and coughing. Hantaviruses, plural of hantavirus. Hansel, alternative form of Hansel. Hantals, plural of Hantel. Hantor, a village in Morton and Hanthorpe Parish, South Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 0824. Hantkininen, a member of the extinct family Hantkininidae of planktonic foraminifera. Hantkininids, plural of Hantkininid. Hansel, a considerable number or quantity, a great many, a great deal. Hantals, plural of Hantel. Hansen, a surname. Hantons, plural of Hanton. Hats, abbreviation of Hampshire. Hants County, a county of Nova Scotia, Canada. Hansavichi, a city in Brest Oblast, Belarus. Hats, a surname from German. Hanses, plural of Hans. Hanukkah, alternative spelling of Hanukkah. Hanukkah, alternative spelling of Hanukkah. Hanukkah bush, alternative spelling of Hanukkah bush. Hanukkah bushes, plural of Hanukkah bush. Hanukkah, alternative spelling of Hanukkah. Hanukkah, an 8-day Jewish festival starting on the 25th day of Kislev, which commemorates the rededication of the temple in Jerusalem after the victory of the Maccabees over the Greek Syrians. Hanukkah bush, a Jewish substitute for a Christmas tree formerly commonly used in North America during the holiday season. Hanukkah bushes, plural of Hanukkah bush. Hanukkahs, plural of Hanukkah. Henekiah, a 9-branched menorah used during Hanukkah. Henekiahs, plural of Hanukkah. Hanukkah, plural of Hanukkah. Hanukkah, plural of Hanukkah. Hanuman, a Hindu demigod who was a devotee of Lord Rama. He was born to Anjana, and Vayu plays the role of a god servant in Ramayana and is also known as the monkey god. He represents loyalty to the Lord and Master. Hanumans, plural of Hanuman. Hanumanthapura, a village in Tonkur district, Karnataka, India. Hanumatodi, name of a ragam in Carnatic music, the 8th Melakarta ragam in the 72 Melakarta ragam system. Hamano, a Malayo-Polynesian language spoken by the Mangian peoples. Hamvai, a surname from Irish. Handlas, plural of Hanvai. Hamal, a suburb of London in the borough of Ealing, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 1580. Hanwa, a village in Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 4409. Hammer, a suburb of Bracknell, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SCU 8666. Hayani, a male given name from Arabic. Hanyar, a district of Wuhan, Hubei, China. Hanya, a county of Anqing, Shaanxi, China. Hadu, Chinese, the Chinese language S. Hadu, a city in Saitama Prefecture, Japan. Ayuhengye, a system of romanization for Mandarin Chinese, usually called Pinyin. Hades, plural of Hanyu. Hamda, Basia zenigilidsis, a perennial woody plant species of the genus Basia native to West Africa. Handel, a surname. Handels, plural of Hansel. Handong, a prefecture-level city of Shaanxi, China. Henda, synonym of Chinese characters specifically in relation to Chinese. Handlik, a surname from Czech. Hansliks, plural of Hanslik. An atoll in Tuamotu Archipelago, French Polynesia. A subdivision of currency equal to 1/10 of a Vietnamese dong. Hao Sio, pseudo-journalists not employed by a reputable news organization but who pass themselves off as journalists in order to cash in on the payoffs and bribes from news sources, particularly during elections. Hiraba, a Mayday surname from Manipuri. Hayabijam, a Mayday surname from Manipuri. Hell, a non-Hawaiian, usually specifically a white. Hail time, synonym of white people's time. Hails, plural of Hail. Helama, hypostatic divinity of the Hayama plant. Heyamas, plural of Hayama. Hayor, a marshy wetland ecosystem in the northeastern part of Bangladesh. Physically, a bowl or saucer-shaped depression that looks like inland seas during the monsoon floods. Haora, alternative form of Howrah, a city in Howrah district, West Bengal, India. Haorima, the ancient Meitei goddess of diseases, illnesses, souls, and spirits. Haori, a traditional Japanese hip or thigh-length jacket worn over a kimono. Haors, plural of Haor. Haos, plural of How. Haetang, a residential community in Wulidian Pinqiao district, Zinyanhenin, China, formerly a village. Haexu, a town in Zhongling, Jingzhou, Hubei, China. A abbreviation of hospital-acquired pneumonia. A person's lot, good or bad, luck, fortune, fate. Hapor, alternative form of Hapor. Hapors, plural of Hapor. Hapharlat, a coarse coverlet. Hapharlats, plural of Hapharlat. Haphazard, alternative spelling of haphazard. Other, a person of mixed ethnic heritage, especially half East or Southeast Asian or Pacific Islander and half white. Hapa Hayal, a person whose ancestry is part Hawaiian and part white European. Hapayaside, a particular steroid glycoside. Hapalindole, any of a group of antibacterial, antimycotic, and antialgal alkaloids isolated from the blue-green alba-hapalosive and fontanales. Hapalindoles, plural of hapalindole. Hapaloctid, any mesonychian in the family Hapaloctidae. Hapaloctids, plural of hapaloctid. Hapalonychia, a condition characterized by softened nails. Hapalot, the jumping mouse. Hapalots. Plural of hapalot. Hapensatype, any of two or more type specimens of protostans, where the type consists of two or more specimens of directly related individuals representing distinct stages in the life cycle, and collectively treated as a single entity. Lectotypes cannot be designated from among them. Hapentatypes, plural of hapentatype. Hadas, plural of hapa. Hapatoma, misspelling of hepatoma. Hepatotic sin, misspelling of hepatotic sin. Hapax, ellipsis of hapax legomen. Hapax legoma, plural of hapax legomen. Hapax legomen, a word occurring only once in a given corpus. Hapaxan, a plant of a kind that flowers only once in its lifetime and then dies. Hapaxanthe, being or relating to a hapaxanth. Hapaxanthus, being or relating to a hapaxanth. Hapaxans, plural of hapaxanth. Hapaxes, plural of hapax. Hap, initialism of high amplitude propagated contraction. Hapchance, happenstance, coincidence. Hap, plural of hap. Hep, acronym of high altitude pulmonary edema. Hepatectomy, misspelling of hepatectomy. Hapful, full of happenings, eventful. Haphazard, random, chaotic, incomplete, not thorough, constant, or consistent. Haphazardly, in a haphazard manner, in a random, chaotic, and incomplete manner. Haphazardness, the quality of lacking any predictable order or plan. Haphazardous, haphazard, haphazardously, in a haphazardous manner. Haphazardries, plural of haphazardry, haphazardry, haphazardness, haphazards, plural of haphazard, haphophobia, the fear of being touched, haphophobic, suffering from haphophobia, Haftarah, alternative form of Haftarah, Haftarah, alternative form of Haftarah, Haftarahs, plural of Haftarah, Haftarahs, plural of Haftarah, Haftarah, plural of Haftarah, Haftaroth, plural of Haftarah, Haparu, alternative form of Habaru, Happarameter, any of a set of parameters for a quasi-experimental model used to describe the directional reflectance properties of the airless regolith surfaces of bodies in the solar system. Haptparameters, plural of haptparameter. Haptate, a meteoric mineral composed of silicon and iron. Happedo, an eclectic Korean martial art founded by Choi Yun-sul, a student of Data Ryu Eikijujutsu. Hapluckwept, a hapluckwept. Hapluckwal, a hapluckwal. Haplargid, an argid that has a moderately developed argillic horizon. Haplargids, plural of haplargid. Hapless, unfortunate. Haplessly, in a hapless manner. Haplessness, the characteristic of being hapless. Haply, typical of its kind, with nothing out of the ordinary. Haplo, haploid, having a single set of unpaired chromosomes. Haploinsufficiency, alternative form of haploinsufficiency. Haploabnormal, having an abnormal haploid form. Haploabnormalities, plural of haploabnormality. Haploabnormality, the condition of being haploabnormal. Haplolel, a haploid allele. Haplolels, plural of haplolel. Haplobiante, describing a plant or fungus that has either a haploid or a diploid phase, but not both in its life cycle. That is, it lacks any alternation of generations. Haploblock, a block of haplotypes that are rearranged during meiosis. Haploblocks, plural of haploblock. Haploboral, a haploic boral. Haplocalcid, a haploic calcid. Haplocambid, a type of loam soil. Haplocambids, plural of haplocambid. Haplocaulis, having a simple unbranched stem. Haplosratid, any emanate in the family Haplosratidae. Haplosratids, plural of haplosratid. Haplochalic, in which both the guard cells are derived from a single mother cell. Haplochromin, alternative form of haplochromine. Haplochromine, any cichlid of the tribe Haplochromini. Haplochromines, plural of haplochromine. Haplochromins, plural of haplochromin. Haploclade, a clade of haplotypes. Haploclades, plural of haploclade. Haplodeficiencies, plural of haplodeficiency. Haplodeficiency, the condition of being haplodeficient. Haplodeficient, describing a gene that is mutant or absent in one diploid copy. Haplodepletion, Depletion of haploid cells. Haplodiplobiante. Alternative form of haplodiploid. Haplodiploid, in which members of one sex are haploid and members of the other are diploid, found especially in the Hymenoptera. Haplodiploids, plural of haplodiploid. Haplodiploidy, a sex determination system in which males develop from unfertilized eggs and are haploid, and females develop from fertilized eggs and are diploid. Haplodiplontic, having multicellular diploid and haploid stages. Haplodont, being or having molar teeth with simple crowns, without ridges or tubercles. Haplodonty, the quality of being haplodont. Haplogenotype, a haploid genotype. Haplogenotypes, plural of haplogenoti. Haplogenotype, relating to a haplogenotype. Haplojuice, plural of haplogy. Haplogranite, a simplified model of granite composed primarily of quartz and alkali feldspar. Haplogranitic, of or pertaining to haplogranite. Haplograph, an instance of haplography in a text. Haplographe, relating to or exhibiting haplography. Haplographies, plural of haplography. Haplographs, plural of haplograph. Haplography, accidental omission of a letter or letter group that should be repeated in writing, for example, misspell for misspell. Haplogroup, a group of closely related haplotypes. Haplogrouping, the assignment of haplogroups. Haplogroups, plural of haplogroup. Haplogy, synonym of haplology. Haplogyne, any spider of the clade haplogeny. Haplogynes, plural of haplogyne. Haplohumult, a humult that lacks a fragipan. Haplohumults, plural of haplohumult. Haplid, having the number of chromosomes that a typical gamete has in the given organism, namely, half the number that a typical somatic cell has in the given organism. Haploidal, haploidentical, having the same haplotype. Haploidic, of or pertaining to a call having a single set of unpaired chromosomes. Haploides, plural of haploidy. Haploidify, simple past and past participle of haploidify. Haploidifies, third person singular simple present indicative of haploidify. Haploidify, to convert to haploid form. Haploidifying, present participle and gerund of haploidify. Haploidization, the process of having the chromosomal content of a cell creating a haploid cell. Haploidizations, plural of haploidization. Haploidize, to cause or to undergo haploidization. Haploidization, alternative form of haploidization. Haploidizations, plural of haploidization. Haploidize, alternative form of haploidize. Haploidized, simple past and past participle of haploidize. Haploidizes, third person singular simple present indicative of haploidize. Haploids, plural of haploid. Haploidy, the state of being haploid. Haploinsufficiencies, plural of haploinsufficiency. Haploinsufficiency, the state of a diploid organism having only a single copy of a particular gene, the other copy being inactivated due to mutation. Haploinsufficient, exhibiting haploinsufficiency. Haploinsufficiently, in a haploinsufficient manner. Haploinsufficiency, misspelling of haploinsufficiency. Haplopiteus, alternative spelling of haplopidus. Haplopidus, a form of Arthrodontus peristome. Haplethal, lethal if haploid. Haplolethality, the condition of being haplethal. Haplogic, of or relating to haplology. Haplological, of or relating to haplology. Haplologically, by means of haplology. Haplologies, plural of haplology. Haplologize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of haplologize. Haplologized, simple past and past participle of haplologize. Haplologize, to undergo haplology. Haplologized, simple past and past participle of haplologize. Haplologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of haplologize. Haplologizing, present participle and gerund of haplologize. Haplology, the process of deleting one of two almost identical syllables within a word. Haplome, a haplotype contig. Haplomes, plural of haplome. Haplomtrosis, the establishment of an ant colony by a single queen. Haplomtrotic, relating to haplomtrosis. Haplomtrotically, by haplomtrosis. Havlon, a hypothetical fundamental particle. Haploma, any box jellyfish of the species Temoia haploma. Haplomans, plural of haploma. Haplonin, of cnidarians, having filaments of a consistent diameter or with only slight swelling at the base without having a hamp. Haplomemes, plural of haploneme. Haplons, plural of haplon. Haplont, any haplonic organism, any organism whose zygotes undergoes zygotic meiosis immediately after the fusion of cell nuclei. Haplontic, describing an organism that is haploid for most of its life cycle but that briefly has a diploid zygote. Haplonts, plural of haplont. Haploprox, a haploic form of parox. Haploproxes, plural of haploprox. Haplophase, the haploid phase in the life cycle of an organism. Haplophases, plural of haplophase. Haplophase, having or being in a haploid phase. Haplophyte, having the normal number of chromosomes characteristic of the organism's gametes. Haplophytes, plural of haplophyte. Haplopia, binocular single vision as opposed to diplopia. Haploporid, any trematode of the family Haploporidae. Haploporids, plural of haploporid. Haploproficiency, the state of being haploproficient. Haploproficient, having two copies of each gene. Haplorhine, any member of the clade Haplorhini of dry-nosed primates. Haplorhines, plural of Haplorhine. Haplorhine, any primate of the evolved clade half of the order which comprises all apes including hominoids, monkeys, and even prosimian tarsiers. Haplorhines, plural of haplorhine. Haplorthod, a haploid orthod. Haplorthox, a haploid orthox. Haplosplurid, any sponge of the order Haplosplerida. Haplosplurids, plural of haplosplurid. Haploscope, an optical device that presents a separate image to each eye. Haploscopes, plural of haploscope. Haploscopic, relating to or by means of a haploscope. Haplosegment, a short, incompletely fused diplosegment. Haplosegments, plural of haplosegment. Haploselfing, mating between mother and daughter cells. Haplosimilar, having similar alleles. Haplosimilarity, the condition of being haplosimilar. Haplosis, the having of the number of chromosomes during meiosis, resulting in a haploid number. Haplospecific, specific to a particular haplotype. Haplospore, a simple spore in lichens. Haplospores, plural of haplospore. Haplosporidian, any protozoan of the order Haplosporidia. Haplosporidians, plural of haplosporidian. Haplosporidian, misspelling of haplosporidian. Haplostel, a type of protostel in which the core of vascular tissue in the stem is smooth, without lobes or mixing of the tissues. Haplostels, plural of haplostel. Haplostelle, of or possessing a haplostel. Haplosteminous, isosteminous. Haplostaphenous, having a single row of stipulodes. Haplosufficiency, the state of being haplosufficient. Haplosufficient, not haplonsufficient. Haplote, a contig of clones that have the same haplotype. Haplotates, plural of haplote. Haplotylopian, amicichlid of the genus Haplotylapia. Haplotylopians, plural of haplotylopian. Haplotransplantation, transplantation of tissue between haploidentical patients. Haplotransplantations, plural of haplotransplantation. Haplotype, a haploid genotype, a group of alleles that are transmitted together. Haplotyped, simple past and past participle of haplotype. Haplotyper, a piece of software that characterizes haplotypes. Haplotypers, plural of haplotyper. Haplotypes, plural of haplotype. Haplotypic, pertaining to a haplotype. Haplotypical, alternative form of haplotypic. Haplotypically, in a haplotypic manner. Haplotyping, present participle and gerund of haplotype. Haploid, a graphical representation of related haplotypes. Haploids, plural of haploe. Haplixoralph, a haplixaralph. Haplixoralphs, plural of haplixoralph. Haplixorept, a haplixarept. Haplixorol, a haplixirol. Haplixorols, plural of haplixorol. Hapludalf, a hapliceudalf. Hapludant, a hapliceudand. Hapludans, plural of hapludand. Hapludal, a hapliceudal. Hapludals, plural of hapludal. Hapludox, a hapliceaudox. Hapludoxes, plural of hapludox. Hapludalt, a hapliceudalt. Hapludult, plural of hapludult. Haplistalf, a haplicustalf. Haplistept, a haplicustect. Haplistert, a haplicustert. Haplistol, a haplicustol. Haplistoles, plural of haplistol. Haplistox, a haplicustox. Haplistoxes, plural of haplistox. Hapli, by accident or luck. Haba, a map of haplotypes that is used to display common patterns of human genetic variation that are involved in human health and disease. Haphaps, plural of hapmap. Happened, obsolete spelling of happened. Habner, a surname from German. Hathers, plural of Habner. Hattnes-Baumann-Skay syndrome, a rare genetic disorder in which subcutaneous angylopomas form around the wrists, knees, and ankles. Habene, third person singular simple present indicative of happen. HAPTO, acronym of high altitude pulmonary edema. Hapus mango, alternative form of Hapus mango. A surname from German. A surname from German. Haf, simple past and past participle of hap. Hapal, a surname. Hapals, plural of hapal. Happen, to occur or take place. Happen across, to find something by chance, to unexpectedly discover something. Happen along, to arrive by chance, to occur by happenstance. Happen by, to come across, to chance upon, to find unexpectedly or accidentally. Happen on, to find by chance. Happen upon, to accidentally encounter a person or situation, to chance upon, happen on or stumble across. Happen, simple past and past participle of happen. Happinable, capable of happening. Happen chance, coincidence. Happen chances, plural of happen chance. Happened, simple past and past participle of happen. Happened across, simple past and past participle of happen across. Happened along, simple past and past participle of happen along. Happened by, simple past and past participle of happened by. Happened on, simple past and past participle of happen on. Happened upon, simple past and past participle of happen upon. Happener, one who participates in a happening. Happeners, plural of happener. Happiness, second person singular simple present indicative of happen. Hattine, third person singular simple present indicative of happen. Happenin, pronunciation spelling of happening. Happening, present participle and gerund of happen. Happening across, present participle and gerund of happen across. Happening along, present participle and gerund of happen along. Happening by, present participle and gerund of happen by. Happening on, present participle and gerund of happen on. Happening upon, present participle and gerund of happen upon. Happeningest, superlative form of happening, most happening. Happenings, plural of happening. Happens. Third person singular simple present indicative of happen. Happens across. Third person singular simple present indicative of happen across. Happens along. Third person singular simple present indicative of happen along. Happens by. Third person singular simple present indicative of happen by. Happens on. Third person singular simple present indicative of happen on. Happens upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of happen upon. Happenstance. The chance or random quality of an event or circumstance. Happenstances. Plural of happenstance. Happenstantial. Being or relating to happenstance. Happenstantially. By happenstance occurring due to random chance. Haps. Plural of hap. Have. A loose, informal Japanese coat normally decorated with a distinctive crest. Had. Obsolete spelling of happy. Have it. Simple past and past participle of happy. Had it. Comparative form of happy, more happy. Happis. Plural of happy. Hat is. Superlative form of happy, most happy. Happification. The process of happifying or becoming happy. Happifications. Plural of happification. Happify. Simple past and past participle of happify. Happifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of happify. Happify. To make happy. Happifying. Present participle and gerund of happify. Happiless. Unhappy, devoid of happiness. Happily. Comparative form of happily, more happily. Happiest. Superlative form of happily, most happily. Happily. In a happy or cheerful manner, with happiness. Happily ever after. Chiefly preceded by he, she, they, etc. lived, often used as a formulaic ending in fairy tales, stories for children, and similar works, in a state of happiness for the rest of his, her, their, etc. lives. Happily ever afters. Plural of happily ever after. Happily ever after. Alternative form of happily ever after. Happily ever afters. Plural of happily ever after. Happiness. The emotion of being happy. Joy. Elation. Happiness pump. A hypothetical sentient being who suffers pain by making others happy, but continues to do so because the happiness others feel is greater than the pain that the pump being feels. Happiness pumps. Plural of happiness pump. Happiness. Obsolete form of happiness. Happinesses. Plural of happiness. Happy. Present participle and gerund of hap. Hathis. Plural of happy. Hapisburg. A village in Norfolk. Approach. Pronunciation spelling of approach. Approachin. Pronunciation spelling of approaching. Hap. Plural of hap. Ad. Having a feeling arising from a consciousness of well-being or of enjoyment, enjoying good of any kind, such as comfort, peace, or tranquility, blissful, contented, joyous. Happy for. Alternative form of happy for. Happy Adventure. A town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Happy as a box of birds. Thoroughly happy. Happy as a clam. Very happy and carefree. Happy as a clam at high water. Alternative form of happy as a clam. Happy as a jaybird. Very happy and carefree. Happy as a lark. Very happy sometimes with the extra connotations of being carefree or unaware of grimmer realities. Happy as a pig in mud. Very happy or content. Happy as a pig in shit. Extremely happy, obviously satisfied and carefree. Happy as a possum up a gum tree. Very happy or content. Happy as a prince, thoroughly contented. Happy as a sandboy. Very happy. Happy away. Extremely happy and carefree. Happy belated birthday. Said or written to a person after their birthday in order to convey the good wishes of the speaker or writer. Happy birthday. Said or written to a person who is celebrating their birthday in order to convey the good wishes of the speaker or writer literally, may you have a happy birthday. Happy birthday in heaven. Said or written to a deceased person on their birthday in order to convey the good wishes of the speaker or writer. Happy birthday. Simple past and past participle of happy birthday. Happy birthday. Present participle and gerund of happy birthday. Happy birthdays. Third person singular simple present indicative of happy birthday. Happy bunnies. Plural of happy bunny. Happy bunny. A contented, satisfied person or animal. Happy button. The clitoris. Happy buttons. Plural of happy button. Happy camp. A census-designated place in Siskiyou County, California, United States. Happy camber. One who is thoroughly content or satisfied. Happy cambers. Plural of happy camber. Happy chappies. Plural of happy chappy. Happy chappy. A person, usually a young boy or teenager, who is particularly happy. Happy Christmas. Alternative form of Merry Christmas. Happy Christmases. Plural of happy Christmas. Happy clapper. Synonym of happy clappy. Happy clappers. Plural of happy clapper. Happy corner. A type of school prank where two or more people slam a victim's crotch against a pole or similar objects. Happy cornered. Simple past and past participle of happy corner. Happy cornering. Present participle of happy corner. Happy corners. Third person singular simple present indicative of happy corner. Happy day scenario. Synonym of happy path. Happy day scenarios. Plural of happy day scenario. Happy days. An exclamation which expresses satisfaction. Happy dispatch. Alternative form of happy dispatch. Happy dispatches. Plural of happy dispatch. Happy dispatch. The act of harakiri. Happy dispatches. Plural of happy dispatch. Haviese. An expression used during Easter to wish someone a happy time. Happy ending. A conclusion to a story in which all the loose ends of the plot are tied up and all the main characters are left in a state of contentment or happiness. Happy endings. Plural of happy ending. Happy ever after. Synonym of happily ever after, a story or a conclusion to a story in which all the loose ends of the plot are tied up and all the main characters are left in a state of contentment or happiness. Happy ever afters. Plural of happy ever after. Happy families. a children's card game played with a pack of 44 picture cards that depict a father, mother, son, and daughter of 11 families, mostly having occupational surnames, e.g. Mr. Bun the Baker. Players have to collect entire families. Happy 4th. Alternative form of Happy 4th of July. Happy gas. Nitrous oxide. Happy Hallow. A barangay of Baguio, Banked, Philippines. Happy Halloween. A greeting used during Halloween to recognize its celebration. Happy Hanukkah. Used to express good wishes on or before Hanukkah. Happy Hardcore. A genre of rave music typified by a very fast tempo and a bright, cheerful sound, often coupled with solo vocals and sentimental lyrics. Happy Holidays. A greeting used during the Christmas and winter holiday season to recognize the celebration of many holidays, sometimes starting with Thanksgiving and including Hanukkah, the winter solstice, Christmas, Kwanzaa, and New Year's Day. Happy Homes Old Lukban. A barangay of Baguio, Banked, Philippines. Happy Hour. A time of day, usually in the afternoon or early evening, when a bar or pub offers its drinks at a discounted price. Happy Hours. Plural of Happy Hour. Happy Hunting Ground. A Native American idea of the afterlife conceived of as a paradise in which hunting is plentiful and game unlimited. Happy Hunting Grounds. Plural of Happy Hunting Ground. Happy Independence Day. A greeting used during Independence Day to recognize its celebration. Happy Jack. An unincorporated place in Coconino County, Arizona, United States. Happy Kwanzaa. A greeting or good wish used during the 7-day celebration of Kwanzaa to wish someone a happy time. Happy Landing. Singular of happy landings. Happy landings. Successful arrivals on land by air or water without any untoward incidents. Happy Little Vegemite. A contented and well-behaved child, a very pleased person, often used ironically. Happy Little Vegemites. Plural of Happy Little Vegemite. Happy Meal. A McDonald's brand boxed kids meal. Happy Meal. A fast food restaurant packaged kids meal, usually a ready-to-eat hot meal. A meal combo for a child, which is stereotypically boxed and including a toy, typically comprising a main dish, side dish, usually French fries, drink frequently a juice box, and dessert frequently a cookie. Happy Meals. Plural of Happy Meal. Happy Medium. A balanced position between two opposite extremes. Happy Mediums. Plural of Happy Medium. Happy Merchant. An anti-Semitic caricature of a Jew, often featuring in far-right memes and propaganda. Happy Monday. A Monday set aside as a public holiday. Happy Mondays. Plural of Happy Monday. Happy New Year. Misconstruction of Happy New Year. Happy New Year. A wish set around the start of a new year to wish someone well for the New Year holiday or for the entire new year. Happy New Year's. Alternative form of Happy New Year. Happy number. Any number that eventually reaches 1 after some number of iterations of replacing each of its digits by the sum of that digit's squares. Happy numbers. Plural of happy number. Happy panda. A person who is happy and contented. Happy pandas. Plural of happy panda. Happy path. A default scenario in which no exceptional or error conditions arise. Happy paths. Plural of happy path. Happy pill. An antidepressant. Happy pills. Plural of happy pill. Happy place. A mental visualization of a pleasant location, performed in order to avoid thinking or dealing with something unpleasant or painful. Happy places, plural of happy place. Happy puppet syndrome, Angelman syndrome. Happy Ramadan, an expression used during Ramadan to wish someone a happy time. Happy sack, a person's testicle. Happy sex, plural of happy sack. Happy slap, an instance of happy slapping. Happy slapper, a person who practices happy slapping. Happy slappers, plural of happy slapper. Happy slapping, the practice of physically attacking, originally slapping and often verbally abusing a person, and photographing or filming the attack using a camera phone, the recording sometimes being sent to others to further humiliate the victim. Happy slappings, plural of happy slapping. Happy slaps, plural of happy slap. Happy snap, a photograph. Happy snaps, plural of happy snap. Happy talk, light-hearted, pleasant conversation, upbeat banter, optimistic remarks. Happy Thanksgiving, the greeting said near the holiday Thanksgiving. Happy time, synonym of first happy time. Happy to see someone, visibly aroused, such that one's genitalia are easily distinguished, sporting a strong erection. Happy trail, a vertical line of hair that extends up along the middle of a person's abdomen from pubic hair to navel. Happy trails, plural of happy trail. Happy Valentine's Day, a greeting used during Valentine's Day to recognize its celebration. Happy Valley, a residential area of Wan Chai District, Hong Kong. Happy Valagoose Bay, a town in Labrador, Newfoundland and Labrador. Happy Vowel, a vowel in spoken English that falls between I lengthen ash small cap ash and may be represented by ash. Happy vowels, plural of happy vowel. Happy wife, happy life. If you keep your wife happy, you will avoid trouble. Happy, happy, joy, joy. Synonym of oh joy, sarcastic exclamation of displeasure. Happy Chlappis, plural of happy clappy. Happy Chlappy, a member of a Christian church whose worship is characterized by enthusiasm and spontaneity. Happy-go-luckier, comparative form of happy-go-lucky, more happy-go-lucky. Happy-go-luckies, plural of happy-go-lucky. Happy-go-luckiest, superlative form of happy-go-lucky, most happy-go-lucky. Happy-go-lucky, carefree or untroubled. Happy-clappis, plural of happy-clappy. Happy-clappy, alternative form of happy-clappy. Happy-core, synonym of happy-hardcore. Happy, present participle and gerund of happy. Hattish, somewhat happy. Happyland, the rural municipality of Happyland No. 231, a rural municipality in western Saskatchewan, Canada. Happiness, obsolete form of happiness. Happyologist, a social scientist who studies happiness. Happyologists, plural of happyologists. Happyology, the study of happiness. Aphis, plural of happy. Haparam, ancestral spirits in Berher mythology. Hap, plural of HAP. Haps, plural of hap. Hapspur, alternative spelling of Habsburg. Habsburgian, alternative spelling of Habsburgian. Habsburgians, plural of Habsburgian. . Habsburgs, plural of Habsburg. Hapsford, a hamlet in Great Elm Parish, Mendip District, Somerset, England. OS grid ref SD 7549. Habsidaparientid. Any two-detanimorph microzoa in the family Habsidaparientidae. Habsidaparientids, plural of Habsidaparientid. Haptamer, misspelling of heptamer. Hapth, any small molecule that can elicit an immune response only when attached to a large carrier such as a protein. Haptinate, to cause or to undergo haptination. Haptinated, modified by addition of a hapten. Haptination, reaction or coordination with a hapten. Haptinations, plural of haptination. Haptene, alternative form of hapten. Haptenes, plural of haptene. Haptenic, of or pertaining to a hapten. Haptenically, in an haptenic manner. Haptenize, alternative form of haptenize. Haptenize, simple past and past participle of haptenize. Haptenization, the reaction of an antigenic compound to happen with a carrier protein in order to stimulate an immune response. Haptenize, to react an antigenic compound to happen with a carrier protein in order to stimulate an immune response. Haptenize, simple past and past participle of haptenize. Haptenizes, third person singular simple present indicative of haptenize. Haptenizing, present participle and gerund of haptenize. Haptened, plural of hapten. Haptenylate, to undergo haptenylation. Haptenylated, modified by haptenylation. Haptenylates, third person singular simple present indicative of haptenylate. Haptenylating, present participle and gerund of haptenylate. Haptenylation, reaction with a happen. Haptenylations, plural of haptenylation. Hapta, an attachment formed when a foliose lichen thallus comes in contact with a substrate. Haptera, plural of hapteron. Hapteron, a branch swelling at the base of an aquatic plant such as an alga that it uses to fix itself in place. Hapterins, plural of hapteron. Haptos, plural of hapter. Hapte, of or relating to the sense of touch. Haptic interface, a user interface that allows a user to receive tactile feedback through the movement of a limb or the head. Haptic interfaces, plural of haptic interface. Haptical, alternative form of haptic. Hapticality, synonym of hapticity, property of being haptic, relation to sense of touch. Haptically, by means of touch. Hapticities, plural of hapticity. Hapticity, a measure of the number of atoms of a ligand that are coordinated to a central atom. Haptic spatial, haptic and spatial. Haptics, the study of the sense of touch. Hapto, attachment or binding, adhesion. Haptotractin, any material that attracts by haptotaxis. Haptotractins, plural of haptotractin. Haptocorin, a glycoprotein similar to or maybe identical to transcobalamin. Haptocorins, plural of haptocorin. Haptodysphoria, an odd, disagreeable sensation felt by certain people when handling peaches, velvet, or other fuzzy surfaces. Haptogenic membrane, a theoretical membrane that was once thought to surround and stabilize the fat globules in milk. Haptoglobin, a protein in blood plasma that binds free hemoglobin released from erythrocytes and thereby inhibits its oxidative activity. Haptoglobinemia, the normal presence of haptoglobin in the blood. Haptoglobinemia, alternative form of haptoglobinemia. Haptoglobins, plural of haptoglobin. Haptoglobulin, synonym of haptoglobin. Haptoglobulins, plural of haptoglobulin. Haptokinesis, movement by adhesion. Haptokinetic, that moves by adhesion. Haptometer, an instrument for measuring sensitivity to touch by adding and removing weights that produce pressure. Haptometers, plural of haptometer. Haptomonad, synonym of haptophyte. Haptomonads, plural of haptomonad. Hapton, a village and civil parish in Burnley Borough, Lancashire, England. OS grid ref SD 7931. Haptonastic, of or relating to haptonesty. Haptonesty, a nastic response to touch. Haptoma, in haptophytes, a peg-like organelle attached near the flagella and unique to the group, may function in attachment, feeding, or avoidance responses. Haptomes, plural of haptoma. Haptomata, plural of haptoma. Haptonomy, a holistic approach to pregnancy and childbirth. Haptophore, the stable, non-poisonous element of a toxin that enables it to bind to an antitoxin and become neutralized. Haptophores, plural of haptophore. Haptophacean, synonym of haptophyte. Haptophaceans, plural of haptophycean. Haptophyta, haptophytes collectively. Haptophyte, a kind of unicellular marine phytoplankton typically covered in tiny scales or plates composed of carbohydrates and calcium deposits. Haptophytes, plural of haptophyte. Haptophytic, relating to haptophytes. Hapta, a complex organ having hooks and suckers in some parasitic worms. Hapteral, relating to a hapter. Hapters, plural of hapter. Haptotactic, related to haptotaxis. Haptotactically, in a haptotactic manner. Haptotatic, misspelling of haptotactic. Haptotax, to move by means of haptotaxis. Haptotaxi, alternative form of haptotactic. Haptotaxing, present participle and gerund of haptotax. Haptotaxis, the directional motility of cells, usually in a biochemical gradient. Haptotropic, of or pertaining to haptotropism, moving when touched. Haptotropically, in a haptotropic manner. Haptotropics, plural of haptotropic. Haptotropism, the movement of parts of a plant, especially tendrils, in response to a touch stimulus. Havu, a subtribe of an Iwi or Maori tribe, the basic political unit within Maori society, a subtribe or extended family. Havu, alternative spelling of hapu. Havu, any of four species of tropical tree ferns of the genus Subodium found in Hawaii. Hapua, a river-mouth lagoon, chiefly in New Zealand, formed at the interface between a braided river and a mixed sand and gravel beach deposited and extended by longshore drift. Hapuka, alternative form of Hapuku. Hapukas, plural of Hapuka. Hapufu, a river in North Canterbury, New Zealand, which flows into the Pacific Ocean north of Kaikoura. Hapukas, plural of Hapuku. Hapanen, a barangay of Buron, late Philippines. Hapanavirus, any virus of the genus Hapanavirus. Hapanaviruses, plural of Hapanavirus. Hapur, a city and district of Mira Division, Uttar Pradesh, India. Hathas, plural of Hapu. Hathas, plural of Hapu. Hapis mango, the Alphonso mango. Hapis mangoes, plural of Hapis mango. Hapis mangoes, plural of Hapis mango. Hapu, alternative form of Hapu. A surname. Hager, acronym of Human Ancestor Quickly Evolved Region. A surname. Hacks, plural of hack. A surname. Hackwoodbot, obsolete spelling of Hagbot. Hackwoodbots, plural of Hackwoodbot. Hacks, plural of hack. Hackwitin, alternative form of Akitan. Hakwitins, plural of Hakwitin. Acronym of Human Accelerated Region. Alternative form of Hari. Harten har har, alternative form of Hardy har har. Hargao, alternative form of Hargao. Hargao, a type of traditional Cantonese shrimp dumpling. The outer skin is translucent and the filling is made of shrimp. Har Matedo, a salute or invocation towards the Hindu god Shiva, the god of destruction and time. Har 1, a regulatory and RNA gene responsible for brain development. Har 2, a regulatory and RNA gene responsible for hand and opposable thumb development in humans. Hira, a name of Siva. Harakiri, ceremonial suicide by disembowelment as by slicing open the abdomen with a dagger or knife, formerly practiced in Japan by the samurai when disgraced or sentenced to death. Hero, alternative spelling of haram. Harata, a surname from Japanese. Harada-Ito procedure, an eye muscle operation designed to improve the excitation experienced by some patients with cranial nerve Roman 4 palsy. The superior oblique tendon is split and the anterior fibers are moved anteriorly and laterally so as to stretch and tighten them selectively, enhancing encyclotorsion. Harada-Ito procedures. Plural of Harada-Ito procedure. Haradate, an orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing aluminum, barium, calcium, oxygen, silicon, strontium, and vanadium. Haradates, plural of Haradate. Arat, a large town in Al-Asa Governorate, Eastern Province, Saudi Arabia. Harapan, a city, Louisiana. Harajuku, a district of Shibuya Ward, Tokyo, Japan. Harakath, diacritics marking short vowels in Arabic script. Harak, New Zealand flax, Formium 10x. Harakiri, alternative spelling of Harakiri. Haralson, a surname. Haralson County, a county of Georgia, United States. County seat, Buchanan. Hanan. Harosones, plural of harosone. Hara, alternative letter case form of haram. Haram al-Sharif, the Temple Mount, the noble sanctuary. Haram Police, a group or organization of hardline or fundamentalist Muslims who frequently and aggressively point out sins. Haramaki, a piece of armor worn over the torso by samurai infantry, fastened by cords in the back. Haramakis, plural of haramaki. Harambe, a traditional Kenyan community self-help event or organization. Harambe is plural of harambe. Harami, a person who has done something haram, a sinner. Haramis, plural of harami. Haramiyid, any member of the order Haramiyida or family Haramiyidi. Haramiyidin, any extinct mammal of the order Haramiyida. Haramiyidins, plural of Haramiyidin. Haramiyids, plural of Haramiyid. Haramization, the act or process of making something haram. Haramize, to make something haram. Haramized, simple past and past participle of haramize. Haramizes, third person singular simple present indicative of haramize. Haramizing, present participle and gerund of haramize. Haramus, the state of something being haram sinful. Harams, plural of haram. Haramids, plural of haramid. Haramzada, a bastard. Haramzadas, plural of haramzada. Haramzade, alternative form of haramzada. Haramzades, plural of haramzade. Haram, a surname from Irish. Hooray, alternative spelling of harangue. Harange, simple past and past participle of harangue. Haranging, present participle and gerund of harangue. Harangus, third person singular simple present indicative of harangue. Hooray, an impassioned, disputatious public speech. Harangue, simple past and past participle of harangue. Harangueful, full of haranguing. Haranguer, one who harangues. Haranguers, plural of haranguer. Harangus, plural of harangue. Harangue, third person singular simple present indicative of harangue. Haranguing, present participle and gerund of harangue. Haranguings, plural of haranguing. Herons, plural of heron. Harah, a Philistine woman who appears in the biblical story of Samson. Harappa, a village in Punjab, in eastern Pakistan. Harappan, relating to Harappa or its ancient civilization. Harappan civilization, synonym of Indus Valley civilization. Harappan civilization, synonym of Indus Valley civilization. Harappans, plural of Harappan. Harar, a city in eastern Ethiopia. Harare, the capital city of Zimbabwe, previously named Salisbury. Harare, one of an ethnic people of Ethiopia. Hararis, plural of Harari. Hiras, an establishment that breeds horses, a stud farm. Harass, to annoy someone frequently or systematically, to pester. Harassable, capable of or suited to being harassed. Harassed, subject to harassment. Harassably, in a harassed manner. Harassee, one who is harassed, a victim of harassment. Harasses, Plural of harassi. Harasser. One who harasses. Harasseries. Plural of harassery. Harassers. Plural of harasser. Harassery. An act of harassment. Harasses. Third person singular simple present indicative of harass. Harasses. Second person singular simple present indicative of harass. Harassa. Third person singular simple present indicative of harass. Harassful. Characterized by harassment, tormentuous, bothersome. Harassho. An objectionable harassing person. Harassholes. Plural of harassho. Harassing. Characterized by harassment, pestering, intimidating, besetting. Harassemi. In a harassing manner. Harassings. Plural of harassing. Harasso. Characterized by the tendency to harass, tending to harass, constituting or pertaining to harassment. Harassment. Persistent attacks and criticism causing worry and distress. Harassment and interdiction. The periodic firing of unobserved rounds of ammunition at trails known to be used by the enemy during the Vietnam War. Harassments. Plural of harassment. Harathan. A plain weave woolen material with coarser weft than warp yarns, watered and stamped and pressed together with a hot press, produced in England in the 18th and early 19th century and used for upholstery. Haratans. Plural of Haratan. Haratan. A member of a group of dark-skinned African people in Maghreb and western part of Sahara, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya, who often form a distinct social class. Haratian. Alternative form of Haratan. Haratians. Plural of Haratine. Haratans. Plural of Haratan. Haroa. A surname. Harouan. Of or relating to Da Haraway, born 1944, American scholar of science and technology studies and feminist theory. Harowitz. A surname. Harowitzes. Plural of Harowitz. A surname. Harbai. A surname. Harbarsulja. A book of the Poetic Edda. Harbaugh. A surname. Harbaughs. Plural of Harbaugh. Harbach. A surname from German. Harbachs. Plural of Harbach. Harbor. A surname. Harborder. A surname. Harborder triangle. A graphical representation of the deadweight loss as measured on a supply and demand graph in the trade of a given product or service caused by market failure or government failure. Harbinger triangles. Plural of Harbinger triangle. Harbinger's triangle. Alternative form of Harbinger triangle. Hargerian. Of or pertaining to Arnold Harbinger, born 1924, American economist. Harborous. Obsolete form of harborous. Harbors. Plural of harbor. Harbert. A surname. Harberts. Plural of Harbert. Harbison. A surname. Harbisons. Plural of Harbison. Harbai. A person who is not a Muslim and does not live under the condition of the Dhimma. Harbre. A prefecture-level city and subprovincial city, the provincial capital of Heilongjiang, in northeastern China. Hardund. To lodge, stay. Harbinge. Simple past and past participle of harbinge. Harbinger. a person or thing that foreshadows or foretells the coming of someone or something. Harbinger of spring, the Arab Arigenia bulbosa. Harbinger, simple past and past participle of harbinger. Harbingering, present participle and gerund of harbinger. Harbingers, plural of harbinger. Harbingership, the role or status of a harbinger. Harbinges, third person singular simple present indicative of harbinge. Harbining, present participle and gerund of harbinge. Harbinite, a native or resident of Harbin, China. Harbinites, plural of harbinite. Harbis, plural of harbi. Harbison, a surname. Hardison Canyon, a census-designated place in San Diego County, California, United States. Harbisons, plural of Harbison. Harbo, a surname from Norman. Harbles, plural of Harble. Harbor, a surname, variant of harbor. Harbor gasket, a line or band used to lash a furled sail when in port. Harbor gaskets, plural of harbor gasket. Harbor master, alternative spelling of harbor master. Harbor masters, plural of harbor master. Harbor of refuge, a harbor constructed to give shelter to ships on some exposed coast. Harbor seal, a species of true seals, Phoca vitulina. Harbor seals, plural of harbor seal. Harbored, a place for refuge for a vessel. Harborages, plural of harborage. Harbored, simple past and past participle of harbor. Harborer, U.S. standard spelling of harborer. Harborers, plural of harborer. Harbor front, alternative form of harbor front. Harbor fronts, plural of harbor front. Harborful, enough to fill a harbor. Harborfuls, plural of harborful. Harboring, present participle and gerund of harbor. Harborless, alternative spelling of harborless. Harborlessness, alternative form of harborlessness. Harbor master, an official responsible for the enforcement of regulations in a port. Harbor masters, plural of harbor master. Harbor mistress, a female harbor master. Harbor mistresses, plural of harbor mistress. Harbor, a suburb in Birmingham, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0284. Harborough, a local government district in Leicestershire, England, formed in 1974, with its headquarters in Market Harborough, after which it was named. Harborough Magna, a small village and civil parish in Rugby District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 4779. Harboroughs, plural of harborough. Harborous, hospitable. Harborough, obsolete form of harbor. Harboroughs, plural of harborough. Harbors, plural of harbor. Harbors of refuge, plural of harbor of refuge. Harborscape, a landscape dominated by a harbor. Harborscapes, plural of harborscape. Harborside, an area, especially a residential area near a harbor, often in the form of converted warehouses, etc. Harborsides, plural of harborside. Harborsome, alternative form of harborsome. Harborward, toward a harbor. Harborwards, towards a harbor. Harbuttle, a village and civil parish in central Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NT 9304. Harbuttles, plural of harbottle. Harbour, a surname. Harbour Breton, a town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Harbour Grace, a town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Harbour Main Chapels, Cove Lakeview, a town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Harbour Master, alternative spelling of Harbour Master. Harbour Masters, plural of Harbour Master. Harbour of Refuge, alternative form of Harbour of Refuge. Harbour Porpoise, a porpoise, Phacona phacona, that inhabits coastal areas and river estuaries. Harbour porpoises, plural of harbour porpoise. Harbour seal, alternative spelling of harbour seal. Harbour seals, plural of harbour seal. Harborage, alternative form of harborage. Harborages, plural of harborage. Harbor, having a harbor. Harborer, a person who harbors another. Harborers, plural of harborer. Harborists, second person singular simple present indicative of harbor. Harborer, third person singular simple present indicative of harbor. Harbor front, the area that fronts on a harbor. Harbor fronts, plural of harbor front. Harborful, alternative form of harborful. Harborfuls, plural of harborful. Harboring, present participle and gerund of harbor. Harborless, without a harbor. Harborlessness, absence of a harbor. Harbor master, alternative spelling of harbor master. Harbor master, plural of harbor master. Harbor mistress, alternative form of harbor mistress. Harbor mistresses, plural of harbor mistress. Harbour, a river in South Hants District, Devon, England, which changes its name to Bow Creek at the hamlet of Bow, where it becomes tidal. Harbors, plural of harbor. Harbors of refuge, plural of harbor of refuge. Harborscape, alternative spelling of harborscape. Harborscapes, plural of harborscape. Harborside, an inner-city district of Bristol, England, to the north and south of the floating harbour. Harborsides, plural of harborside. Harborsome, given to hospitality, hospitable. Harborward, alternative form of harborward. Harborwards, alternative form of harborwards. Harwood, a small village in Ellingham, Harbridge and Ibsley Parish, New Forest District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1410. Harbinger, misspelling of harbinger. Harbs, plural of Harby, a surname. Harbacks, plural of Harbach. Harbor, a town in Donau-Ries District, Swabia Region, Bavaria, Germany. Harbor, a surname. Harbury, a village and civil parish in Stratford-on-Avon District, Warwickshire, England OS Grid Ref SB 3759. Harby, a place name. Harbies, plural of Harby. Harsh, a command to move forwards issued by the drum major of a marching band. Harshadect, pronunciation spelling of architect. Harshadects, plural of Harshadect. Hargum, a surname from Old English. Hargums, plural of Harcombe. Harcourt, a surname. Harcourtian, a native or inhabitant of Port Harcourt. Harcourtians, plural of Harcourtian. Harcrow, a surname. Harcrows, plural of Harcrow. Harcombe, a surname. Harcombes, plural of Harcombe. A surname. Hard act to follow. A performance that is so outstanding that it is unlikely to be equaled. Hard acts to follow. Plural of hard act to follow. Hard and fast. Alternative form of hard and fast. Hard as a rock. Very hard, tough, inflexible, rock hard. Hard as Brazil. Extremely hard. Hard as Chinese algebra. Very difficult. Hard as iron. Very hard. Hard as nails. Very unsympathetic, callous. Hard as the nether millstone. Very callous or hard-hearted. Hard ass. Synonym of big asked. Hard at it. Energetically engaged in or working on something, going at it. Hard at work. Laboring with great effort and diligence, working hard. Hard atheism. The belief that no deities exist. Hard atheist. An atheist who explicitly asserts that no deities exist. Hard atheists. Plural of hard atheists. Hard bop. A subgenre of jazz music that extends bebop with influences from rhythm and blues, gospel music, and blues. Hard bread. Synonym of hardtack. Hard breads. Plural of hard bread. Hard Brexit. The withdrawal of the United Kingdom both from the European Union and from European institutions, for example the European Single Market or the European Union Customs Union. Hard by. Nearby, in close proximity. Hard C. The C sound pronounced slash case slash, as in cat and cabin, as distinct from the soft C, pronounced slash as slash, in center and circuit. Hard candies. Plural of hard candy. Hard candy. A candy prepared from one or more syrups boiled to a temperature of 160 degrees C 320 degrees F, thereafter becoming stiff and brittle at room temperature. Hard case. A tough person. Hard cases. Plural of hard case. Hard cases make bad law. An extreme case is a poor basis for a general law that would cover a wider range of less extreme cases. Hard cash. Ready money. Hard charger. A person with a good work ethic. Hard chargers. Plural of hard charger. Hard cheese. A type of rennet cheese that is firm owing to the curds having been pressed or comminuted to a large degree to shed more whey and ripen for a longer time. Hard cheeses. Plural of hard cheese. Hard cider. An alcoholic beverage formed by fermenting cider apple juice. Hard ciders. Plural of hard cider. Hard clam. A species of clam, Mercenaria, widely enjoyed as food. Hard clams. Plural of hard clam. Hard class. A class of accommodation, typically on trains, which is less comfortable than other classes and might have wooden seating. Hard coal. Anthracite, as distinguished from bituminous soft coal. Hard coals. Plural of hard coal. Hard code. To build absolute and unchangeable values into a program such that they can only be changed by modifying the source code. Hard-coded. Past participle of hard code. Hard codes. Third-person singular simple present indicative of hard code. Hard coding. Present participle and gerund of hard code. Hard codings. Plural of hard coding. Hard copies. Plural of hard copy. Hard copy. A printed copy of a digital document as opposed to a copy in electronic form. Hard count. The situation where the quarterback attempts to draw the defense offside through a deceptive snap count sequence, sometimes accompanied by subtle body movements which simulate the initiation of the play. Hard counter. A character, item, or playstyle able to utterly defeat or nullify another. Hard countered. Simple past and past participle of hard counter. Hard countering. Present participle and gerund of hard counter. Hard counters. Plural of hard counter. Hard counts. Plural of hard count. Hard court. Alternative form of hard court. Hard courts. Plural of hard court. Hard currencies. Plural of hard currency. Hard currency. Any globally traded currency that serves as a reliable and stable store of value. Hard deck. In air combat training, the minimum allowed altitude below which the aircraft is considered destroyed by ground impact. Hard deletion. An operation in which data is erased from the database. Hard deletions. Plural of hard deletion. Hard determinism. A view on free will which holds that determinism is true, that it is incompatible with free will, and therefore that free will does not exist. Hard determinists. Of, pertaining to or supporting hard determinism, the belief that free will and determinism are incompatible ideas. Hard determinists. Plural of hard determinists. Hard disk. Alternative spelling of hard disk. Hard disk drive. Alternative spelling of hard disk drive. Hard disk drives. Plural of hard disk drive. Hard disks. Plural of hard disk. Hard disk. One of a series of parallel magnetic recording disks in a drive unit, used for the recording and retrieval of digital information, used especially in personal computers. Hard disk drive. A hard drive or hard disk, a fixed disk drive containing rigid disks. Hard disk drives. Plural of hard disk drive. Hard disks. Plural of hard disk. Hard done by. Used, cheated, or exploited by. Hard dough bread. A Jamaican bread similar to the Pullman loaf or pain de mai, but typically sweeter. Hard drink. A beverage of alcoholic content that has been distilled rather than fermented. Hard drinks. Plural of hard drink. Hard drive. An electromechanical data storage device that stores and retrieves digital data using magnetic storage with one or more rigid, rapidly rotating platters coated with magnetic material. Hard drives. Plural of hard drive. Hard draw. A manual downward motion of a piece in the video game Tetris that makes it land immediately, that is, within only one frame. Hard drops. Plural of hard drop. Hard draw. An illegal, highly addictive drug. Hard drugs. Plural of hard drug. Hard ears. A refusal to listen or obey. Hard error. A type of error which persists even after power cycling the equipment, associated with permanent physical damage to the equipment's hardware, for instance, from a latcha. Hard errors. Plural of hard error. Hard feelings. Resentment, anger. Hard fir. Blechnum, a genus of ferns in the family Blechnaceae. Hard food. Starchy staple fruits and vegetables. Hard fork. A rule change of a blockchain such that the software validating according to the old rules will see the blocks produced according to the new rules as invalid, the new blockchain resulting from such a split. Hard forks. Plural of hard fork. Hard freeze. A freeze sufficiently long and severe to destroy seasonal vegetation and lead to ice formation in standing water and hard ground. 27 degrees F 3 degrees C is considered a threshold in the U.S. Hard freezes. Plural of hard freeze. Hard D. Alternative form of hard G. Hard D. The plosive /g/ sound in get, log, and give as distinct from the soft G in gem, giraffe, lodge, and generation. Hard gainer. A person who has difficulty gaining weight through either diet or exercise. Hard gainers. Plural of hard gainer. Hard going. Difficult to understand and enjoy. Hard goods. Alternative form of hard goods. Hard DS. Plural of hard G. Hard hand. A hand of cards that are worth their face value, i.e. without any A's being counted as 11. Hard-handed. Alternative spelling of hard-handed. Hard hands. Plural of hard hand. Hard hat. A helmet, usually made from rigid plastic, used on construction sites to protect the head from fallen objects. Hard hat. Plural of hard hat. Hard head. A crooked organizer of a two-up game who would cheat players out of their money. Hard heads. Plural of hard head. Hard hit. In severe difficulties, greatly affected by a problem. Hard jade. A jadate mineral gemstone. Hard jades. Plural of hard jade. Hard kill. The neutralization of an incoming munition by destroying it rather than avoiding it. Hard knock. Experiencing a lot of difficulties, hardships, or tough situations in life. Hard labor. Forced servitude in the form of physically difficult labor, usually as a penal punishment. Hard labor. Alternative form of hard labor. Hard land. Alternative form of hard land. Hard landed. Simple past and past participle of hard land. Hard landing. An excessive forceful touchdown, potentially causing damage to the aircraft. Hard landings. Plural of hard landing. Hard lands. Third person singular simple present indicative of hard land. Hard landscaping. A type of landscaping which prominently uses hard materials like stone and metals rather than soil and plants. Hard launch. The launch of a guided missile in such a way that the missile's rocket engine is ignited while still inside the launch assembly or tube. Hard launches. Plural of hard launch. Hard left. The section of the left wing that supports traditional socialist policies distinguished from the social democratic center left and the communist and anarchist far left. Hard lemonade, an alcopop resembling lemonade. Hard lemonades, plural of hard lemonade. Hard light, a solid, tangible hologram projection of light, which can be used to construct structures such as walls or armor. Hard lie, a decided stance or policy on which one will not compromise. Hard lines, expressed to someone suffering misfortune. Hard link, a directory entry that associates a name with a file in a file system. Hard links, plural of hard link. Hard liquor, synonym of liquor, a beverage that has been distilled to give it a high alcohol content. Hard liquors, plural of hard liquor. Hard loser, synonym of sore loser. Hard losers, plural of hard loser. Hard luck, bad luck. Hard luxury, a category of consumer luxury goods including watches and jewelry. Hard man, alternative form of hard men. Hard maple, the sugar maple, Acer saccharum. Hard maples, plural of hard maple. Hard market, an economic environment in which insurers raise their prices. Hard markets, plural of hard market. Hard mat, a technique where the top and bottom of the film frame are masked off in camera as opposed to soft mat. Hard mass, plural of hard mat. Hard measles, measles, rubiola. Hard man, plural of hard man. Hard metal, a hard, white, brittle alloy of two parts of copper with one of tin, used in the production of gunmetal. Hard milkwood, any tree of several species of the genus Alstonia, including. Hard mode, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see hard mode. Hard modes, plural of hard mode. Hard money, money backed by specie and easily convertible into foreign currencies. Hard monies, plural of hard money. Hard multum, a toxic preparation made from Anamyrtococculus, etc., once used to impart an intoxicating quality to beer. Hard mutation, a type of pronunciation change required when speaking certain Celtic languages. Hard mutations, plural of hard mutation. Hard male, a strong person in character and physique. Hard nails, plural of hard male. Hard news, factual reportage of events which are socially or politically significant and of a serious nature as opposed to the reporting of entertaining, humorous, or gossipy accounts of relatively inconsequential events. Hard nose, alternative form of hard nose. Hard nose, alternative form of hard nosed. Hard noses, plural of hard nose. Hard nut to crack, a problem that is challenging to solve. Hard nuts to crack, plural of hard nut to crack. Hard of hearing, having difficulty hearing, somewhat deaf. Hard of seeing, having reduced ability to see. Hard of thinking, having difficulty in thinking, stupid. Hard on, alternative form of hard on. Hard on the eyes, abe. Hard ons, plural of hard on. Hard out, an immovable deadline at which time someone must leave somewhere or something must conclude. Hard outs, plural of hard out. Hard palate, a thin horizontal bony plate of the skull located in the roof of the mouth. Hard palates, plural of hard palate. Hard pass, an enduring non-temporary clearance to enter the west wing of the White House, signified by a laminated card. Hard passes, plural of hard pass. Hard pace, alternative form of hard paste. Hard paywall, a paywall that hides all content from unregistered or non-paying users. Hard paywalls, plural of hard paywall. Hard pill, alternative form of hard pill to swallow. Hard pill to swallow, synonym of bitter pill to swallow. Hard pills, plural of hard pill. Hard pills to swallow, plural of hard pill to swallow. Hard pine, any member of the pine subgenus Pinus. Hard pines, plural of hard pine. Hard power, the use of military and economic means to influence the behavior or interests of other political bodies. Hard powers, plural of hard power. Hard put, in a situation that is difficult to resolve. Hard R, a movie that is intentionally produced to be R-rated under 17 requires accompanying parent or adult guardian by the Motion Picture Association MPA, typically due to its multiple scenes of violence or nudity. Hard R, a rhotic sound which is emphatic or strongly enunciated. In English accents, especially a post-vocalic consonantal R as distinguished from its absence in a non-rhotic accent or from an R-colored vowel. Hard R's, plural of hard R. Hard real-time, being or relating to a system in which no latency is tolerated, one that has absolute deadlines, and if those allotted time spans are missed, a system failure will occur. Hard redirect, an automatic redirect. Hard redirects, plural of hard redirect. Hard reset, the reinitialization of the core hardware components of a computer system, ending any software processes and restarting the operating system. Hard reset, plural of hard reset. Hard return, the type of newline that represents the semantic concept of a paragraph break as opposed to the type that represents merely a line break in word wrap, sometimes represented visually with the Pilcrow character paragraph. Hard returns, plural of hard return. Hard right, synonym of far right. Hard rock, a rock music genre marked by a heavy regular beat, high amplification, and usually frenzied performances. Hard rocker, a performer or fan of hard rock music. Hard rockers, plural of hard rocker. Hard roe, roe eggs of fish as opposed to milk sperm of fish, which is also known as soft roe or white roe. Hard row to hoe, alternative form of long row to hoe. Hard rows to hoe, plural of hard row to hoe. Hard RS, plural of hard R. Hard rubber, vulcanized rubber, ebonite. Hard rubbers, plural of hard rubber. Hard sauce, a rich sweet dessert sauce for puddings, made by creaming or beating butter and sugar with rum, brandy, whiskey, sherry, vanilla, or other flavorings. Hard sauces, plural of hard sauce. Hard science, any of the natural and physical sciences that use the scientific method and experiments to test theories. Examples include mathematics, biology, physics, chemistry, and geology. Hard science fiction, a subgenre of science fiction that focuses on technical detail and scientific accuracy. Hard sciences, plural of hard science. Hard sectoring, the use of a physical mark or hole to reference sector locations within a magnetic or optical recording medium. Hard sell, a sales technique of pressuring the potential buyer to agree to a purchase. Hard sells, plural of hard sell. Hard seltzer, a type of highball drink containing carbonated water, alcohol, and often fruit flavorings. Hard seltzers, plural of hard seltzer. Hard shoulder, a verge to the side of a highway, which should be used only in case of an emergency, especially on a motorway. Hard shoulders, plural of hard shoulder. Hard sign, the Cyrillic letter ya, which in modern languages serves to denote a hard non-palatalized consonant. Hard signs, plural of hard sign. Hard skill, a technical skill, not one that is interpersonal. Hard skilled, simple past and past participle of hard skill. Hard skilling, present participle and gerund of hard skill. Hard skills, plural of hard skill. Hard sledding, difficulties generally, a rough time. Hard soap, soap that has a hard consistency, curd soap or paste soap. Hard soaps, plural of hard soap. Hard space, a non-breaking space. Hard spaces, plural of hard space. Hard start, an explosion in a rocket engine during startup, usually due to the presence of too much propellant prior to ignition. Hard starts, plural of hard start. Hard steel, steel hardened by the addition of other elements such as manganese, phosphorus, or usually carbon. Hard steels, plural of hard steel. Hard stop, a mechanical device that limits the travel of a mechanism. Hard stops, plural of hard stop. Hard swap, a swinging practice in which two couples swap partners. Hard swearing, swearing as a witness persistently to what is false, perjury. Hard syndrome, synonym of Walker-Warburg syndrome. Hard tack, alternative form of hardtack. Hard tax, plural of hard tack. Hard tech, technology that requires big breakthroughs and has a high barrier of entry. Hard telling, not knowing. I don't know. Hard tick, any tick in the family Ixodidae differing from the so-called soft ticks in several respects, in particular in that they bear a defensive hard shield or scutum on the body. Hard ticks, plural of hard tick. Hard time, difficulties, a difficult time, trouble. Hard times, plural of hard time. Hard to swallow, difficult to accept, hard to acquiesce to. Hard truth, a truth that is difficult to accept. Hard truths, plural of hard truth. Hard up, lacking money, impecunious, in financial difficulties. Hard vor, a subgenre of vorophilia in which a character is eaten and digested in a vicious, violent, or gory way. Hard war, a style of warfare that involves inflicting harm on civilians and destroying foodstuffs. Hard water, water with a high concentration of dissolved minerals, especially calcium, making it difficult to lather with soap. Hard waters, plural of hard water. Hard way, alternative form of hard way type of bet. Hard ways, plural of hard way. Hard wheat, any variety of wheat with hard grains of a higher protein content used in the production of bread, flour, and pasta. Hard wheats, plural of hard wheat. Hard white, cooking. Hard wired, alternative spelling of hardwired. Hard word, an unkind word or comment, an insult. Hard words, plural of hard word. Hard work, something requiring much effort to accomplish, either physical, mental, or emotional, labor, toil. This entity is a translation hub. Hard X-ray, an X-ray with high photon energies above 510 keV. Hard X-rays, plural of hard X-ray. Hard yakka, hard work. Hard yards, the key effort in completing a difficult task. Hard and bass, strictly maintained, not subject to variation. Hard arse, alternative spelling of hard ass. Hard arses, plural of hard arse. Hard ass, tough, uncompromising, and inflexible. Hard ass, of a person having a very difficult personality, being a perfectionist. Hardassery, the quality of being a hadass, a tough and combative person. Hardasses, plural of hardass. Hard bill, a bird species which has a hard, strong bill to feed mainly on seeds and ash or nuts. Hard bills, plural of hard bill. Hard bitten, callous and toughened by experience. Hard block, to permanently block a user on social media as opposed to soft blocking. Hard boil, to cook an egg to a solid consistency to cause to be hard boiled. Hard boiled, cooked to a solid consistency of a boiled egg. Hard boiledness, the quality of being hard boil. Hard boiling, present participle and gerund of hard boil. Hard boils, third person singular simple present indicative of hard boil. Hard charging, ambitious, go-getting. Hard code, alternative spelling of hard code. Hard coded, simple past and past participle of hard code. Hard codes, third person singular simple present indicative of hard code. Hard coding, present participle and gerund of hard code. Hard codings, plural of hard coding. Hardcore, alternative form of hardcore. Hard counter, alternative form of hard counter. Hard countered, simple past and past participle of hard counter. Hard countering, present participle and gerund of hard counter. Hard counters, third person singular simple present indicative of hard counter. Hard cured, cured thoroughly by drying in the sun. Hard drinking, habitually drinking a large amount of alcohol. Hard driving, extremely hard working or demanding. Hard earned, having been obtained with a great deal of effort. Hadesi effect, a cognitive bias comprising a tendency to overestimate the likelihood of one's success at a task perceived as difficult and to underestimate that likelihood at a task perceived as easy. Hadesi effects, plural of Hardesi effect. Hard edge painting, a style of painting having abrupt transitions between areas of often plain color. Hard edge paintings, plural of hard edge painting. Hard edge, tough and unsentimental. Hard favor, having hard or stern features, unattractive. Hard featured, having stern, harsh, or unattractive facial features. Hard fisted, having hard or strong hands. Hard fought, achieved through a large effort. Hard E, alternative form of hard G. Hard-grained, having a dense firm grain. Hard-handed. Alternative spelling of hard-handed. Hard-handedly. Alternative form of hard-handedly. Hard-handedness. Alternative form of hard-handedness. Hard-headed. Alternative spelling of hard-headed. Hard-hearted. Alternative form of hard-hearted. Hard-heartedly. Alternative form of hard-heartedly. Hard-heartedness. Alternative form of hard-heartedness. Hard-heartednesses. Plural of hard-heartedness. Hard-hit. Alternative spelling of hard-hit. Hard-hitting. Aggressively vigorous or forceful. Hard land. To land a vehicle or other payload on the surface of a body in such a manner that it does not survive the landing mostly or entirely intact and is unusable or unable to operate, even briefly, following touchdown. Hard landed. Simple past and past participle of hard land. Hard landing. Present participle of hard land. Hard lands. Third person singular simple present indicative of hard land. Hard launch. To release a product or service to the general public. Hard launch. Simple past and past participle of hard launch. Hard launches. Third person singular simple present indicative of hard launch. Hard launching. Present participle and gerund of hard launch. Hard left. Synonym of far left. Hard line. Alternative spelling of hard line. Hardliner. A person who takes a firm and uncompromising position on some policy. Hardliners. Plural of hardliner. Hard luck. Marked by or experiencing difficulty as if by bad luck. Hard luck stories. Plural of hard luck story. Hard luck story. A tale of one's misfortunes told to elicit sympathy. Hard bout. Not sensitive to the bit. Hard nose. A hard-nosed person, one who is tough and relentlessly practical and thus not given to sentiment. Hard nose. Guided by practical experience and observation rather than by theory. Hard noses. Plural of hard nose. Hard of hearing. Alternative form of hard of hearing. Hard on. An erection of the penis. Hard-ons. Plural of hard-on. Hard paste. Alternative form of hard paste. Hard press. However, having difficulty doing something. Hard R. Alternative form of hard R. Hard R. Alternative form of hard R. Hard rye. Synonym of far right. Hard RS. Plural of hard R. Hard run. Subject to strenuous effort or tough competition. Hard scrabble. Alternative form of hard scrabble. Hard sectored. Of a storage medium divided up by hard sectoring. Hard cell. Alternative spelling of hard cell. Hard cells. Plural of hard cell. Hard set. Beset by difficulty. Hard shell. Alternative form of hard shell. Hard shell clam. A hard clam of species Mercenaria mercenaria. Hard shell clams. Plural of hard shell clam. Hard stop. Alternative form of hard stop. Hard stops. Plural of hard stop. Hard ticket. Being or relating to a long-running blockbuster film with the possibility of seat reservations. Hard times token. A copper token struck from about 1833 to 1843, serving as unofficial currency during a time of political and financial crisis in the United States. Hard times tokens, plural of hard times token. Hard to get, that is difficult to obtain. Hard up, alternative form of hard up. Hard wearing, able to withstand a significant amount of usage without physical deterioration, durable. Hard wire, to connect components by means of permanent electrical wires. Hardwired, alternative spelling of hardwired. Hardwires, third person singular simple present indicative of hardwire. Hardwiring, present participle and gerund of hardwire. Hard won, having been obtained with effort despite difficulty and hardship. Hardworking, alternative form of hardworking. Hardacker, a surname from Middle English. Hardackers, plural of hardacker. Harded, a surname. Hardages, plural of hardage. Hardacre, a surname. Hardanger. Ellipsis of Hardanger fiddle. Hardanger fiddle, a type of fiddle typical of Norwegian folk music, characterized by thinner wood than a standard fiddle and the use of either 8 or 9 strings, 4 to 5 of which are sympathetic. Hardanger fiddler, someone who plays a hardanger fiddle. Hardanger fiddlers, plural of hardanger fiddler. Hardanger fiddles, plural of hardanger fiddle. Hardanger fiddle, alternative spelling of hardanger fiddle. Hardanger fiddles, plural of hardanger fiddle. Hardanger fjord, a fjord in Vestland, Norway, the second longest in the country. Hardangers, plural of hardanger. Hardani, a surname from Persian. Hardarian, misspelling of Hardarian. Hardass, alternative spelling of Hardass. Hardassuri, alternative form of Hardassuri. Hardasses, plural of Hardass. Hardaway, a surname. Hardaways, plural of Hardaway. Hardback, a book with a solid binding. Hardbacked, having a solid binding, hardbacked. Hardbacker, a publisher of hardback books. Hardbackers, plural of hardbacker. Hardbacks, plural of hardback. Hardback, a melodic genre of electronic dance music of the mid-1990s. Usually with female vocals. Hardbake, a hard confection made of boiled brown sugar or molasses with almonds flavored with orange or lemon juice similar to a nougat. Hardbakes, plural of hardbake. Hardball, in baseball, a type of ball and baseball game as opposed to softball. Hardball, simple past and past participle of hardball. Hardballer, one who plays the sport of hardball. Hardballers, plural of hardballer. Hardballing, present participle and gerund of hardball. Hardballs, plural of hardball. Hardbass, a subgenre of electronic music from Russia, characterized by heavy bass lines and a fast tempo. Hardbeam, a tree, the hornbeam. Hardbeams, plural of hardbeam. Hardthough, alternative spelling of hardbill. Hardvilles, plural of hardbill. Harditten, alternative spelling of hardbitten. Hardboard, a high-density chipboard. Hardboarded, simple past and past participle of hardboard. Hardboarding, present participle and gerund of hardboard. Hardboards, plural of hardboard. Hardbody, physically fit. Hardbodies, plural of hardbody. Hardbody, an attractive body enhanced through weightlifting. Hardboil, alternative form of hardboil. Hardboiled, alternative spelling of hard-boiled. Hardboiled, an independent small-scale horse trainer or breeder, especially one associated with the U.S. state of Kentucky. Hardboots, plural of hardboot. Hardvep, alternative form of hardbop. Hardbottom, a hard sea floor, typically a layer of sand covering rock. Hardbottoms, plural of hardbottom. Hardbound, having a hardcover, hardback. Hardcase, alternative form of hard case. Hard cases, plural of hardcase. Hardtassel, a surname. Hardtassels, plural of hardcastle. Hardcoat, anthracite. Hardcoat, a coating that provides a hard, protective layer. Hardcoats, plural of hardcoat. Hardcoat, alternative spelling of hardcoat. Hardcoated, simple past and past participle of hardcoat. Hardcoats, third person singular simple present indicative of hardcoat. Hardcoating, present participle and gerund of hardcoat. Hardcoatings, plural of hardcoating. Hard copies, plural of hard copy. Hard copy, alternative form of hard copy. Hardcore, having an extreme dedication to a certain activity. Hardcore breaks, an electronic music style emerged in the 2000s inspired by old school breakbeat while being fused with modern production techniques. Hardcore porn, alternative form of hardcore pornography. Hardcore pornography, pornography featuring sexual penetration and other sexually explicit acts. Hardcore punk, a particularly fast and intense form of punk rock. Hardcore techno, a genre of electronic dance music originating from the gabber rave scene. Hard court, a tennis court having a hard surface, frequently concrete. Hard courts, plural of hard court. Hardcover, a book with a rigid binding, often of cardboard or leather. Hardcover, of a book having a rigid cover. Hardcovers, plural of hardcover. Hard-crusted, having a hard crust. Hardpint, synonym of hard-ass, tough, and combative person. Hardkins, plural of hardkent. Hard-ass, alternative form of hard disk. Hard disks, plural of hard disk. Hard drive, alternative form of hard drive. Hard drives, plural of hard drive. Hardback, a surname from German. Hardbacks, plural of hardback. Harded hop, simple past and past participle of hard up. Hardy, a surname. Hardy County, one of 67 counties in Florida, United States. County seat, Wauchula. Hardegree, a surname. Hardegrees, plural of hardegree. Hardle, the back of the hand. Hardles, plural of hardle. Hardeman. A surname. Hardeman County, one of 95 counties in Tennessee, United States. County seat, Bolivar, named after Thomas Jones Hardeman. Hardemans, plural of Hardeman. Harden, a surname. Harden one's neck, to grow more obstinate. Harden someone's heart, to make someone more resistant to something. Harden up, to tighten up a sailboat's sheets in order to prevent luffing. Hardened, obsolete form of hardened. Hardying abilities, plural of hardying ability. Hardying ability, the quality or degree of being hardenable. Hardenable, capable of being hardened. Hardenberg, a municipality of Limburg, Netherlands. Hardendale, a hamlet in Shap Rural Parish, Eden District, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY 5814. Hardened, simple past and past participle of harden. Harden someone's heart. Simple past and past participle of harden someone's heart. Harden up. Simple past and past participle of harden up. Hardener, one who, or that which, hardens. Hardeners, plural of hardener. Hardiness, second person singular simple present indicative of harden. Hardina, third person singular simple present indicative of harden. Harding Green, a neighborhood of Eskbank, Midlothian Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NT 3265. Hardening, present participle and gerund of harden. Hardening someone's heart, present participle and gerund of harden someone's heart. Hardening up, present participle and gerund of harden up. Hardenings, plural of hardening. Hardenai, a structureless mixture of martensite and austenite. Harden, a Belgian surname. Hardens, plural of harden. Harden someone's heart, third person singular simple present indicative of harden someone's heart. Hardens up, third person singular simple present indicative of harden up. Harder, a surname. Harder, his, comparative form of hard hit, more hard hit. Harder left, comparative form of hard left, more hard left. Harder nut to crack, comparative form of hard nut to crack. Harder nuts to crack, plural of harder nut to crack. Harder put, comparative form of hard put, more hard put. Harder than Chinese math, very difficult. Harder working, comparative form of hard working, more hard working. Harder earned, comparative form of hard earned, more hard earned. Harder his, comparative form of hard hit, more hard hit. Harder hitting, comparative form of hard hitting, more hard hitting. Harder one, comparative form of hard won, more hard won. Harder working, comparative form of hard working, more hard working. Hardian, relating to or named for the Swiss anatomist Johann Jacob Harder 1656-1711. Harderian gland, a gland found within the eye's orbit in vertebrates that possess a nictitating membrane. Harderian glands, plural of Harderian gland. Harders, a surname from German. Harderses, plural of Harders. Harderwijk, a city in Gelderland, Netherlands. Hardess, superlative form of hard. Most hard, most rigid, or most difficult. Hardest hit. Superlative form of hard hit. Most hard hit. Hardest left. Superlative form of hard left. Most hard left. Hardest nut to crack. Superlative form of hard nut to crack. Hardest nuts to crack. Plural of hardest nut to crack. Hardest put. Superlative form of hard put. Most hard put. Hardest working. Superlative form of hard working. Most hard working. Hardest core. Superlative form of hardcore. Most hardcore. Hardest earned. Superlative form of hard earned. Most hard earned. Hardest hit. Superlative form of hard hit. Most hard hit. Hardest hitting. Superlative form of hard hitting. Most hard hitting. Hardest won. Superlative form of hard won. Most hard won. Hardest working. Superlative form of hard working. Most hard working. Hardesty. A surname. Hardest. Plural of hardesty. Hard face. To apply a harder or tougher material to a base metal by welding. Hard face. Simple past and past participle of hard face. Hard faces. Third person singular simple present indicative of hard face. Hard facing. Present participle and gerund of hard face. Hard fir. Bolechinum spicant, a species of fern of Europe and northwestern America. Hard ferns. Plural of hard fir. Hard-fisted. Alternative form of hard-fisted. Hard-fistedness. The quality of being covetous or newly. Hard-flip. A trick that combines a front-side pop shuvit with a kickflip. Hard flips. Plural of hard flip. Hard fought. Alternative form of hard fought. Hard gainer. Alternative form of hard gainer. Hard gainers. Plural of hard gainer. Hard goods. Durable products manufactured from relatively hard materials such as cars, TV, and household appliances. Hard grass. Any of the genus Sclerochloa of Eurasian and North African plant in the grass family. Hard grasses. Plural of hard grass. Hardgrave. A surname. Hardgraves. Plural of hardgrave. Hard ground. A lithified seafloor. Hard grounds. Plural of hard ground. Hardgrove. A surname. Hardgrove. Plural of hardgrove. Ardhack. A plant, the steeplebush of either species Spirea tomentosa of eastern North American or Spirea douglasii of western North America. Hard axe. Plural of hardhack. Hardha. A hamlet in Cold Waltham Parish, Horsham District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 0317. Hard-handed. Forceful, excessive, draconian, or abusive. Hard-handedly. In a hard-handed manner, harshly and strictly. Hard-handedness. Harshness, strictness. Hard at. Alternative spelling of hard hat. Hard hats. Plural of hard hat. Hard. One who is practical or hard-headed. Hard. Stubborn, willful. Hard-headedly. In a hard-headed manner. Hard-headedness. The characteristic of being hard-headed. Hard-heads. Plural of hard-head. Hard-hearted. Lacking in compassion, cold and pitiless. Hard-heartedly. In a hard-hearted manner. Hard-heartedness. The state of being hard-hearted. Hard-heartednesses, plural of hard-heartedness. Hardy, a surname transferred from the nickname. Hardy Ho, alternative form of Hardy Hole. Hardy holes, plural of Hardy Hole. Hardy, comparative form of hardy. More hardy. Hardies, plural of hardy. Hardy is, superlative form of hardy, most hardy. Hardy high, alternative form of hardihood. Hardy ads, plural of hardihead. Hardihood, unyielding boldness and daring, firmness in doing something that exposes one to difficulty, danger, or calamity, intrepidness. Hardihoods, plural of hardihood. Hardily, in a hearty manner. Hardem, synonym of stellion, a kind of lizard. Hardiman, a surname. Hardimans, plural of hardiman. Hardiman, bravery, courage. Hardimans, plural of hardimans, plural of hardiman. Hardiman, bravery, courage. Hardimans, plural of hardiman. Hardims, plural of hardim. Hardin, a surname. Hardin County, one of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat, Elizabethtown, named after the county in Kentucky. Hardiness, the quality of being hardy. Hardinesses, plural of hardiness. Hardy, an English and Irish surname transferred from the given name. Hardin County, one of 33 counties in New Mexico, United States. County seat, Mesquero, named after President Warren G. Hardin. Harding grass, the grass Phalaris aquatica. Harding up, present participle and gerund of hard up. Hardened, a surname. Hardinger, a surname from German. Hardingers, plural of hardinger. Hardinges, plural of hardinge. Hardingfowl, synonym of hardanger fiddle. Hardingfowls, plural of hardingfell. Hardingrass, alternative form of hardingrass. Hardedham, a village and civil parish in Breckland District, Norfolk, England. OS grid ref T G0403. Hardingstone, a suburban village and civil parish in West Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, previously in Northampton Borough. OS grid ref SB 7657. Hardington, a small village in Hamilton Parish, Mendip District, Somerset, England. OS grid ref SD 7452. Hardington Manville, a village and civil parish in South Somerset District, Somerset, England. OS grid ref ST 5111. Hardington Marsh, a hamlet in Hardington Manville Parish, South Somerset District, Somerset, England. OS grid ref SD 5009. Hardenian, of or relating to Garrett Hardin, 1915-2003, American ecologist who warned of the dangers of overpopulation and wrote about the tragedy of the commons. Hardinsburg, a small town in Washington County, Indiana, United States. Hardish, quite hard, somewhat hard. Hardy ip, hardy behavior, bravery, courage. Hardison, a surname. Hardisons, plural of hardison. Hardesty, a surname. Hardesties, plural of hardesty. Hardto, alternative spelling of hard kill. Hardly, a village in Folly Parish, New Forest District, Hampshire, England OS Grid Ref SU 4204. Hardly. Comparative form of hardly, more hardly. Hardliest. Superlative form of hardly, most hardly. Hardline. A retail product collection consisting primarily of hardware targeting the do-it-yourself customer. Hardliner. Alternative form of hardliner. Hardliners. Plural of hardliner. Hardlines. Plural of hardline. Hardlink. Alternative form of hardlink. Hardlinks. Plural of hardlink. Hardlie. A situation where a game becomes unplayable, making further progress or action impossible, typically due to a design flaw or glitch. Hardlocked. Simple past and past participle of hardlock. Hardlocking. Present participle and gerund of hardlock. Hardlocks. Plural of hardlock. Hardlooking. Having a severe, vaguely menacing facial expression. Hardlock. Alternative form of hard luck. Hardly. Barely, only just, almost not. Hardman. A surname. Hardmans. Plural of hardman. Hardmax. To act to improve one's physical appearance using body modifications or other extreme methods to engage in extreme looks maxing. Hardmax. Simple past and past participle of hardmax. Hardmaxes. Third person singular simple present indicative of hardmax. Hardmaxing. Present participle and gerund of hardmax. Hardven. Plural of hardman. Hard mode. Alternative form of hard mode. Hard-mouthed. Alternative form of hard-mouthed. Hardness. The quality of being heard. Hardness of hearing. Difficulty in hearing. Partial deafness. Hardness. Obsolete spelling of hardness. Hardnesses. Plural of hardness. Hardnet. A surname. Hardnets. Plural of hardnet. Hardnose. Alternative form of hardnose. Hardnosed. Alternative form of hardnosed. Hardnoses. Plural of hardnose. Hardo. Someone who puts excessive effort into some task or role. Hardo bread. Alternative form of hardo bread. Hardock. Obsolete form of hordock. Hardocks. Plural of hardock. Harden. A rare surname. Hardens. Plural of harden. Hardos. Plural of hardo. Hardover. The condition where a control surface or actuator has moved to its extreme limit. Hardovers. Plural of hardover. Hard pack. A material such as dirt, gravel, or snow compressed into a hard, smooth surface for roads, etc. Hard packed. Compressed to form a hard, smooth surface. Hard packs. Plural of hard pack. Hard at. Canine distemper. Hard pan. A distinct layer of soil that's largely impervious to water. Hard pent. Covered in hardpan. Hard pens. Plural of hardpan. Hard paste. Being or relating to a ceramic material that requires either high firing temperatures or special mineral ingredients. Hard point. A metal screw thread embedded in a workbench to facilitate the mounting and removal of specific tools. Hard points. Plural of hard point. Hard brass. Subject to difficulty in accomplishing or making progress. Hardgrit. Beowulf's predecessor. Hardrick, a surname. Hardex, plural of Hardrick. Hardrock, rock containing or from which minerals are extracted. Hard rocks, plural of hard rock. Hards, plural of hard. Hards up, third person singular simple present indicative of hard up. Hardscape, the permanent, artificial features of a landscape made from stone, etc., rather than plants. Hardscaped, simple past and past participle of hardscape. Hardscapes, plural of hardscape. Hardscaping, present participle and gerund of hardscape. Hardscrabble, requiring much work to farm and ultimately not very productive. Harsat, alternative form of hard set. Hard shell, having a tough outer shell. Hardship, difficulty or trouble. Hard times. Hardship posts, a diplomatic post associated with difficult living conditions. Hardship posts, plural of hardship posts. Hardship, simple past and past participle of hardship. Hardshipping, present participle and gerund of hardship. Hardships, plural of hardship. Hardsome, characterized by hardness, stern, severe, difficult. Hard sport, any sexual practice involving feces. Hard sports, plural of hard sport. Hardspun, firmly twisted in spinning. Hardstaff, a surname. Hard stand, open ground, having a hard surface, used for the storage of material or the parking of vehicles. Hard standing, alternative form of hard stand. Hard standings, plural of hard standing. Hard stands, plural of hard stand. Hard stark, a surname. Hard starks, plural of hard stark. Hardstat, a subgenre of drum and bass music characterized by a gritty production style and urban feel. Hardstone, a surname. Hardstones, plural of hardstone. Hardstack, firmly stuck at a particular rank or a low level, unable to progress in skill. Hardstyle, a genre of electronic dance music that combines elements of trance, techno, and hardcore with origins in the Netherlands and Belgium. Harza, a subtitle that has been burned into a video file's frames. Hardso, simple past and past participle of hardso. Hardsubbing, present participle and gerund of hardsub. Hardsubs, third person singular simple present indicative of hardsub. Hardsuit, a powered exoskeleton. Hardsuits, plural of hardsuit. Art, a surname. Hardtack, a large, hard biscuit made from unleavened flour and water, formerly used as a long-term staple food aboard ships. Hardtacks, plural of hardtack. Hardtail, a jack-edible fish of the genus Caranx or Trachurus. Hardtails, plural of hardtail. Hardtack, synonym of free techno music genre. Hardtop, the removable rigid roof of a convertible or sports car. Hardtops, plural of hardtop. Ars, plural of heart. Harda, synonym of stellion, a kind of lizard. Hardunt, plural of hardun. Harduri, alternative form of cardgery. Hard vapor, an internet-based microgenre of electronic music, emerged in 2015 as a reimagination of vaporwave with darker themes, faster tempos, and heavier sounds. Hardveld, a type of terrain characterized by rocky outcrops and hard soil. Hardelt, alternative form of hardvel. Hardwa, made from rigid materials such as wood, metal, or fiberboard. Hardware, fixtures, equipment, fasteners, tools, and devices used for general purpose construction and repair of a structure or object. Also such equipment as sold as stock by a store of the same name, for example hardware store. Hardware acceleration, usage of dedicated hardware to perform a task rather than relying on equivalent software as it will be more performant. Hardware cloth, a flexible wire mesh material consisting of loosely woven wires in a simple rectangular grid. Hardware cloths, plural of hardware cloth. Hardware description language, any language from a class of computer, modeling, or specification languages for formal description and design of analog or digital logic electronic circuits. Hardware description languages, plural of hardware description language. Hardware disease, traumatic gastrointestinal puncture and infection in ruminants, especially cattle and birds that ingest a sharp object, in livestock usually a metal object such as wire or a fastener. In cattle it usually includes reticuloperitonitis and thus in practice is usually metonymically synonymous with traumatic reticuloperitonitis. Hardware engineer, a trained professional who designs, develops, tests, and produces physical computer systems and components. Hardware engineers, plural of hardware engineer. Hardware node, a physical device that is connected to a network and is able to send, receive, or forward information. Hardware store, a shop that sells tools, fasteners, and similar objects known collectively as hardware, as well as related sundries used in construction and repair. Hardware stores, plural of hardware store. Hardware village, the city of Birmingham, England. Hardware wallet, a physical electronic device that stores a user's private keys for cryptocurrencies. Hardware wallet, plural of hardware wallet. Hardware accelerated, done using hardware acceleration. Hardwareless, without hardware. Hardwareman, an ironmonger. Hardwaremen, plural of hardwaremen. Hardwares, plural of hardware. Hardwarily, in terms of hardware. Hardwater, alternative form of hard water. Hardway, a surname. Hardways, plural of hardway. Hardware, misspelling of hardware. Hardwaring, alternative form of hardwaring. Hardway, a commonplace name in England and U.S. Hardwick with Tusmore, a civil parish without a council in Cherwell District, Oxfordshire, England. Hardwick with Yelford, a civil parish without a council in West Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England, which includes the named places. Hardway, a village in Stroud District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref So 803,741. Hardwex, plural of hardware. Hardwex, plural of hardwick. Hardwire, alternative spelling of hardwire. Hardwired, designed to perform a specific task. Hardwires, third person singular simple present indicative of hardwire. Hardwiring. Present participle and gerund of hardwire. Hard one. Alternative form of hard one. Hardwood. The wood from any dicotyledonous tree without regard to its hardness. Hardwoods. Plural of hardwood. Hardworking. Of a person taking their work seriously and doing it well and rapidly. Hardworkingly. With hard work. Diligently. Hardworkingness. The state of being hardworking. Hardy. A former town in Manchester, England, now absorbed into Chorlton-cum-Hardy. Hardy County, one of 55 counties in West Virginia, United States. County seat, Moorfield. Hardy Field. A field consisting of germs of real valued functions at infinity that are closed under differentiation. Hardy Fields. Plural of Hardy Field. Hardy har. Alternative form of hearty har false or sarcastic laughter. Hardy har thar. False or sarcastic laughter. Hardy hole. A square, tapered hole in an anvil used to hold certain blacksmithing tools. Hardy holes. Plural of hardy hole. Hardy kiwi. A perennial vine native to Japan, Korea, and Siberia actinidia aguda. Hardy kiwis. Plural of hardy kiwi. Hardy, perennial. Synonym of perennial, a person, problem, etc. that appears or returns regularly. Hardy perennials. Plural of hardy perennial. Hardy Littlewood circle method. A method used to compute the residues about zero for the generating function of this series as part of proving asymptotic behavior of the series. Hardy-Ramanujan number. The number 1729, one of the taxicab numbers. Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium. The equilibrium of allele and genotype frequencies postulated by the Hardy-Weinberg principle. Hardy-Weinberg law. Hardy-Weinberg principle. Hardy-Weinberg model. The genetic model arising from the Hardy-Weinberg principle. Hardy-Weinberg models. Plural of Hardy-Weinberg model. Hardy-Weinberg principle. A principle in biology stating the allele and genotype frequencies in a population will remain constant from generation to generation in the absence of other evolutionary influences. Heron. Of or pertaining to Thomas Hardy 1840-1928 or his writings, of which the best known are tragic novels. Harriesque. Reminiscent of the writings of Thomas Hardy 1840-1928, of which the best known are tragic novels. Hardyhead. Any of the sundry species of fish of the family Athornidae found near Australia. Hardyheads. Plural of hardyhead. Hardyism. An attitude or utterance characteristic of the English novelist and poet Thomas Hardy. Hardyisms. Plural of hardyism. Hardistani. A rare purple fluorescent silicate mineral. A surname transferred from the nickname. Hare and Hounds. A paper chase game. Harebay. A town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Hare Indian Dog. An extinct domesticated canine, originally bred in northern Canada by the Sato. Hare Indian dogs. Plural of Hare Indian dog. Hare kangaroo. A small species of kangaroo Lagorchestes leporides, resembling the hare in size and color. Hare kangaroos. Plural of hare kangaroo. Hare Krishna. A mantra chanted as a form of supplication to the Hindu god Krishna and his divine consort Radha. Hare Krishnas. Plural of Hare Krishna. Harelet. Alternative form of harelip. Harelips. Plural of harelip. Hare moon. A full moon in May. Hare moons, plural of hare moon. Hare scramble. A motorcycle or quad race the wooded or natural terrain. Hare scrambles, plural of hare scramble. Hare's bread. Crusts of uneaten bread brought home by fathers after a day's work on the farm. Hare breads, plural of hare's bread. Earlier, a traditional artificial fly imitating an aquatic insect larva. Used in fly fishing. Hare's foot, synonym of harefoot. Harriet lettuce, common Sothistle sancus oaceus. Hare's beard, the plant verb ascum thapsus. Hare's foot, alternative form of hare's foot. Hare's foot fern, the rodent's foot fern davalia. Haresdale, a kind of sedge. Haresdale cottongrass Erioforum vaginatum. Hare-brained, alternative form of harebrained. Hare-hearted, timorous, timid, easily frightened. Hare skin, the skin of a hare. Hare skins, plural of hare skin. Hare wallabies, plural of hare wallaby. Hare wallaby. Any of several wallabies of the genera Lagorchestes and Lagostrophus. Harebell, a perennial flowering plant, Campanula rotundifolia, native to the northern hemisphere, with blue, bell-like flowers. Harebells, plural of harebell. Harebrain, a person who lacks good sense, one who is foolish and reckless. Harebrained, absurd, foolish, or stupid. Harebrands, plural of harebrain. Howd, simple past and past participle of hare. Howdy, a member of a stream of Orthodox Judaism characterized by rejection of modern secular culture. Haredi Judaism, a stream of Orthodox Judaism characterized by rejection of modern secular culture. Herda, plural of Haredi. Herdis, plural of Haredi. Herdization, conversion to Haredi Judaism. Heredize, to convert to or bring into conformity with Haredi Judaism. Heredize, simple past and past participle of heredize. Heredizes, third person singular simple present indicative of heredize. Heredizing, present participle and gerund of heredize. Arim, dated form of harem. Arims, plural of harem. Harius, alternative form of harissa spice mixture. Harvey, plural of Harefoot. Harefield, a large village in the borough of Hillingdon, Greater London OS Grid Ref TQ 0590. Harefoot, a long, narrow foot, carried that is, produced or extending forward, as in dogs. Harels, an inner suburb of Leeds, West Yorkshire, England OS Grid Ref SC 3234. Harehound, one of a small breed of dogs used for hunting hares. Harehounds, plural of harehound. Heridi, alternative form of herdi. Herida, plural of heridi. Harekind. Hares, taken collectively. Harel statecart, a kind of static cart that allows the modeling of superstates, orthogonal regions, and activities as part of a state. Harel statecarts, plural of Harel statecart. Halv, a long-tailed duck of species Clangula hyemalis. Halbs, plural of Harold. Howleaf, Any plant in the genus Lagophylla, annual flowers of the western U.S. having leaves covered by dense, soft hairs reminiscent of a rabbit's fur. Hairline, characteristic of or resembling a hare. Hairline, a young or diminutive hare. Hairlings, plural of hairling. Hairlip, a congenital malformation of the upper lip reminiscent of the mouth of a hare. Hairlet, having a hairlip. Hairlips, plural of hairlip. Harem, the private section of a Muslim household forbidden to male strangers. Harem ending, the ending of a hentai or pornhua in which the protagonist ends up partnered with all or several of the potential love interests encountered in the story. Harem endings, plural of harem ending. Harem pants, baggy, long pants tapered at the ankle, with side flaps on the hip that button at the waist area, worn by both men and women. Harem slipper, synonym of babouch. Harem slippers, plural of harem slipper. Harem trousers, harem pants. Haremast, resembling or characteristic of a harem. Hare, living in harems, with one male herding or controlling many females. Haremism, the practice of keeping a harem. Haremle, a harem. Harem-like, resembling or characteristic of a harem. Haremleks, plural of haremlek. Harems, plural of harem. Hera, a surname. Harangiform, herring shate. Herons, plural of heron. Herer, a surname. Herers, plural of heron. S, plural of hare. Haresfield, a village and civil parish in Stroud District, Gloucestershire, England. OS grid ref so 8110. Hareskin Indians, synonym of Sadhu. Haresnape, a surname. S, a female hare. Harsas, plural of hares. Hairstyle, Ligurus ovatus, an annual grass. Hairstyles, plural of hairstyle. Hairstock, a suburban village in Littleton and Hairstock Parish, Winchester District, Hampshire, England. OS grid ref SU 3631. Harewood, a civil parish in southeast Herefordshire, England, served by and Warren and District Group Parish Council. OS grid ref so 5328. Harewoods, plural of Harewa. Hareval, alternative form of Khwarezmia, a large oasis geographical region on the Amu Darya River Delta in western Central Asia, currently split politically between Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan. Harzmian, alternative form of Khwarezmian. Harzmians, plural of Harzmian. Harthai, snowy owl. Harthungs, plural of Harfang. Harvard, a surname. Harford County, one of 23 counties in Maryland, United States. County seat, Bel Air. Harfords, plural of Harford. Hargan, a surname from Irish. Hargans, plural of Hargan. Hargeisa, a large city in Somalia, capital of the unrecognized state of Somaliland. Harder, a surname. Harders, plural of Harger. Harye, a surname. Hargis, plural of Harget. Hargeda, a volcanic mountain range in central Romania, part of the Eastern Carpathians. Ardi, a surname. Argite, a surname from Hungarian. Hargites, plural of Hargite. Hargrave, a number of places. Hargrave and Huxley, a civil parish in Cheshire West and Chester District, Cheshire, England, formed in 2015 from the parishes of Falk, Stapleford, Hatton and Huxley. Hargrave Kite, Box Kite. Hargrave Kites, plural of Hargrave Kite. Hargraves, a surname. Hargreave, a surname. Hargreaves, a surname. Hargreaves bird cell, a kind of diaphragm cell. Hargreaves bird cells, plural of Hargreaves bird cell. Hargreave Esses, plural of Hargreaves. Hargrove, a surname. Hardis, a surname. Harguses, plural of Hargus. Iri, a name or epithet given commonly to Vishnu, but also to Indra and Yama. Hari Re, short for Hari Rea Puasa. Hari Rea Haji, Eid al-Adha. Hari Rea Puasa, Eid al-Fitr. Hari Kari, alternative form of Harakiri. Harieli grass. Cynodon, a kind of grass. Haryana, alternative form of Haryana, Indian state. Haryanas, plural of Haryana. Hyro, a male given name from Arabic. Hariko, archaic form of haricot. Haricot, prepared as a haricot, a stew of lamb and vegetables. Haricos, plural of harico. Haricot, a common bean. Haricot bean, a herbaceous plant from the Americas, Phaceolus vulgaris, the bean of which is eaten as both a green bean and dried when it is cooked slowly as Boston baked beans. Haricot beans, plural of haricot bean. Haricots, plural of haricot. Haradashi, an extragi erect that only allows to. Haridwar, a city and municipality of Haridwar district, India. Habu, archaic spelling of harrier, a kind of hunting dog. Harriers, plural of harrier. Harrer, a surname. Haradals, alternative form of haradals. Haradals, the heart, liver, and lungs of an animal. Haragata, a Japanese dildo artificial phallus. Harids, plural of hare. Hari, a barangay of Libin, Albay, Philippines. Hariharan, a surname from Tamil. Hariharans, plural of Hariharan. Haradun, synonym of Dalit. Haradans, plural of Harijan. Harakampoji, name of a raga in Carnatic music. It is the 28th Melakarta raga in the 72 Melakarta raga system. Harakari, alternative form of Harakiri. Harakatha, a form of Hindu religious discourse in which the storyteller explores a religious theme, usually the life of a saint or a story from an Indian epic. Harakathas, plural of Harakatha. Harakiri, alternative spelling of Harakiri. Hare Krishna, a male given name from Sanskrit of Indian usage. Harem, dated form of harem. Hariman, a surname. Harimanad, a Khmerite in which the attacker at the edge of the dohyo reaches over his opponent's shoulder, grabs his mawashi from behind, then pulls and twists him past his own body. Harimans, plural of hariman. Harimathea, alternative form of Arimathea. Harimathea, alternative form of Arimathea. Hiram, plural of harem. Harry, a surname. Harry, a London borough in northern Greater London. Herons, plural of herring. Harrington, a surname. Harringtons, plural of Harrington. Harali, to predict, to prophecy. Haralite, simple past and past participle of harialite. Haralites, third person singular simple present indicative of harialite. Harialiting, present participle and gerund of harialite. Hariolation, alternative form of areolation. Hariolations, plural of hariolation. Haripur, a city, the district headquarters of Haripur district, Hazara region, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, Pakistan. Harira, a thickened, tomato-based North African soup, popular during Ramadan. Hariras, plural of harira. Hiris, misspelling of hair. Hyre, like a hare. Harishchandra, a legendary Indian king known for his commitment to truth and, in the Puranas, selling his kingdom, his family, and ultimately himself to repay Vishwamitra after insulting him. Hareza, a North African spice mix containing chilies, garlic, and salt, used as both a condiment and an ingredient. Harezas, plural of haresa. Harais, a slap strike with an open hand. Hariti, goddess and yakshini in certain Buddhist traditions. Hedjedalen, a province of Jämtland County in central Sweden. Harjo, a surname from Creek. Harjos, plural of Harjo. Harju County, a county of Estonia. Har, to listen attentively. Hark back, of hounds, to retrace a course in order to pick up the lost scent of prey. Hark backs, plural of hark back. Hark who's talking. Synonym of look who's talking. Hark pack, an act of hounds retracing a course in order to pick up the lost scent of prey. Hark backs, plural of hark back. Harta, in Maghrebi history, a military campaign, often a punitive expedition against insurgents. Harkabi, a surname. Harkabes, plural of Harkabi. Harkara, a runner who carried mail, a messenger or courier. Harkaras, plural of Harkara. Harkas, plural of Harka. Harkaway, a surname. Harkaways, plural of Harkaway. Hyped, simple past and past participle of hark. Harked back, simple past and past participle of hark back. Harhi, imperative of hark, usually used figuratively or as an interjection. Harten, a surname from German. Harken back, alternative form of harken back. Heartened. Simple past and past participle of hearken. Hearkened back. Simple past and past participle of hearken back. Hearkenets. Second person singular simple past indicative of hearken. Heartener. Alternative spelling of hearkener. Hearkeners. Plural of hearkener. Hearkening. Present participle and gerund of hearken. Hearkening back. Present participle and gerund of hearken back. Hearkenings. Plural of hearkening. Hearkens. Plural of hearken. Hearkens back. Third person singular simple present indicative of hearken back. Harder. A surname. Harderized. A trigonal hexagonal scalenohydrocolorless mineral containing aluminum, boron, calcium, carbon, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, and silicon. Harders. Plural of harker. Harky. A surname. Harkies. Plural of harky. Harki. An Algerian Muslim who fought with the French during Algeria's War of Independence from 1954–1962, loosely, an Algerian Muslim who supported the French presence in Algeria. Harken. A surname from Irish. Harken. Present participle and gerund of hark. Harking back. Present participle and gerund of hark. Back. Harkens. Plural of harking. Harkens. A surname. Hargies. Plural of harky. Hartle. The union of Prince Harry and Meghan, Duchess of Sussex. Harklerode. A surname. Harklerodes. Plural of Harklerode. Harkness. A surname. Harks. Third person singular simple present indicative of hark. Harks back. Third person singular simple present indicative of hark back. How? A male given name. Harlayer. A surname from German. Harlayers. Plural of Harlasher. Harlan. A surname from Old English. Harlan County. One of 120 counties in Kentucky, United States. County seat, Harlan, named after Silas Harlan. Harlan's ground sloth. Any of an extinct species. Paramilodon harlani of ground sloths from Pleistocene North America. Harlan's ground sloths. Plural of Harlan's ground sloth. Harlan's hawk. Eudiogemesensis harlani, a subspecies of the red-tailed hawk. Harlan's red-tailed hawk. Synonym of Harlan's hawk. Harlan's red-tailed hawks. Plural of Harlan's red-tailed hawk. Harland. A surname. Harlands. Plural of Harland. Harlaston. A village and civil parish in Lichfield District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 2110. Harloxton. A village and civil parish in South Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 8832. A surname. Arlech. A small coastal town and community in Gwynedd, Wales. OS Grid Ref SH 5831. Oh. Simple past and past participle of Harl. Harley. A male given name transferred from the surname Harlane, of or relating to anybody with the surname of Harley. Harley. A female given name Harlequin, obsolete form of Harlequin. Harlequins, plural of Harlequin. Harlequin. Harlem, a neighborhood in northern Manhattan, New York County, New York City, New York State, United States, currently known for its black population. Harlem Renaissance, an intellectual and cultural revival of African American music, dance, art, and literature centered in Harlem, Manhattan in the 1920s and 1930s. Harlem Sunset, a fatal wound caused by a knife fight. Harlem Sunsets, plural of Harlem Sunset. Harlemer, a person from Harlem. Harlemers, plural of Harlemer. Harlemese, the urban dialect of American English spoken in Harlem, Manhattan, USA. Harlemite, an inhabitant of Harlem, Manhattan, USA. Harlemites, plural of Harlemite. Harlequin, the best known of the Zay or comic servant characters from the Italian Commedia dell'arte associated with the city of Bergamo. Harlequin annual lupine. Lupinus stuyvesantii, a species of lupine. Harlequin annual lupines, plural of Harlequin annual lupine. Harlequin babies, plural of Harlequin baby. Harlequin baby, a baby born with Harlequin-type ichthyosis. Harlequin bug, a bright red and black stink bug, Mergantia histrionica, a common pest of cabbages and related crops in North America. Harlequin bugs, plural of Harlequin bug. Harlequin cabbage bug, a bright red and black stink bug, Mergantia histrionica, a common pest of cabbages and related crops in North America. Harlequin cabbage bugs, plural of Harlequin cabbage bug. Harlequin darter, Ediostoma histio, a species of darterfish. Harlequin darters, plural of Harlequin darter. Harlequin duck, a North American wild duck, Histrionicus histrionicus. Harlequin ducks, plural of Harlequin duck. Harlequin ice cream, synonym of Neapolitan ice cream, a kind that comprises several flavors. Harlequin ichthyosis, synonym of Harlequin-type ichthyosis. Harlequin lady beetle, synonym of Harlequin ladybird. Harlequin lady beetles, plural of Harlequin lady beetle. Harlequin ladybird, Harmonia axirides, a large lady beetle or ladybug with a variety of color forms, native to Eastern Asia. Harlequin ladybird, plural of Harlequin ladybird. Harlequin ladybug, synonym of Harlequin ladybird. Harlequin ladybugs, plural of Harlequin ladybug. Harlequin mantis shrimp, synonym of peacock mantis shrimp, Odontodactylus silaris. Harlequin mantis shrimps, plural of Harlequin mantis shrimp. Harlequin snake, Agdisrodon contortrix moccasin, the northern copperhead, a venomous viper found in the eastern United States. Harlequin snakes, plural of Harlequin snake. Harlequin-type ichthyosis, a severe genetic disorder that results in thickened skin over nearly the entire body at birth. Harlequinade, a pantomime-like comedy featuring the harlequin or clown. Harlequinades, plural of harlequinade. Harlequined, simple past and past participle of harlequin. Harlequinary, harlequinesque behavior. Harlequiness, like or befitting a harlequin, clownish. Harlequinic, of or relating to a harlequin pantomime fool. Harlequining, present participle and gerund of harlequin. Harlequinism, the antics of a harlequin or pantomime fool, clownery. Harlequinisms. Plural of harlequinism. Harlequinize. To make gaudy and comical. Harlequinize. Simple past and past participle of harlequinize. Harlequinizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of harlequinize. Harlequinizing. Present participle and gerund of harlequinize. Harlequins. Plural of harlequin. Harles. Plural of Harl. Harless. A northern suburb of Shrewsbury, Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 5115. Harlesden. A town and suburb in the borough of Brent, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2183. Harleston. A hamlet in East Allington Parish, South Hams District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 7945. Harley. A village and civil parish served by Cressidge, Harley and Shainton Parish Council in Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 5901. Harley Davidson. A cocktail made from Bailey's, Midori, and Jägermeister. Harley Davidson's. Plural of Harley Davidson. Harley Street. A street in Westminster having many physicians' practices. Harley Davidson. An American manufacturer of motorcycles. Harley Davidson's. Plural of Harley Davidson. Harleys. Plural of Harley. Harley. A surname. Harley. A civil parish in Breckland District, Norfolk, England. Harling Road. A small village in Rowdham and Larling Parish, Breckland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TL 9787. Harlingen. A city and municipality of Friesland, Netherlands. Harlings. Plural of Harling. Harlington. A place in England. Harlands. Plural of Harlan. Harlowy. The ship of characters Dr. Harleen Quinzel, Harley Quinn, and Dr. Pamela Eiley Poison Ivy from DC Comics. Harlot. A female prostitute. Harlode. Simple past and past participle of harlot. Harloting. Present participle and gerund of harlot. Harlotize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of harlotize. Harlotize. Simple past and past participle of harlotize. Harlotizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of harlotize. Harlotizing. Present participle and gerund of harlotize. Harlotize. To act like a harlot. Harlotize. Simple past and past participle of harlotize. Harlotizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of harlotize. Harlotizing. Present participle and gerund of harlotize. Harlotries. Plural of harlotry. Harlotry. The trade of a harlot, prostitution. Harlots. Plural of harlot. Harlotte. Simple past and past participle of harlot. Harlotting. Present participle and gerund of harlot. Harlow. A town and local government district of Essex, England. Harlow. A surname. Harlowton. A small city, the county seat of Wheatland County, Montana, United States. Harles. Plural of Harl. Harley. A village on Harlan Bay in St. Maron Parish, North Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SW 8775. Physical injury, hurt, damage. Harm a fly, alternative form of hurt a fly. Harm a hair on someone's head, to hurt someone. Harm principle, a legal principle under which the state should only limit an individual's actions to the extent that they would cause harm to another. Harm reduction, a range of public health policies designed to lessen the negative social or physical consequences associated with various human behaviors, both legal and illegal. Harm's way, a place or course of danger. Harmable, susceptible to harm. Harmal, Peganum harmala, a perennial plant of the family Nitoriaceae. Harmala, alternative form of harmal. Harmala alkaloid, any of various alkaloids of similar chemical structure, including harmine, harmaline, and harmalol that function as mali and are found in the seeds of Peganum harmala. Harmala alkaloids, plural of harmala alkaloid. Harmalas, plural of harmala. Harmaline, alternative form of harmaline. Harmaline, the reduced hydrated form of harmine. Harmalines, plural of harmaline. Hymala, an alkaloid, 1-methyl-4,9-dihydro-3-H-purido-3,4-B-indole-7-ol, found in the seeds of the harmal plant. Harmon, a surname. Harmon's Cross, a village in Worthmatravers Parish, Dorset, England, formerly in Purbeck District OS Grid Ref SY 9880. Harmonbeck, a policeman. Harmonbecks, plural of Harmonbeck. Harmondienamine, a lactonic carbazole found in Clausina harmoniana. Harmondienamines, plural of harmondienamine. Harmane, an alkaloid related to harmine. Harmons, the stock's instrument of punishment. Harmattan, a dry and dusty wind which blows from the Sahara over the Atlantic coast of West Africa in December, January, and February, being a hot wind in some areas and a cold wind in others. Harmattans, plural of harmattan. Harmats, a surname. Harmatzes, plural of harmats. Harmby, a village and civil parish in Richmondshire District, North Yorkshire, England OS Grid Ref SC 1289. Harmgoing, the committing of acts that cause harm. Obsolete spelling of harm. Harm, simple past and past participle of harm. Hard a hair on someone's head. Simple past and past participle of harm, a hair on someone's head. Harmful, obsolete spelling of harmful. Harmal, dated form of harmal. Harmoning, a surname from German. Harmonings, plural of harmoning. Harmer, a surname. Harmers, plural of harmer. Harms, plural of harm. Harmless, second person singular simple present indicative of harm. Harma, third person singular simple present indicative of harm. Harmeyer, a surname. Harmeyers, plural of harmeyer. Harmful, causing or likely to cause harm or damage, injurious. Harmful, archaic form of harmful. Harmfuler, comparative form of harmful, more harmful. Harmless, superlative form of harmful, most harmful. Harmfully, in a harmful manner. Harmfulness, the characteristic of being harmful. Harmfulnesses, plural of harmfulness. Harmy, a surname from Arabic. Harmika, the stone balustrade surrounding the upper portion of a stupa. Harmikas, plural of harmika. Harman, alternative form of harmine. Harmi, a fluorescent harmala alkaloid belonging to the carboline family of compounds found in harmal and certain other plants. Harmines, plural of harmi. Harming, present participle and gerund of harm. Harming a hair on someone's head. Present participle and gerund of harm a hair on someone's head. Harmison, a surname originating as a patronymic. Harmisons, plural of harmison. Harmless, incapable of causing harm or danger, safe. Harmlessly, in a harmless manner. Harmlessness, the characteristic of being harmless. Harmlessnesses, plural of harmlessness. Harmol, a naturally occurring beta-carboline. Harmolytic, of or pertaining to harmolatics. Harmolatics, a form of improvised jazz associated with Ornette Coleman. Harmompathic, relating to harmompathy. Harmompathy, the closing of the pores in pollen grains to avoid loss of water. Harmon, a surname. Harmon County, one of 77 counties in Oklahoma, United States. County seat, Hollies. Harmony, a female given name. Harmonia, the goddess of harmony and concord and the daughter of Ares and Aphrodite. Her Roman counterpart is Concordia. Harmoniacal, harmonious. Harmobii, plural of harmonia. Harmonial, alternative form of harmonial. Harmonic, pertaining to harmony. Harmonic analysis, a study of the representation of functions or signals as the superposition of basic waves involving the notions of harmonic functions, trigonometric series, Fourier series, Fourier transforms, all periodic functions, and others. Harmonic analyzer, an instrument used to measure the amplitudes, frequencies, and phases of the components of a non-sinusoidal waveform, especially one used for analyzing audio frequencies. Harmonic analyzers, plural of harmonic analyzer. Harmonic balancer, a device connected to the crankshaft of an engine to reduce torsional vibration and to serve as a pulley for drive belts. Harmonic balancers, plural of harmonic balancer. Harmonic bounding, a situation where one input to output mapping pair receives a set of constraint violations that is a proper subset of the set of constraint violations received by a different input-output pair. Harmonic division, the configuration of four ordered collinear points such that their cross ratio is -1. Harmonic divisions, plural of harmonic division. Harmonic engine, a machine in which the energy of an electric current is used by means of two small electromagnets to keep up the vibrations of a large and heavily weighted tuning fork whose arms are connected to two pistons working a miniature pump. Harmonic engines, plural of harmonic engine. Harmonic function, a function of 2, 3, or n variables which is a solution to any of Laplace's equations. Harmonic functions, plural of harmonic function. Harmonic mean, a type of measure of central tendency calculated as the reciprocal of the mean of the reciprocals, H equals n/1/x1 plus 1/x2 plus 1/xn. Harmonic means. Plural of harmonic mean. Harmonic minor. The harmonic minor scale. Harmonic minor scale. A type of minor scale with the third and sixth notes lowered by one semitone with the interval pattern. Harmonic minor scales. Plural of harmonic minor scale. Harmonic motion. The motion of a harmonic oscillator. Harmonic number. Any of a series of numbers formed from the sum of the reciprocals of consecutive natural numbers. Harmonic numbers. Plural of harmonic number. Harmonic oscillator. A system which, when displaced from its equilibrium position, experiences a restoring force F proportional to the displacement x according to Hooke's law. F equals kx, where k is a positive constant. Harmonic oscillators. Plural of harmonic oscillator. Harmonic progression. A sequence of numbers whose reciprocals form an arithmetic progression. Harmonic progressions. Plural of harmonic progression. Harmonic proportion. The relation of three quantities in harmonic progression, with the second being a harmonic mean between the first and third, as in the three numbers 2, 3, and 6. Harmonic proportions. Plural of harmonic proportion. Harmonic series. The divergent series whose terms are the reciprocals of the positive integers. The series some sign n1/n. Harmonic tremor. A rhythmic shaking of the ground detectable by a seismograph and associated with volcanic activity, often a symptomatic warning of an eruption. Harmonic tremors. Plural of harmonic tremor. Harmonica. A musical wind instrument with a series of holes for the player to blow into. Each hole producing a different note. Harmonica bug. An electronic eavesdropping device bug that attaches to the landline telephone and is activated or deactivated by a specific tone. When activated, it prevents the telephone from ringing but activates its microphone to transmit to another telephone at a remote location. Harmonica bugs. Plural of harmonica bug. Harmoniceus. Synonym of harmonicist. Harmonicaists. Plural of harmonicaists. Harmonical. Alternative, form of harmonic. Harmonically. In a harmonic manner. Harmonically bound. Of an input-output pair to incur a proper subset of constraint violations of a different input-output pair. Harmonicalness. The quality of being harmonical. Harmonicals. Plural of harmonical. Harmonicas. Plural of harmonica. Harmonic chord. A kind of upright piano whose strings are set in vibration not by the blow of the hammer but by indirectly transmitted friction. Harmonic chords. Plural of harmonic chord. Harmonicism. The quality of being harmonic. Harmonicist. Someone who plays a harmonica. Harmonicists. Plural of harmonicists. Harmonicities. Plural of harmonicity. Harmonicity. The condition of being harmonic. Harmony. Obsolete form of harmonic. Harmonics. Plural of harmonic. Harmonicon. The harmonica. Harmonicons. Plural of harmonicon. Harmonics. Plural of harmonic. Harmonies. Plural of harmony. Harmonious. Showing accord in feeling or action. Harmoniously. In a harmonious manner, coordinately. Harmoniousness. The characteristic of being harmonious. Harmony. Alternative form of harmonophone. Harmonophone, a free-reed musical instrument played with a keyboard in which the sounds are produced by reeds set in a tube and vibrating under pressure from the breath, a precursor of the modern melodica. Harmonophones, plural of harmonophone. Harmonophones, plural of harmonophone. Harmonizable, alternative form of harmonizable. Harmonization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of harmonization. Harmonizations, plural of harmonization. Harmonize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of harmonize. Harmonized, simple past and past participle of harmonize. Harmonizer, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of harmonizer. Harmonizers, plural of harmonizer. Harmonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of harmonize. Harmonizing, present participle and gerund of harmonize. Harmonism, synonym of rapism. Harmonist, a member of the Harmony Society, a Christian theosophy and pietist society founded in Germany in 1785. Harmonistic, of or pertaining to harmony in fields other than music. Harmonistically, in a harmonistic manner. Harmonists, plural of harmonists. Harmony, a harmonist. Harmonites, plural of harmonide. Harmonium, a small keyboard instrument that consists of a series of reed pipes which sound when one of the keys is pressed to open a valve that allows air to pass through. Harmoniumist, someone who plays a harmonium. Harmoniumists, plural of harmoniumists. Harmoniums, plural of harmonium. Harmonizabilities, plural of harmonizability. Harmonizability, suitability or potential for being harmonized. Harmonizable, that can be harmonized. Harmonism, a form of bilinear invariant. Harmonizance, plural of harmonism. Harmonization, an act of harmonizing. Harmonizations, plural of harmonization. Harmonize, to be in harmonious agreement. Harmonize, simple past and past participle of harmonize. Harmonizer, a fan of the American girl group Fifth Harmony. Harmonizers, plural of harmonizer. Harmonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of harmonize. Harmonizer, third person singular simple present indicative of harmonize. Harmonizing, present participle and gerund of harmonize. Harmonizingly, in a way that harmonizes. Harmonogram, an early form of Gantt chart. Harmonograms, plural of harmonogram. Harmonograph, a mechanical device that uses a combination of pendulums to generate an image based on Lissajous curves. Harmonographs, plural of harmonograph. Harmonometer, an instrument for measuring the harmonic relations of sounds. Harmonometers, plural of harmonometer. Harmony, a number of places in the United States. Harmony of the spheres, synonym of music of the spheres. Harmost, a governor or ruler appointed by the Spartans in the cities they subjugated. Harmostes, plural of harmosti. Harmosts, plural of harmos. Harmosti, the rank or office of a harmost. Harmotome, a rare zeolite, a hydrated barium silicate that forms vitreous, white monoclinic crystals. Harmatomes, plural of harmatome. Harmproof, resistant to harm. Harms, a surname. Harms a hair on someone's head. Third person singular simple present indicative of harm a hair on someone's head. Harmson, a surname. Harmsons. Plural of Harmson. Harmses, plural of Harms. Harmston, a village and civil parish in North Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 9762. Harnpan, alternative form of harnpan. Harnpans, plural of harnpan. Harne, a surname from German. Harnack's curve theorem. In real algebraic geometry, a theorem that describes the possible numbers of connected components that an algebraic curve can have in terms of the degree of the curve. Harnack's, plural of Harnack. Harnage, a surname. Harnages, plural of harnage. Harness, alternative spelling of harness. Harnessed, simple past and past participle of harness. Harnesses, plural of harness. Harnessing, present participle and gerund of harness. Harnden, a surname. Harndens, plural of Harnden. Harn, a surname. Harns, plural of Harn. Harner, a surname. Harners, plural of Harner. Harness, a restraint or support, especially one consisting of a loop or network of rope or straps, and especially one worn by a working animal such as a horse pulling a carriage or farm implement. Harness bend, a type of bend not used to join the ends of two cords. It can be tied while maintaining tension in the cords. Harness bends, plural of harness bend. Harness cask, a usually round barrel lashed to a vessel's deck and containing salted provisions for daily use. Harness casks, plural of harness cast. Harness hang syndrome, synonym of suspension trauma. Harness loop, a type of knot generally known as the artillery loop. Harness loops, plural of harness loop. Harness race, an individual race in harness racing. Harness races, plural of harness race. Harness racing, a form of horse racing in which the horses race in a specified gait, usually pulling two-wheeled carts called sulkies. Harness saddle, the part of a harness which supports the weight of poles or shafts attaching a vehicle to a horse or other animal. Harness saddles, plural of harness saddle. Harness tub, harness casts. Harness tubs, plural of harness tub. Harnessable, able to be harnessed. Harness, simple past and past participle of harness. Harnessed antelope, any antelope of the genus Tragelaphus, especially the bushbuck. Harnessed antelopes, plural of harnessed antelope. Harness bushbuck, the more northern and westernmost of the two bushbuck species of sub-Saharan Africa, considered as single species by some sources, Tragelaphus scriptus. Harnessed bushbucks, plural of harnessed bushbuck. Harnessed moth, and North American tiger moth, Apenthes phalerata. Harnessed moths, plural of harnessed moth. Harnesser, one who harnesses. Harnessers, plural of harnesser. Harnesses, plural of harness. Harnesses, second person singular simple present indicative of harness. Harnesse, third person singular simple present indicative of harness. Harnessing, present participle and gerund of harness. Harnessings, plural of harnessing. Harnessway, resembling or characteristic of a harness. Harness maker, a maker of harnesses and similar equipment for horses. Harness makers, plural of harness maker. Harness or harness equipment for animals. Harnett, a surname. Harnett County, one of 100 counties in North Carolina, United States. County seat, Lillington. Harnets, plural of Harnett. Harney, a surname. Harney County, one of 36 counties in Oregon, United States. County seat, Burns. Harneys, plural of Harney. Harno, a hamlet in Driffield Parish, Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0700. Harnisch, a surname from German. Harnisches, plural of Harnisch. Harnisch, a surname. Harniges, plural of Harnisch. Harnezo, a person of approximately 2/3 European and 1/3 Amerindian descent. Harnpan, the brainpan, the skull. Harnthans, plural of Harnpan. Harns, reins. Har, alternative form of haunt, haint ghosts. Harns, plural of harnt. How, a surname. Heroin, a surname from Armenian. Heroines, plural of heroin. Herol, acronym of hemispheric asymmetry reduction in older adults. Herol, a male given name from Old English or Old Norse. Harold Wood, a suburb in the borough of Havering, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 5490. Haroldian, of or relating to Lord Byron's Child a Herald's Pilgrimage, a lengthy narrative poem published between 1812 and 1818. Harolds, plural of Harol. Haroldson, a surname. Haroldsons, plural of Haroldson. Haru, a male given name from Arabic, variant of Haran, equivalent to English Aaron. Harasat, alternative form of Harosif. Harasa, a paste made of fruits and nuts eaten at Passover, representing the mortar mixed by the Israelites during their slavery in Egypt. Harasat, plural of Harasat. Haram, the leading figures of the Darawish such as commanders, governors, representatives, judges, etc., considered collectively. Harauns, plural of Haraun. Heroyan, a surname from Armenian. Heroyans, plural of Heroyan. A surname originating as an occupation for a player of the harp. Harp closure, harp shackle. Harp closures, plural of harp closure. Harp guitar, any of several designs of guitars with at least one unstopped string that can be plucked, like that of a harp. Harp guitarist, someone who plays a harp guitar. Harp guitarists, plural of harp guitar. guitarists. Harp guitars, plural of harp guitar. Harp holder, a wire framework that surrounds a light bulb which fits into a socket at its base and which is topped by a finial for holding a lampshade. Harp holders, plural of harp holder. Harp island, synonym of how, an atoll in Tuamotu Archipelago, French Polynesia. Harp of David, synonym of Begina. Harp high, to nag about, to complain incessantly or persistently request, to continue to bring up as a point of contention. Harp on one string, to dwell on a single subject with disagreeable or wearisome persistence. Harp on the same string, to repeatedly say the same thing. Harp seal, one of species Pagophilus groenlandicus, a true seal or earless seal found in the northernmost Atlantic Ocean and adjacent parts of the Arctic Ocean. Harp seals, plural of harp seal. Harp shackle, a shackle shaped so that the opening is smaller than the circumference of the loop. Harp shackles, plural of harp shackle. Harp shell, an attractive marine gastropod shell of the genus Harpa, found in tropical seas. Harp shells, plural of harp shell. Harp snail, any of the snails of the family Harpidae. Harp snails, plural of harp snail. Harp guitar, alternative form of harp guitar. Harp guitarist, alternative form of harp guitarist. Harp guitarists, plural of harp guitarist. Harp guitars, plural of harp guitar. Harp player, synonym of harpist. Harp players, plural of harp player. Harpacticoi, any copud of the order Harpacticoida. Harpacticoids, plural of harpacticoid. Harpactocoid, misspelling of harpacticoid. Harpagide, an iridoid found in the fruits of Clerodendrum colbrookianum. Harpagiphorid, any fish in the family Harpagiferidae. Harpagiferids, plural of harpagiferiid. Harpago, synonym of corvus grappling hook in ancient Roman naval warfare. Harpagon, a grappling hook. Harpagon, the clasping organ of male genitalia, one of the gonopods. Harpagons, plural of harpago. Harpagons, plural of harpagon. Harpagoside, an iridoid glycoside present in the medicinal plant Harpagophytum procumbens. Harpaline, belonging to the taxonomic subfamily Harpalini. Harpalines, plural of harpaline. Harpalae, one of the moons of Jupiter. Harpax, an ancient Roman catapult-shot grapnel. A surname. Hart, simple past and past participle of harp. Harped on, simple past and past participle of harp on. Harped on one string, simple past and past participle of harp on one string. Harped on the same string, simple past and past participle of harp on the same string. Harpeggi, an electrophonic string instrument. Harpedges, plural of harpeggi. Harpal, a surname from German. Harpalaceous, of or relating to the Harpalaceae. Harpals, plural of harpal. Harpenton, a town and civil parish with a town council in St. Albans district. Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 1314. However, a number of places in the United States. Harper County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Anthony. Harper Woods, an inner suburb of Detroit with a population of roughly 14,000. Harperite, a supporter of Stephen Harper and the policies of his government. Harperites, plural of Harperite. Harpooly, a hamlet in Stanley Parish, County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 1753. Harbors, plural of harbor. Harper's Ferry, a small town in Jefferson County, West Virginia, best known as the site of a raid by John Brown in 1859, a major event in the origins of the American Civil War. Harps, plural of harp. Harpford, a small village in Newton Poppleford and Harpford Parish, East Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SY 0990. Harp guitar, alternative spelling of harp guitar. Harp guitarist, alternative form of harp guitarist. Harp guitars, plural of harp guitar. Hardom, a village and civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref TA 0961. Hardoms, plural of Harpum. Harvey, an international brand of toilet cleaner. Harvid, any member of the family Harpidae of snails. Harbids, plural of harpid. Hardies, plural of harpy. Harvid, a protein produced by certain plant pathogens. Harpooner, harpooner. Harvey, singular of harpings. Harping iron, a harpoon. Harping irons, plural of harping iron. Harping Johnny, Hylet Lephium telephium, a succulent perennial ground cover native to Eurasia. Harping on, present participle and gerund of harp on. Harping on one string, present participle and gerund of harp on one string. Harping on the same string, present participle and gerund of harp on the same string. Harpings, the front part of the wales of a vessel around the bow and fastened to the stem, used to provide protection from the seas. Harbins, plural of harpin. Harbus, someone who plays a harp, especially a pedal harp. Harpists, plural of harpus. Harpless, without a harp. Harply, resembling a harp or the sound of harp music. Harp baker, a maker of harps. Harp bakers, plural of harp maker. Harpocrates, the god of silence, secrets and confidentiality. Harpo, a surname. Harpoles, plural of harpole. Harpoon, a spear-like weapon with a barbed head used in hunting whales and large fish. Harpoon fork, a kind of hayfork consisting of a bar with hinged barbs at one end and a loop for a rope at the other end, used for lifting hay from the load by horsepower. Harpoon forks, plural of harpoon fork. Harpoon gun, a small gun on a whaler that fires harpoons. Harpoon guns, plural of harpoon gun. Harpoonable, able to be harpooned. Harpooned, simple past and past participle of harpoon. Harpooneer, A harpooner, one who uses a harpoon to hunt whales. Harpooneers, plural of harpooner. Harpooner, a person who uses a harpoon, especially to hunt whales. Harpooners, plural of harpooner. Harpooning, the act of shooting with a harpoon. Harpoonings, plural of harpooning. Harpoons, plural of harpoon. Harpootlian, a surname from Armenian. Harpress, a female harpist. Harpresses, plural of harpress. Harps, a surname. Harps of David. Plural of harp of David. Harps on, third person singular simple present indicative of harp on. Harps on one string, third person singular simple present indicative of harp on one string. Harps on the same string, third person singular simple present indicative of harp on the same string. Harpses, plural of harps. Harpsichord, obsolete form of harpsichord. Harpsichons, plural of harpsichon. Harpsichord, a musical instrument with a keyboard that produces sound through a mechanical process. When the performer presses a key, a corresponding plectrum plucks a tuned string. The harpsichord originated in late medieval Europe and is one of the most important instruments used to perform Baroque music. Harpsichordist, one who plays the harpsichord. Harpsichordists, plural of harpsichordists. Harpsichord-like, resembling or characteristic of a harpsichord. Harpsichords, plural of harpsichord. Harpsichord, dated form of harpsichord. Harpsichords, plural of harpsichord. Harpster, a surname. Harpsters, plural of harpster. Harpstring, the string of a harp. Harpstrings, plural of harpstring. Harpur, a surname. Harpai, an inner-city suburb of the city of Manchester, Greater Manchester, England, OS Greater FSD 8601. Harput, alternative form of carput. Harvi, a mythological creature generally depicted as a bird of prey with the head of a maiden, a face pale with hunger and long claws on her hands personifying the destructive power of storm winds. Harpy bat, an East Indian fruit bat of the genus Nyctimene, especially Nyctimene cephalotes, with prominent tubular nostrils. Harpy bats, plural of harpy bat. Harpy eagle, an eotropical eagle, Harpy havija. Harpy eagles, plural of harpy eagle. Harpish, resembling harpy, ravenous or shrewish. Harpulai, resembling a harpy, ravenous or shrewish. Harkin, a Mongol autonomous county in Kaohsiung, Liaoning, China. Harquebus, an obsolete matchlock firearm. Harquebusade, alternative form of arquebusade, the shot of an arquebus. Harquebusades, plural of harquebusade. Harquebus, alternative form of harquebus. Harquebuses, plural of harquebus. Harquebusier, alternative form of arquebusier. Harquebusiers, plural of harquebusier. Harquebus, alternative form of harquebus. Harquebuses, plural of harquebus. Harquebus, obsolete form of arquebus. Harquebuses, plural of Harkwood used. Ha, a surname. Harud, to harass, to plunder from. Harud, simple past and past participle of haraj. Haraj as third person singular simple present indicative of haraj. Harajing, present participle and gerund of haraj. How, a surname. Havas, plural of hara. Harol, a surname transferred from the given name. Harols, plural of Harol. Haralson, a surname. Harun, a district of Şanlıurfa province in the southeast of Turkey. However, alternative form of Harang. How, a surname. Harappan, of or relating to the Harappa archaeological site in Punjab, northeast Pakistan, or the ancient civilization that once lived there. Harappans, plural of Harappan. Haras, a herd of stud horses. Harazes, plural of haras. Haras, obsolete spelling of harass, now a common misspelling. Haras, simple past and past participle of harass. Harasses, third person singular simple present indicative of harass. Harassing, present participle and gerund of harass. Haratin, alternative form of haratin. Haratines, plural of haratin. Haratin, alternative form of haratin. Haratins, plural of haratin. A surname from German. A surname. Harol, a surname. Harol, a surname. Haralson, a surname. Harols, plural of Harol. Haralson, a surname. Hera, a surname from Dutch. Herons, plural of heron. How, a surname from German. Harris, plural of Hara. As, a surname. Heresies, plural of Hars. A surname. Hurricane, obsolete form of hurricane. Hurricanes, plural of hurricane. Harridan, a vicious and scolding woman, especially an older one. Harridans, plural of Harridan. Harud, a surname. Harrages, plural of Harrage. Harry, a male given name. Harried, stressed, rushed, panicked, overly busy, or preoccupied. Harriedness, the state, quality, or condition of being harried. However, a surname. Harry, a small, light, fast aircraft carrier specialized in operating VTOL aircraft, used for controlling sea lanes, convoy escort, and anti-submarine patrol ASW. Harrier carriers, plural of Harrier carrier. Harrier, a bird of either of two species in genus Palaboroids. Harriers, plural of Harrier. Harries, a surname originating as a patronymic. Harriet, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Harriet Lane, pinned meat. Harriets, plural of Harriet. Harrietsham, a village in Maidstone Borough, Kent, England. OS grid ref TQ 8652. Hedet, a female given name from the Germanic languages, variant of Harriet. Harrigan, a surname from Irish. Harridans, plural of Harrigan. Harriger, a surname. Harrigers, plural of Harriger. Harrow, a surname. Harrels, plural of Harrow. Harriman, a surname. Hymenet, any hemichordate in the family Harrymaniidae. Hymenets, plural of Harrymaniae. Harrimanite, a follower of the American socialist politician Job Harriman 1861-1925. Harrymanites, plural of Harrymanite. Harrimans, plural of Harriman. Harring, a surname. Haringey, a suburban area in the borough of Haringey, Greater London, England. Note the different spellings. OS grid ref TQ 3188. Harrins, plural of Harring. Harrington, a habitational surname from Old English from several places of that name in England. Harrington Farthing, a small English copper alloy token worth a farthing. Harrington Farthings, plural of Harrington Farthing. Harrington Hump, a low-cost structure designed to raise the height of a low railway station platform to meet the level of the train entrance step. Harrington Humps, plural of Harrington Hump. Harringtoni, any of a class of alkaloids that inhibit protein synthesis obtained from conifers of the genus Cephalotaxus. Harringtonines, plural of Harringtonine. Harringtons, plural of Harrington. Harrigworth, a village and civil parish in Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, formerly in East Northamptonshire District. OS grid ref SB 9197. Hadet, a surname transferred from the given name. Hadet, a surname. Hadets, plural of Harriet. Harris, an English and Welsh surname originating as a patronymic. Harris County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Hamilton, named after Charles Harris. Harris Line, synonym of growth arrest line. Harris Lines, plural of Harris Line. Harris Manchester, ellipsis of Harris Manchester College, Oxford. Harris platelet syndrome, asymptomatic constitutional macrothrombocytopenia, the most common inherited giant platelet disorder in the Indian subcontinent, characterized by a functional thrombocytopenia due to the presence of giant platelet cells. Harris tweed, a loosely woven tweed made by hand on the island of Lewis and Harris in the Outer Hebrides. Harris tweeds, plural of Harris tweed. Harris's hawk, Parabuteo unicinctus, a hawk native to North and South America and used elsewhere in falconry. Harris's hawks, plural of Harris's hawk. Harris's sparrow, the Sparrowzana trichiaquarula. Harrisburg, a city, the state capital of Pennsylvania. Harrises, plural of Harris. Harriun, of or relating to John Harris, born 1945, British bioethicist and philosopher. Harriside, a religious follower of the Welsh Methodist leader Howell Harris. Harrisites, plural of Harriside. Harrysum, characterized or marked by harrying or hairiness. Harrison, a Northern English surname originating as a patronymic. Harrison Claudio Cervantes, a barangay of Baguio, Banked, Philippines. Harrison County, one of 82 counties in Mississippi, United States. County seats Biloxi and Gulfport, named after William Henry Harrison. Harrison red, a brilliant vermilion aniline pigment. Harrison syndrome, chronic tophaceous gout. Harrison Burr, a village, the parish seat of Catahoula Parish, Louisiana, United States. Harrisonite, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing calcium, iron, magnesium, oxygen, phosphorus, and silicon. Harrisons, plural of Harrison. Harrisonville, a number of places in the United States. Harrison, a surname. Harrysville, a rural town and locality in Scenic Rim Region, Queensland, Australia. Harry, a surname. Harrides, plural of Harrity. Harris, a surname. Herod, a surname. Herod Johnson diagram, a way of visualizing the relationship between the output price ratios, the input price ratios, and the element ratio of two goods. Herod Johnson diagrams, plural of Herod Johnson diagram. Herodian, of or pertaining to Roy Forbes Herod 1978, English economist. Harrods, plural of Herod. Harrodsburg, a census-designated place in Clear Creek Township, Monroe County, Indiana, United States. Harrogate, a town in North Yorkshire, England. It should now be a civil parish, with a town council elected on 1 May 2025. Harrogatonian, a person from Harrogate, England. Harrogatonians, plural of Harrogatonian. Harold, a surname. Heron, a surname from Irish. Herons, plural of heron. Harrop, a surname. Harrops, plural of Harrop. Haram, a surname from Arabic. Harrounds, plural of Harrow. Harrowian, a pupil of Harrow School, England. Harrowians, plural of Harrowian. Ho, a town in northwestern Greater London, England. Harrow Drive, synonym of French cut. Harrow Drive, plural of Harrow Drive. Harrow on the Hill, a suburban area in the borough of Harrow, Greater London, England, situated at the top of Harrow Hill, OS Grid Ref TQ 1587. Harrow up, ring to the surface. Harrow Weald, a suburban area of the borough of Harrow, Greater London. Harrowden, a hamlet in Shortstown Parish, Bedford Borough, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 0747. Howard, simple past and past participle of Harrow. Harrowed up, simple past and past participle of Harrow up. Harrow, a surname. Harrower, one who harrows. Harrowers, plural of harrower. Harrowis, second person singular simple present indicative of harrow. Harrower, third person singular simple present indicative of harrow. Harrowing, present participle and gerund of harrow. Harrowing of hell. Christ's freeing from the underworld of those souls of the dead who merited entry to heaven. Harrowing of hell, a raid into the underworld by a heroic figure. Harrowing up, present participle and gerund of harrow up. harrowingly, in a way or to an extent that is harrowing. Harrowingness, the quality of being harrowing. Harrowings, plural of harrowing. Harrowings of hell, plural of harrowing of hell. Harrows, plural of harrow. Harrows up, third person singular simple present indicative of harrow up. Harrows, plural of har. Harrow, alternative spelling of harumph. Harroughs, simple past and past participle of harumph. Harrougher, one who complains or moralizes. Harumphers, plural of harumpher. Harumphing, present participle and gerund of harumph. Harumphingly, in the manner of one harumphing. Harums, plural of harum. Harry, a male given name. Harry Benjamin syndrome, transsexualism. Harry Hotlips, the marine fish Plactorhinchus gibbosus. Harry Hun, a name used to represent the German people. Harry Potter, a fictional young wizard from the popular Harry Potter fantasy books and movies. Harry Potter glasses, a pair of spectacles glasses with round lenses. Harry Potter spectacles, synonym of Harry Potter glasses. Harry Potteress, resembling or characteristic of the Harry Potter series. Harry Potterish, resembling or characteristic of the Harry Potter series. Harry Starkers, synonym of Starkers completely nude. Harry Stoke, a suburban village in Stoke Gifford Parish, South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England, OS Grid Ref SD 6278. Harry Potterish, alternative form of Harry Potterish. Harry's off, a student of law or medicine at Cambridge who, being of the same standing as the students in arts in his year, is allowed to wear a full-sleeved gown when they assume their BA gowns, though he does not attain his actual degree so soon. Harry Sophs, plural of Harry Soph. Harry, present participle and gerund of Harry. Harry of hell, alternative form of harrowing of hell. Harriet, plural of harrying. Harriman, a surname. Harrimans, plural of harriman. Harrymort, the ship of characters Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort of the Harry Potter series. Har, plural of har. Hus, plural of har. Otters, pronunciation. Spelling of horse. Harseveld, a municipality in the Saint-Germain Collective Municipality of the same name, situated approximately 35 km 21 3/4 miles southwest of Hamburg in Stade District, Lower Saxony, Northern Germany. Harseny, a commune of Brasov County, Romania. Harsas, plural of Hars. Harsasti, a village and commune of Arges County, Romania. Harsh, a surname. Harsh down, to harsh especially viciously or repeatedly, to criticize or ruin the mood of someone or something. Harsh noise, a subgenre of noise music characterized by extreme levels of distortion, abrasive textures and a lack of harmonics. Harsh noise wall, an extreme subgenre of harsh noise music featuring noises layered together to form a consistent, static sound. Harsh one's mellow, to spoil one's good mood or to annoy one. Har, a surname. Harshad number, a positive integer which is divisible by the sum of all of its digits. Harshad numbers, plural of Harshad number. Haryas, plural of Harsha. Harsha, a surname. Harshas, plural of Harsha. Harshbarger, a surname. Harshbargers, plural of Harshbarger. Harsh, obsolete spelling of harsh. Hare, simple past and past participle of harsh. Harsha down, simple past and past participle of harsh down. Harun, to make or to become harsh, render hard and rough. Harshan, simple past and past participle of harshan. Harshan, present participle and gerund of harshan. Harshans, third person singular simple present indicative of harshan. Har, comparative form of harsh, more harsh. Haryas, plural of harsh. Harsh is down, third person singular simple present indicative of harsh down. Haryas, superlative form of harsh, most harsh. Hari, present participle and gerund of harsh. Harshing down, present participle and gerund of harsh down. Hari, somewhat harsh. Harya, a male given name from Sanskrit common in India. Harshida, a female given name of Indian usage. Harshela, alternative form of Harshita. Harvli, comparative form of harshly, more harshly. Highliest, superlative form of harshly, most harshly. Harily, in a harsh manner, severely. Harshman, a surname. Harshwins, plural of harshman. Haryumas. The quality of being harsh. Harshnesses, plural of harshness. Harslet, alternative spelling of haslet. Harslets, plural of harslet. Harslavalu, a variety of grape grown primarily in Hungary, commonly used in Takiz. Harsley, a surname. Harstigize, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing beryllium, calcium, hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Harston, a place name. Harstons, plural of Harston. Harzuzi, a modern South Arabian language spoken in Oman. Art, initialism of hazardous area response team. Art, an English surname transferred from the nickname, originally a nickname from Middle English Hertstag, Hart. Hard by. The rural municipality of Hartbutno, 11, a rural municipality in South Saskatchewan, Canada, which borders onto Montana. Hart County, a county of Georgia, United States. County seat, Hartwell. Hart Hall, former name of Hertford College, Oxford, dissolved in 1816, not to be confused with the extant college of the same name. Heart of Greece, a heart of the season when fact. Hart Station, a suburb of Hartlepool, County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 4835. Hart's Clover, Melilot, sweet clover Melilotus spp. Hart's Ear, Plania grandiflora, an Asian plant once used medicinally in India. Hart's Line, the boundary of the vulval vestibule. Hart's Pennyroyal, an annual mint native to the Western Mediterranean and the stores meant the Cervena, having a similar scent and other properties to pennyroyal. Hart's tongue, the fern Asplenium scolopendrium. Hart's tongues, plural of hart's tongue. Hartall, the closure of shops and offices typically as a strike. Hardalls, plural of hardall. Hartbeest, alternative form of hartebeest. Hartbeest, alternative form of hartebeest. Hartbeests, plural of hartbeests. Hartburn, a suburb of Stockton-on-Tees, County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref and Z 4218. Hartshire, a surname. Hartcliffe, a suburb and council estate in southern Bristol, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5867. Art. A surname. Hartin, of or relating to Bret Hart. 1836-1902, American short story writer and poet, best known for stories about miners, gamblers, and other romantic figures of the California Gold Rush. Hartebeest, a type of grassland antelope, Alcelaphus bucellaphus, native to parts of Africa. Hartebeest, plural of hartebeest. Hartebeest, plural of hartebeest. Hardall, a surname. Hardalls, plural of hardall. Hartley, obsolete form of heartily. Harton, obsolete spelling of Harton. Harton, simple past and past participle of Harton. Heartening, present participle and gerund of Harton. Hardens, third person singular simple present indicative of Harton. Hartenstein, a surname from German. Hartensteins, plural of Hartenstein. Harder, a surname. Harders, plural of harder. Hardert, a surname. Arts, plural of hart. Hardis, a village and civil parish in Babberg District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TL 8352. Hartfield, a place name. Hartfields, plural of Hartfield. Hartford, any of a number of place names in England, variants of Hertfording. Hartford City, a city, the county seat of Blackford County, Indiana, United States, originally known as Hartsford. Hartford County, one of 8 counties in Connecticut, United States. There is now no county seat. The city of Hartford was the county seat until 1960. Hartford fir, synonym of American climbing fern Lygodium palmatum. Hartford ferns, plural of Hartford fern. Hartfordian, of or relating to Hartford, Connecticut, United States. Hartfordians, plural of Hartfordian. Hertfordshire, obsolete spelling of Hertfordshire. Hartdoe, a surname. Hartdoes, plural of Hartgill. Hargrove, a surname. Hargroves, plural of Hartgrove. Hart, a surname. Partheim am Rhein, a town and municipality in Breisgau-Schwarzwald district, Baden-Württemberg, Germany, renamed from Hartheim in 2012. Harthill, a place name. Harthill with Woodall, a civil parish in the metropolitan borough of Rotherham, South Yorkshire, England. Harthills, plural of Harthill. Harthope, a hamlet in Dumfries and Galloway Council area, Scotland, on the border with South Lanarkshire. OS grid ref NT0312. Hardis, plural of hearth. Hardi, a major subgroup of the Somali Darude clan. Harun, of or relating to Herbert Lionel Adolphus Hart 1907-1992, British legal philosopher. Hardisty, a village and commune of Argeș County, Romania. Harde, a surname. Hardigan, a surname from Irish. Hardigans, plural of Hardigan. Hardigs, plural of Hardig. Hardel, a surname. Harton, a surname. Harding, a surname. Hardings. Plural of Harding. Hardington, a village in Hardington Town Quarter Parish, Derbyshire Dales District, Derbyshire, England. OS grid ref SK 1260. Hardington Middle Quarter, a civil parish in Derbyshire Dales District, Derbyshire, England. Hardington Nether Quarter, a civil parish in Derbyshire Dales District, Derbyshire, England. Hardington Town Quarter, a civil parish in Derbyshire Dales District, Derbyshire, England, which includes the village of Hardington. Hartons, plural of Harton. Hardized, a fossil resin chemically, a mixture of diterpene hydrocarbons resembling amber. Hardites, plural of Hartite. Hard, a surname from German. Hards, plural of Harch. Hart, a surname. Harts, plural of Hart. Hartel, a surname. Heartland, a place name. Heartlands, plural of Heartland. Harthob, a surname from German. Hartlobs, plural of Hartlaw. Hartel, a surname. Hardo-Hawking state, a hypothetical state of the universe prior to the Planck epoch, in which time did not exist, only space. Hardo-Hawking states, plural of Hardo-Hawking state. Hartoberry, a village and civil parish in Wychavon district, Worcestershire, England. OS grid ref SO 8470. Hart Lane, alternative form of Hart Lion. Hartlepool, a town and seaport in County Durham, in northeastern England. Hartlepool monkey, a monkey, the only survivor of a French ship that foundered near Hartlepool during the Napoleonic Wars, that was supposedly tried and hanged as a spy. Hartopulian, of or from Hartlepool. Hartopulians, plural of Hartopulian. Hardals, plural of Hardal. Heartless, a surname. Heartless. Tivid, heartlesses, plural of heartless. Hartley, a place name. Hartley County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Shanning. Hartley function, a measure of uncertainty. If a sample from a finite set uniformly at random is picked, the information revealed after the outcome is known is given by the Hartley function H0 equals log B, where it denotes the cardinality of a Hartley oscillator, an electronic oscillator circuit in which the oscillation frequency is determined by a tuned circuit consisting of capacitors and inductors. Hartley oscillators, plural of Hartley oscillator. Hartley transform, An integral transform closely related to the Fourier transform, but which transforms real valued functions to real valued functions. Hartley transforms. Plural of Hartley transform. Hartley Winty, a village and civil parish in Hart District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 7656. Hart Lion, of or relating to David Hartley 1705-1757, English philosopher and founder of the Associationist School of Psychology. Hart Labour, a civil parish in southwest Northumberland, England. Hartleys, plural of Hartley. Hartline, a surname. Hartlines, plural of Hartline. Hardals, plural of Hardal. Hartmann, a surname from Dutch of Dutch and Low German origin. Hartmann hips, extremely wide hips, especially on a female cartoon character. Hartmanian, of or relating to Robert S. Hartman 1910-1973, logician and philosopher in the field of axiology. Hartmanivirus, any arenavirus of the genus Hartmanivirus. Hartmaniviruses, plural of Hartmanivirus. Hartmann, a surname from German. Hartmann's mountain zebra, a mountain zebra of subspecies Equus zebra hartmanni, found in southwestern Angola and western Namibia, and having a dewlap and an unstriped belly. Hartmann's operation, synonym of Hartmann's procedure. Hartmann's procedure, proctus sigmoidectomy. Hartmann's solution, Ringer's lactate solution. Hartmannellid, any amoebozoan in the family Hartmannellidae. Hartmannellids, plural of Hartmannellid. Hartmannian, of or relating to Nikolai Hartmann 1882-1950, Baltic, German philosopher. Hartmannula, any ciliate of the family Hartmannellidae. Hartmannulids, plural of Hartmannulid. Hardener, a surname. Harders, plural of Hartner. Hartnett, a surname. Hartnets, plural of Hartnett. Hartney, a surname. Hartneys, plural of Hartney. Hartnup disease, an autosomal recessive metabolic disorder affecting the absorption of nonpolar amino acids. Hartnup disorder, synonym of Hartnup disease. Hartar, a surname from Dutch. Hartargs, plural of Hartar. Hartarg's number, for a given set X, the cardinality of the least ordinal number alpha such that there is no injection from alpha into X. Hartog's numbers, plural of Hartog's number. Hartai, a surname. Hartala, a municipality of Pientastia, Finland. Harton, a place in England. Harton, plural of Harton. Hartraft, a surname. Hartrafts, plural of Hartraft. Hartree, a surname. Hartree product, the product of a series of solutions to the Schrödinger equation for individual electrons used as an approximation in the Hartree equation. Hartree products, plural of Hartree product. Hartree-Fock, ellipsis of Hartree-Fock method. Hartree-Fock method, a method of approximation for the determination of the wave function and the energy of a quantum many-body system in a stationary state. Hartrees, plural of Hartree. Art, plural of heart. Ars, a surname from Dutch. Hearts of Greece, plural of Heart of Greece. Hartstow, a hamlet in Greenburgh, Westchester County, New York, United States. Hartzau, a surname from German. Hartzals, plural of Hartzau. Hartzie is plural of Harts. Hartsfield, a surname. Hartsfields, plural of Hartsfield. Hartshill, a village and civil parish in North Warwickshire District, Warwickshire, England, OS Grid Ref SB 3293. Hartshorn, a surname. Hartshorn salt, a leavening agent consisting of ammonium bicarbonate and ammonium carbamate. Hartshorn salts, plural of Hartshorn salt. Hartshorn, a place name. Hartshorned, simple past and past participle of Hartshorn. Hartshorns, plural of Hartshorn. Hartshorning, present participle and gerund of Hartshorn. Hartshorns, plural of Hartshorn. Hardsock, a surname. Hardsocks, plural of Hartsock. Hartso, a surname. Hartsos, plural of Hartso. Hartson, a surname. Hartsons, plural of Hartson. Hartso, a surname from German. Hartzos, plural of Hartso. Hartstein, a surname from German. Hartsteins, plural of Hartstein. Hartstein, alternative spelling of Hartstongue. Hartstems, plural of Hartston. Hartsville, a town in Bartholomew County, Indiana, United States. A surname. Ars, plural of Hart. Hartville, a city, the county seat of Wright County, Missouri. Hartwell, a surname. Hartwells, plural of Hartwell. Hartway, a surname. Hartwicks, plural of Hartwick. Hartway, a surname. Hartwigs, plural of Hartway. Hartway, a hamlet in Hartwith-cum-Winslow Parish, Harrogate Borough, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 2161. Hartwith-cum-Winslow, a civil parish in Harrogate Borough, North Yorkshire, England. Hartwood, a village in North Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 8459. Hardwort, a coarse umbelliferous plant of Europe, Tordillium maximum, or any plant of genus Tordillium. Hartworts, plural of Hartwort. Hardy, a surname. Hardies, plural of Hardy. Hars, a surname. Hartzell, a surname from German. Hartzell, a surname from German. Hartzals, plural of Hartzell. Hartzels, plural of Hartzell. Hartzes, plural of Harts. Hartzlor, a surname. Hartzlors, plural of Hartzlor. Hartzar, a surname. Hartzogs, plural of Hartzog. Hiru, a Japanese unisex given name. Harubi, a female given name from Japanese. Haruko, a female given name from Japanese. Harum-skarum, wild, careless, irresponsible. Harem skarems, plural of harem skarem. Harumi, a female given name from Japanese. Harumph, an expression of disdain, disbelief, protest, refusal, or dismissal. Harumph, simple past and past participle of harumph. Harumphing, present participle and gerund of harumph. Harums, plural of harum. Harun, an Arabic male given name from Arabic, equivalent to English Aaron. Haruna, a female given name from Japanese. Haruo, a male given name from Japanese. Hirawa, a commonly eaten species of stink bug in Costernum deligorgae, found in southern Africa. Haruspex, a soothsayer or priest in ancient Rome, originally Etruscan, who practiced haruspicy, divination, by inspecting entrails. Haruspical, relating to a haruspex. Haruspicate, to perform haruspication. Haruspicated, simple past and past participle of haruspicate. Haruspicates, third person singular simple present indicative of haruspicate. Haruspicating, present participle and gerund of haruspicate. Haruspication, the act or practice of divination from the entrails of animals slain in sacrifice. Haruspications, plural of haruspication. Haruspicator, one who practices haruspication. Haruspicators, plural of haruspicator. Hieruspes, an Etruscan seer in ancient Rome. Haruspices, plural of haruspex. Haruspices, plural of haruspicy. Haruspicy, divination by use of animal entrails, usually the victims of sacrifice. Haryun, a male given name from Armenian. Haryutunian, a surname from Armenian. Haryutunians, plural of Haryutunian. Har, a diminutive of the male given name Harvey. Harvard, a surname transferred from the given name. Harvard architecture, a computer architecture in which program instructions and data are stored on separate memories and accessed via separate buses. Harvard architectures, plural of Harvard architecture. Harvard comma, the serial comma. Harvard commas, plural of Harvard comma. Harvard format, the author date method of parenthetical referencing, one of several standard formats for citing information from any source bibliographically. Harvard machine, a computer that implements the Harvard architecture. Harvard machines, plural of Harvard machine. Harvardian, of or relating to Harvard University, Massachusetts, USA. Harvardiana, documents and other items associated with Harvard University, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Harvardians, plural of Harvardian. Harvat, a surname. Harvats, plural of Harvat. Harvayan, alternative form of Harvayan. Hyrule, a surname. Harval, a surname. Harvals, plural of Harval. Harvals, plural of Harval. Harvest, the process of gathering the ripened crop, harvesting. Harvest break, a time of 2 weeks of vacation from school that occurs during the fall and harvest season. Harvest breaks, plural of harvest break. Harvest doll, synonym of harvest queen. Harvest dolls, plural of harvest doll. Harvest festival, church festival celebrating the harvest, held at the end of September or the beginning of October. Harvest festival, any of various festivals, usually in autumn celebrating a harvest. Harvest festivals, plural of harvest festival. Harvest festivals, plural of harvest festival. Harvest flies, plural of harvest fly. Harvest fly, cicada. Harvest geese, plural of harvest goose. Harvest gold, a brownish gold color. Harvest golds, plural of harvest gold. Harvest goose, a gray-like. Harvest home, the gathering and bringing home of the harvest. Harvest homecoming, a traditional street party or dance near the start of the school year at around fall midterms. Harvest homecomings, plural of harvest homecoming. Harvest homes, plural of harvest home. Harvest lord, the head reaper at the harvest. Harvest lords, plural of harvest lord. Harvest mice, plural of harvest mouse. Harvest mite, any of various mites of the genus Trumbicula that inhabit forests and grasslands and which, in their larval stage, attach to various animals including humans and feed on skin, often causing itching. Harvest mites, plural of harvest mite. Harvest moon, the first full moon of autumn by a tropical year. Harvest moons, plural of harvest moon. Harvest mouse. Micromys minutus, a species of the subfamily Murinae Old World rats and mice. Harvest queen, an image of Ceres, goddess of fruits, in ancient times carried about on the last day of harvest. Harvest queens, plural of harvest queen. Harvest season, the time or season of the year for the gathering of ripened crops. Harvest seasons, plural of harvest season. Harvest spider. Harvestmen, daddy longlegs. Harvest spiders, plural of harvest spider. Harvest supper, a feast to celebrate a successful harvest. Harvest suppers, plural of harvest supper. Harvest time, the time of year during which harvest occurs. Harvest times, plural of harvest time. Harvest ready, ready to be harvested. Harvestability, the quality of being harvestable. Harvestable, capable of or suitable for being harvested. Harvested, simple past and past participle of harvest. Harvestee, one from whom something is harvested. Harvestees, plural of harvestee. Harvester, a person who gathers the harvest harvests the crop. Harvester ant, an ant belonging to any of a number of species which gather and store plant material, usually seeds, for food. Harvester ants, plural of harvester ant. Harvester butterflies, plural of harvester butterfly. Harvester butterfly, synonym of harvester butterfly of species Phanesca tarquinius. Harvester resher, synonym of combined harvester. Harvester reshers, plural of harvester resher. Harvesters, plural of harvester. Harveste, third person singular simple present indicative of harvest. Harvest fish, paru, a kind of butterfish. Harvest fishes, plural of harvest fish. Harvesting, the gathering of a mature crop and harvest. Harvestings, plural of harvesting. Harvestless, without harvest, lacking in crops, barren. Harvestman, a male harvester, any harvester person who works to gather in the crops at harvest time. Harvestmen, plural of harvestmen. Harvestries, plural of harvestry. Harvester, the act of harvesting. Harvests, plural of harvest. Harvest time, alternative spelling of harvest time. Harvest times, plural of harvest time. Harvey. A number of places in the United States. Harvey ball, any of a set of partially filled circular ideograms used to communicate qualitative information. Harvey balls, plural of Harvey ball. Harvey County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Newton. Harvey Nicks, Harvey Nichols, a British luxury department store selling fashionable clothing. And other products. Harvey process. A process for hardening the face of steel, involving the additional carburizing of the face of a piece of low-carbon steel by heaping a solid carbon-rich fuel such as charcoal on the face of the steel and then subjecting this to very high heat at high pressure for a prolonged period of time, followed by a violent chilling, as by a spray of cold water. This results in a thick surface of extreme hardness supported by material gradually decreasing in hardness to the unaltered soft steel at the back. Harvey Smith. Synonym of Harvey Smith sign. Harvey Smith salute. Synonym of Harvey Smith sign. Harvey Smith salutes. Plural of Harvey Smith salute. Harvey Smith sign. The V sign of contempt or insult. Harvey Smith signs. Plural of Harvey Smith sign. Harvey Smiths. Plural of Harvey Smith. Harvey Wallbanger, an alcoholic cocktail made with vodka, vanilla Galliano, and orange juice. Harvey Wallbangers. Plural of Harvey Wallbanger. Harian, of or relating to William Harvey 1578-1657, English physician. Harvez, to treat by or subject to the Harvey process. Harveyes, simple past and past participle of Harveyes. Harveyes, third person singular simple present indicative of Harveyes. Harveyising, present participle and gerund of Harveyes. Harveys, plural of Harvey. Harvey, a surname. Harveys, plural of Harvey. Harvo, a surname. Harvo, a surname. Harvels, plural of Harville. Harvels, plural of Harville. Harve, a surname. Harvington, a village and civil parish in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0549. Harvant, plural of Harvin. Harbison, a surname. Harbisons, plural of Harbison. Harwood, a surname. Harwards, plural of Harward. Harwell, a place name. Harwells, plural of Harwell. Harrod, A coastal town and civil parish with a town council in Tendring District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TM 2632. Harway. A surname. Harway. X. Plural of Harway. Harway. A village in County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NY 820 8093. Harwoods. Plural of Harway. Harware. A large village in Harworth Burcoats Parish, Bassetlaw District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 6191. Harworth Burcoats. A civil parish served by Harworth and Burcoats Town Council in Bassetlaw District, Nottinghamshire, England. Haryana. A state in northern India. Capital, Chandigarh. Largest city, Faridabad. Haryana. A Hindi language spoken by about 13 million people in northern India. As a mountain range in central Germany, its rugged terrain extends across parts of Lower Saxony, Saxony-Anhalt, and Thuringia. Harzburgite. An ultramafic igneous rock, a variety of peridotite consisting mostly of olivine and low calcium pyroxene. Harzburgites. Plural of Harzburgite. Harzburgitic. Containing or relating to Harzburgite. Harzidalactone. Any of a group of aromatic lactones present in Trichoderma harzinum that have some antitumor and cytotoxic properties. Harzidalactones. Plural of Harzidalactone. Plural of Ache. Third person singular simple present indicative of have. Has a bad time of it. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a bad time of it. Has a ball. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a ball. Has a bath. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a bath. Has a bite. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a bite. Has a bone to pick. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a bone to pick. Has a brick in one's hat. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a brick in one's hat. Has a bun in the oven. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a bun in the oven. Has a clue. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a clue. Has a cow. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a cow. Has a crack at. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a crack at. Has a dog and barks oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a dog and bark oneself. Has a dog in the fight. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a dog in the fight. Has a fable for. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a fable for. Has a fit. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a fit. Has a gas. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a gas. Has a go. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a go. Has a good one. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a good one. Has a good time. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a good time. Has a good time of it. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a good time of it. Has a hand in. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a hand in. Has a handle on. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a handle on. Has a hard time. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a hard time. Has a hard time of it. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a hard time of it. Has a head for. Third person singular simple present indicative of had a head for. Has a heart. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a heart. Has a jag on. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a jag on. Has a laugh. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a laugh. Has a lend of. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a lend of. Has a mind of one's own. Third person singular simple present indicative of having mind of one's own. Has a mind to. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a mind to. Has a moment. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a moment. Has a monk on. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a monk on. Has a mountain to climb. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a mountain to climb. Has a normal one. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a normal one. Has a pair. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a pair. Has a point. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a point. Has a poor time of it. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a poor time of it. Has a quiet word. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a quiet word. Has a rough time of it. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a rough time of it. Has a say. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a say. Has a seat. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a seat. Has a shit. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a shit. Has a short memory. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a short memory. Has a sixpenny bit up one's backside. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a sixpenny bit up one's backside. Has a snootful. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a snootful. Has a step. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a step. Has a tantrum. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a tantrum. Has a thin time of it. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a thin time of it. Has a thing going on. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a thing going on. Has a tiger by the tail. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a tiger by the tail. Has a time. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a time. Has a time of it. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a time of it. Has a way with. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a way with. Has a whack at. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a whack at. Has a whale of a time. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a whale of a time. Has a wild hare to. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a wild hare to. Has a word. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a word. Has a word in someone's ear. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a word in someone's ear. Has a word with oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of have a word with oneself. Has against. Third person singular simple present indicative of have against. Has an accident. Third person singular simple present indicative of have an accident. Has an affair. Third person singular simple present indicative of have an affair. Has an easy time of it. Third person singular simple present indicative of have an easy time of it. Has an eye for. Third person singular simple present indicative of have an eye for. Has an in. Third person singular simple present indicative of have an in. Has another thing coming. Third person singular simple present indicative of have another thing coming. Has another think coming. Third person singular simple present indicative of have another think coming. Third person singular simple present indicative of have at. Has bats in one's belfry. Third person singular simple present indicative of have bats in one's belfry. Has been around. Third person singular simple present indicative of have been around. Has been around the block. Third person singular simple present indicative of have been around the block. Has been gathered to one's fathers. Past participle of be gathered to one's fathers. Has blood on one's hands. Third person singular simple present indicative of have blood on one's hands. Has butterflies in one's stomach. Third person singular simple present indicative of have butterflies in one's stomach. Has done with. Third person singular simple present indicative of have done with. Has down. Third person singular simple present indicative of have down. Has down as. Third person singular simple present indicative of have down as. As if. Third person singular simple present indicative of have ears. Has eyes bigger than one's stomach. Third person singular simple present indicative of have eyes bigger than one's stomach. Has eyes for. Third person singular simple present indicative of have eyes for. Has eyes in the back of one's head. Third person singular simple present indicative of have eyes in the back of one's head. Has form. Third person singular simple present indicative of have form. Has fun. Third person singular simple present indicative of have fun. Has got. Third person singular simple present indicative of have got. Has got the face on. Third person singular simple present indicative of have got the face on. Had it. Third person singular simple present indicative of have had it. Has had it up to here. Third person singular simple present indicative of have had it up to here. Has had one's chips. Third person singular simple present indicative of have had one's chips. Hasn't. Third person singular simple present indicative of have in. Has in mind. Third person singular simple present indicative of have in mind. Had. Third person singular simple present indicative of habit. Has it all. Third person singular simple present indicative of have it all. Has it away. Third person singular simple present indicative of have it away. Has it bad. Third person singular simple present indicative of have it bad. Has it both ways. Third person singular simple present indicative of have it both ways. Has it coming. Third person singular simple present indicative of have it coming. Has it down. Third person singular simple present indicative of trimmed down. Has it easy. Third person singular simple present indicative of have it easy. Has it going on. Third person singular simple present indicative of have it going on. Has it in for. Third person singular simple present indicative of have it in for. Has it in one. Third person singular simple present indicative of have it in one. Has it off. Third person singular simple present indicative of have it off. Has it out. Third person singular simple present indicative of have it out. Has it out for. Third person singular simple present indicative of have it out for. Has it rough. Third person singular simple present indicative of have it rough. Has Jesus in one's heart. Third person singular simple present indicative of have Jesus in one's heart. Has kittens. Third person singular simple present indicative of have kittens. Has left the building. Something is gone and never coming back. Has a legs. Third person singular simple present indicative of have legs. Has little time for. Third person singular simple present indicative of have little time for. Has mercy. Third person singular simple present indicative of have mercy. Has more chins than a Chinese phone book. Third person singular simple present indicative of have more chins than a Chinese phone book. Has more chins than a Chinese phone book. Third person singular simple present indicative of have more chins than a Chinese phone book. Has more money than God. Third person singular simple present indicative of have more money than God. Has no time for. Third person singular simple present indicative of have no time for. Has no use for. Third person singular simple present indicative of have no use for. Has none of it. Third person singular simple present indicative of have none of it. Has none of something. Third person singular simple present indicative of have none of something. Has off. Third person singular simple present indicative of have off. Has on. Third person singular simple present indicative of have on. Has one more time. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one more time. Has one's act together. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's act together. Has one's back up. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's back up. Has one's bread buttered for life. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's bread buttered for life. Has one's cake and eats it too. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's cake and eat it too. Has one's day in court. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's day in court. Has one's ducks in a row. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's ducks in a row. Has one's ears lowered. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's ears lowered. Has one's ears pinned back. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's ears pinned back. Has one's finger on the pulse. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's finger on the pulse. Has one's finger on the trigger. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's finger on the trigger. Has one's fingers in many pies. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's fingers in many pies. Has one's fingers on the pulse. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's fingers on the pulse. Has one's hand in the till. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's hand in the till. Has one's hand out. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's hand out. Has one's hands full. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's hands full. Has one's head read. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's head read. Has one's heart in. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's heart in. Has one's heart in the right place. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's heart in the right place. Has one hump up. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's hump up. Has one's mind about one. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's mind about one. Has one's moments. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's moments. Has one's name on. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's name on. Has one's name taken. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's name taken. Has one's name written all over. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's name written all over. Has one's number on it. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's number on it. Has one's own zip code. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's own zip code. Has one way. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's way. Has one's way with. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's way with. Has one's Weetabix. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's Weetabix. Has one's whole life ahead of one. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's whole life ahead of one. Has one's wig snatch. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's wig snatch. Has one's wits about one. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's wits about one. Has one's work cut out for one. Third person singular simple present indicative of have one's work cut out for one. Has other fish to fry. Third person singular simple present indicative of have other fish to fry. Has other ideas. Third person singular simple present indicative of have other ideas. Has out. Third person singular simple present indicative of have out. Has over. Third person singular simple present indicative of have over. Has second thoughts. Third person singular simple present indicative of have second thoughts. Has seen one's day. Third person singular simple present indicative of have seen one's day. Has seen one's last gum tree. Third person singular simple present indicative of have seen one's last gum tree. Has seen this film. Third person singular simple present indicative of have seen this film. Has seen this movie. Third person singular simple present indicative of have seen this movie. Has sex. Third person singular simple present indicative of have sex. Has sexual relations. Third person singular simple present indicative of have sexual relations. Has someone by the balls. Third person singular simple present indicative of have someone by the balls. Has someone by the short and curlies. Third person singular simple present indicative of have someone by the short and curlies. Has someone by the short hairs. Third present indicative of have someone by the short hairs. Has someone on toast. Third person singular simple present indicative of have someone on toast. Has someone's back. Third person singular simple present indicative of have someone's back. Has someone's blood on one's head. Third person singular simple present indicative of have someone's blood on one's head. Has someone's ear. Third person singular simple present indicative of have someone's ear. Has someone's guts for garters. Third person singular simple present indicative of have someone's guts for garters. Has someone's head. Third person singular simple present indicative of have someone's head. Has someone's high. Third person singular simple present indicative of have someone's hide. Has someone's number. Third person singular simple present indicative of have someone's number. Has something going for one. Third person singular simple present indicative of have something going for one. Has something over with. Third person singular simple present indicative of have something over with. Has something to show for something. Third person singular simple present indicative of have something to show for something. Has the ball in one's court. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the ball in one's court. Has the biscuit. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the biscuit. Has the blues. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the blues. Has the dirts with. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the dirts with. Has the drop on. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the drop on. Has the floor. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the floor. Has the hots for. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the hots for. Has the last laugh. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the last laugh. Has the law of. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the law of. Has the painters in. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the painters in. Has the right time. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the right time. Has the sun in one's eyes. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the sun in one's eyes. Has the tiger by the tail. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the tiger by the tail. Has the whole bakery. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the whole bakery. Has the wind up. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the wind up. Has the wolf by the ear. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the wolf by the ear. Has the world by the bag. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the world by the bag. Has the world by the balls. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the world by the balls. Has the world by the neck. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the world by the neck. Has the world by the nuts. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the world by the nuts. Has the world by the tail. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the world by the tail. Has the world by the tail on a downhill pull. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the world by the tail on a downhill pull. Has the world by the testicles. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the world by the testicles. Has the world on a string. Third person singular simple present indicative of have the world on a string. Has time. Third person singular simple present indicative of have time. Has time on one's hands. Third person singular simple present indicative of have time on one's hands. Has time on one's side. Third person singular simple present indicative of have time on one's side. Has to. Third person singular simple present indicative of have to. Has truck with. Third person singular simple present indicative of have truck with. Has up. Third person singular simple present indicative of have up. Has Van Gogh's ear for music. Third person singular simple present indicative of have Van Gogh's ear for music. Has words. Third person singular simple present indicative of have words. Has. Contraction of has it. Have I. the relationship between a class and any member of that class in object-oriented computer programming. A plural of has a. Halibin, a person, especially one who was formerly popular or influential, who continues in their field after their popularity or effectiveness has peaked and is now in decline. Has been dom, the state or quality of being a has-been. Has-beens. Plural of has-been. Halaman, a Semitic language used in inscriptions found mainly in the great oasis of Al-Hasa, written in a variety of the South Arabian scripts. Hasaka, synonym of Al-Hasaka. Hasaka province, synonym of Al-Hasaka governorate. Hasan, the eldest son of Ali and brother of Hussein, both are imams. Hasanat, credit for good deeds, which Allah weighs up against one's bad deeds at the final judgment after death. Hasanats, plural of hasanat. Hasa, the halant used in and for the Bengali script. Hasans, plural of Hasan. Hasapiko, a Greek folk dance from Constantinople. Hasapikos, plural of Hasapiko. Hasbara, public relations efforts or propaganda to defend abroad the point of view and policies of the State of Israel. Hasbarable, of an Israeli government policy or action able to be portrayed in a positive light. Hasbarat, a Hasbarist. Hasbarats, plural of Hasbarat. Hasbaris, someone who engages in Hasbara. Hasbarists, plural of Hasbaris. Hasnan, a woman who formerly identified as lesbian but now identifies as heterosexual or bisexual. Hasmians, plural of Hasbian. Hasbrook, a surname. Hasbrook Heights, a borough of Bergen County, New Jersey, United States. Hasbrooks, plural of Hasbrook. Hasbury, a suburb of Halesowen, West Midlands, England. Haskell, a surname. Haskalls, plural of Haskell. Haskish, archaic spelling of hashish. Hasta, a surname. Hastes, plural of Haste. Hasdrubal, a male given name from Punic of historical usage, notably borne by Hasdrubal Barca and several other Carthaginians. Hais, a surname. Haisbawa, a surname from Japanese. Haisbi, the chief consort of an Ottoman sultan, later any of several consorts of the sultan. Hayskis, plural of Hayski. Hazelden, a surname from Old English. Hazeldens, plural of Hazelden. Haseley, a small village in Bozale, Haseley, Honiley and Rokesall Parish, Warwick District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 2367. Hazelhorst, a surname from German. Hazelhorsts, plural of Hazelhorst. Hazel, a surname. Hazels, plural of Hazel. Hesler, a hamlet in Harlaston Parish, Lichfield District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 2010. Hazeltine, a surname. Hazeltines, plural of Hazeltine. Hazelton, a surname. Hazeltons, plural of Hazelton. Hasenpfeffer, a traditional German stew made from marinated rabbit or hare, cut into pieces and braised with onions and wine in a marinade thickened with the animal's blood. Hasenpfeffers, plural of Hasenpfeffer. Heisas, plural of Haze. Hazard, a surname. Of a surname. Hash algorithm, hash function. Hash algorithms, plural of hash algorithm. Hash brown, a single piece of a quantity of finely chopped fried potatoes, singular of hash browns. Hash brownie, a brownie laced with hashish and eaten for its psychoactive effects. Hash brownies, plural of hash brownie. Hash browns, plural of hash brown. Hash buster, a program or algorithm that randomly adds characters to data in order to change its hash sum, typically to get around spam filters. Hash busters, plural of hash buster. Hash code, the code or value generated by a hash function to represent some piece of data. Hash codes, plural of hash code. Hash collision, the situation where two or more inputs to a hash function produce identical output. Hash collisions, plural of hash collision. Hash function, an algorithm that generates a numeric or fixed size character output from a variable size piece of text or other data used in database table queries, cryptography, and in error checking. Hash functions, plural of hash function. Hash house, a cheap restaurant. Hash houses, plural of hash house. Hash map, a hash table. Hash maps, plural of hash map. Hash mark, the hash or pound sign hash. Hash marks, plural of hash mark. Hash oil, an oily and potent form of the drug cannabis. Hash oils, plural of hash oil. Hash out, to work through the details of something, especially to work through difficulties. Hash over, to engage in a long discussion of the details of a topic. Hash pipe, any pipe used for smoking cannabis. Hash pipes, plural of hash pipe. Hash rate, alternative form of hash rate. Hash rates, plural of hash rate. Hash rocket, the operator equals used in the Ruby programming language to create hashes. Hash rockets, plural of hash rocket. Hash run, a sort of paper chase organized by the hash house harriers. Hash runs, plural of hash run. Hash sign, the hash or number sign hash. Hash signs, plural of hash sign. Hash slinger, a cook or food server in a cheap restaurant, especially one who is discourteous or inattentive to customers. Hash slingers, plural of hash slinger. Hash table, an associative array implemented as a vector, the indexes into which are the result of applying a hash function to the key. Hash tables, plural of hash table. Hash trail, a path used in hashing whose direction is marked with certain symbols serving as clues. Hash trails, plural of hash trail. Hash tree, a tree data structure in which every non-leaf node is labeled with the hash of the labels of its children. Hash trees, plural of hash tree. Hashed up, to jumble together without order or regularity. Hash brown, alternative spelling of hash brown. Hash browns, alternative spelling of hash browns. Hashish, archaic form of hashish. Hash slinger, alternative form of hash slinger. Hash slingers, plural of hash slinger. Hash strap, the mouth. Hash straps, plural of hash strap. Hashab, ellipsis of hashab gum. Hashab gum, a high-quality gum Arabic from Senegalia, Senegal, superior to that from the red Acacia Vachelia sale. Hashable, that can be hashed. Hazamat, prayers chanted during the festival of Sukkot. Hatafin, alternative form of hashishin. Hashben, a shebang hash character sequence. Hashbens, plural of hashbang. Hasbis, a binary hash code. Hashbits, plural of hashbet. Hash brown, alternative spelling of hash brown. Hash brownie, alternative spelling of hash brownie. Hash brownies, plural of hash brownie. Hash browns, plural of hash brown. Hashberry, Haight-Ashbury, a district of San Francisco, California, United States. Hashcode, alternative spelling of hash code. Hashcodes, plural of hash code. Hus, simple past and past participle of hash. Hash brown, alternative form of hash brown. Hash browns, plural of hashed brown. Hashed out, simple past and past participle of hash out. Hashed over, simple past and past participle of hash over. Hashed up, simple past and past participle of hash up. Hubbies, rare spelling of hashish. Hashish, plural of hashish. Hashem, alternative letter case form of Hashem. Hatam, a substitute for the tetragrammaton. Hatami, a surname. Hashemith, plural of Hashemi. Hashemite, one who lays claim to being a direct descendant of Hashem, the great-grandfather of the Islamic prophet Muhammad. Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, official name of Jordan, a country in Western Asia, in the Middle East. Hashemites, plural of Hashemite. After, one who or that which hashes in various senses. Hashers, plural of hasher. Hashas, plural of hash. Hashes out, third person singular simple present indicative of hash out. Hashes over, third person singular simple present indicative of hash over. Hashes up, third person singular simple present indicative of hash up. Hash fly, a non-Unicode pictogram similar to an emoji, automatically appended to a trending and often branded hashtag in a tweet. Hash flags, plural of hash flag. Hash gotcha, divine providence. Hash gotcha pratis, divine providence, especially in personal matters. Hashed, a user of the drug hashish. Hashheads, plural of hashhead. Hash house, a cheap diner or eating house. High houses, plural of high house. Hathi, a surname. Havi, comparative form of hashi, more hashi. Ayez, superlative form of hashi, most hashi. Hashigachi, a surname from Japanese. Hadan, a surname. Hatyimi, a surname from Arabic. Hashimis, plural of Hashimi. Hashimoto, a surname from Japanese. Hashimoto's disease, synonym of Hashimoto's thyroiditis. Hashimoto's thyroiditis, an autoimmune disease resulting in a malfunction of the endocrine system associated with low thyroid hormone levels. Hashimoto-Pritzker disease, synonym of Hashimoto-Pritzker syndrome. Hashimoto-Pritzker syndrome, congenital self-healing reticulohistiocytosis, a self-limited form of Langerhans cell histiocytosis. Hashms, plural of Hashin. Hashing, the computation of a hash value. Hashing out, present participle and gerund of hash out. Hashing over, present participle and gerund of hash over. Hashing up, present participle and gerund of hash up. Hashings, plural of hashing. Hajioki, a Japanese stand for holding chopsticks. Havyur, a male given name of Indian usage. Havyas, plural of hashi. Hadish, the leaves and tender parts of the Indian hemp plant which are intoxicating, which are dried for either chewing or smoking. Hashias, plural of hashish. Hashitoxicosis, a transient thyrotoxicosis caused by destructive inflammation of the thyroid follicles due to Hashimoto's thyroiditis. Hajia, a gloss or supplementary note. Hashias, plural of hashia. Hashkava, a Sephardic prayer for the dead. Hashkafa, a worldview, a philosophical outlook or orientation. Hashgama, an early morning prayer service. Haiti, the key used to locate a value in a hash table or equivalent data structure. Hashkeys, plural of hashkey. Hashslai, resembling or characteristic of hash mixed meat and potatoes, etc. Hashlock, a Bitcoin feature that restricts the spending of an output or multiple outputs until a specified piece of data is publicly revealed. Hashlocks, plural of hashlock. Hashbrigandi, a stew made from a variety of ingredients. Hashwin, a surname from German. Hashwins, plural of hashman. Hashnaf, alternative spelling of hashmap. Hashnaps, plural of hashmap. Hashmark, alternative form of hashmark. Hashmarks, plural of hashmark. Hashmi, a surname from Arabic. Hashmis, plural of hashmi. Hashpat, alternative form of hashpipe. Hashpipes, plural of hashpipe. Hashrays, the number of proof of work hashes that a mining computer can make in a given period of time. Usually is second. Hash rates, plural of hash rate. Hashidin, a religious group who used hashish to create mystic visions. They later became associated with the assassination of invading Christian leaders during the Crusades. Their descendants are the Khojas. Hashslinger, alternative form of hash slinger. Hashslingers, plural of hashslinger. Hashnafari, a form of conscription employed in Afghanistan. Hashtable, alternative spelling of hash table. Hashtables, plural of hashtable. Hashtag, a metadata tag signaled by a preceding hash sign hash used to label content. Hashtagable, suitable for use as a hashtag. Hashtag, simple past and past participle of hashtag. Hashtagger, one who uses hashtags. Hashtaggers, plural of hashtagger. Hashtagging, present participle and gerund of hashtag. Hashtagification, the process by which something is turned into a hashtag. Hashtagify, simple past and past participle of hashtagify. Hashtagifies, third person singular simple present indicative of hashtagify. Hashtagify, to render or turn something into a hashtag. Hashtagifying, present participle of hashtagify. Hashtags, plural of hashtag. Hashtavism, a form of internet slacktivism based around the posting of messages that contain hashtags. Hashtree, alternative form of hashtree. Hasheries, plural of hashri. Heavy, resembling marijuana in taste or smell. Acid, a follower of Hasidism. Letter 1E25 ASID, alternative form of Hasid. Sayan, one of a Jewish religious party involved in the Maccabean Wars. Asayans, plural of Hasidian. Hasidic, of or pertaining to Hasidic Judaism. Hasidim, plural of Hasid. Letter 1E25 ASIDIM, plural of letter 1E25 ASID. Hasidism, a Jewish movement founded in Poland in the 18th century by Baal Shem Tov. Letter 1E25 ASIDISM, alternative spelling of Hasidism. Hasids, plural of Hasid. Letter 1E25 ASIDS, plural of letter 1E25 ASID. Hasinai, a large confederation of Caddo-speaking Native Americans who occupied territory between the Sabine and Trinity rivers in eastern Texas. Hasf, a basket made of flags or rushes as for carrying fish. Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment and Enlightenment movement among European Jewry. Haskalah, pertaining to the Haskalah relating to the Jewish Enlightenment movement. Haskath, Lonicera caerulea amphilocalix, the blue honeysuckle or honeyberry, a deciduous shrub native to East Asia. Haskaps, plural of Haska. Hasf, a surname from German. Haskell, an English surname originating as a patronymic derived from the Old Norse given name Askell. Haskell County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Subolt, named after Dudley C. Haskell. Haskell, or a person who programs in Haskell. Haskellers, plural of Haskeller. Asps, plural of Hast. Hasketh, a surname. Haskets, plural of Hasket. Haskin, a surname. Haskins, a surname. Haskinses, plural of Haskins. Haskovo, a province in southern Bulgaria. Hasps, plural of hast. Haslam, a surname from Old English. Haslams, plural of Haslam. Hasland, a suburb in Chesterfield Borough, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 3969. Haslanderian, of or relating to Sally Haslanger, born 1955, American philosopher. Haslam, a surname. Haslemere, a town and civil parish with a town council in Waverley Borough, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref SU 9032. Haslams, plural of Haslam. Hasler, a surname. Haslers, plural of Hasler. Haslet, the internal organs of an animal, especially the heart and liver of a pig. Haslets, plural of Haslet. Haslet, a surname. Haslets, plural of Haslet. Haslett, a surname. Hasley Canyon, a census-designated place in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Hasleys, plural of Hasley. Hasleber, a municipality in Interlaken Oberhasley District, Bern Canton, Switzerland. Haslanden, a town in Rossendale Borough, Lancashire, England. Haslingfield, a village and civil parish in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4052. Haslington, a village and civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 7355. Ella, fatty tissue found near the oviducts of frogs, used as an ingredient in Chinese desserts. Hadlas, a village and commune of Arad County, Romania. Hasmonean, archaic form of Hasmonean. Hasmoneans, plural of Hasmonean. Hasmonean, of or relating to the patriotic Jewish family to which the Maccabees belonged, Maccabean. Hasmoneans, plural of Hasmonean. Haza, has not, negative form of the auxiliary has. Hasna, alternative form of hasn't. Hasni, alternative form of hasn't. Hath, a clasp, especially a metal strap fastened by a padlock or a pin, also a hook for fastening a door. Haft, simple past and past participle of hast. Hasping, present participle and gerund of hasts. Hasps, plural of hasts. Has avocado, a cultivar of avocado with dark green bumpy skin that turns purplish black when ripe. Has avocados, plural of has avocado. Hasa, alternative form of hasar type of fish. Hasidae, archaic form of assegai. Hasigais, plural of hasigay. Hasagwai, archaic form of assegai. Hasagwais, plural of hasagwai. Hassel, Iota Aurigui, a star in the northern constellation of Auriga. Hassel, a surname. Hasselidin, any of a group of antifungal-glycosylated lipoptides present in cyanobacteria of the genus Hassalia. Hasselidins, plural of hasselidin. Hassan, alternative form of Hassan. Hassaniya, a group of Arabic dialects spoken primarily in Mauritania, a portion of southern Morocco, and western Sahara. Hassani, Alternative spelling of Hassania. Letter 1E25 ASS A Macron and I Macron Y. Alternative spelling of Hassania. Hassania. Alternative spelling of Hassania. Hassar. Hoplosternum lit orale, an edible South American catfish. Hassard. A surname. Hassars. Plural of Hassar. Hassas. Plural of Hassa. That's a surname from German. Hass diagram. A diagram which represents a finite poset in which nodes are elements of the poset and arrows represent the order relation between elements. Transitivity of the order relation is tacit. In other words, if xy and yz, then no arrow is drawn from x to z. But if there is no distinct z between x and y such that x, z, y, then an arrow is drawn from x to y. Hass diagrams. Plural of Hass diagram. Hassel. A surname. Hassel Island. An island of the United States Virgin Islands. Hasselback potatoes. A dish of potatoes sliced very thin, but with the bottoms left intact, and then baked and optionally scalloped with cheese. Hasselbring. A surname. Hasselbrinks. Plural of Hasselbrink. Hasselhoff. A surname from German. Hasselhoffs. Plural of Hasselhoff. Hassel. A surname. Hassels. Plural of Hassel. Hassels. Plural of Hassel. Hassan. A surname. Hassendien. A small village in the Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland, originally in Roxburgher OS Grid Ref NT 5420. Hassenpfeffer. Alternative form of Hasenpfeffer. Hassens. Plural of Hassan. Hassett. A surname. Hassets. Plural of Hassett. Acid. Alternative form of Hassett. Letter 1E25 ASSID. Alternative form of Hasid. Hasidic. Alternative form of Hasidic. Hasidim. Plural of Hasid. Letter 1E25 ASSIDIM. Plural of letter 1E25 ASSID. Hasidism. Alternative form of Hasidism. Letter 1E25 ASSIDISM. Alternative spelling of Hasidism. Hasids. Plural of Hasid. Letter 1E25 ASSIDS. Plural of letter 1E25 ASSID. Hesse. A diminutive of the female given names Harriet or Hazel. Hassinger. A surname. Hassingers. Plural of Hassinger. Hassingham. A small village in Broadland District, Norfolk, England OS Grid Ref TG 3605. Hatha. An artificially produced transuranic chemical element symbol HS with atomic number 108. Hassium-270. A doubly magic isotope of Hassium-2HS. It is the longest-lived one known, having a half-life of several seconds. Hassle. Trouble, bother, unwanted annoyances, or problems. Hassle-free. Alternative form of hassle-free. Hassled. Simple past and past participle of hassle. Hassle-free. Trouble-free. Hässleholm. A town and municipality in Skane County, Sweden. Hassler. A surname. Hasslers. Plural of Hassler. Hassles. Plural of hassle. Hassle-some. Characterized by hassle or marked by hassling. Hasslet. Alternative spelling of Haslet. Haslets. Plural of Haslet. Haslin. Pronunciation spelling of hassling. Hassling. Present participle and gerund of hassle. Hasslings. Plural of hassling. Hassly. Full of hassle, tiresome and strenuous. Hassman. A surname from German. Hassmans. Plural of Hassman. Hassa. A thick cushion used as a seat, an ottoman or poof. Hassock. Provided with a hassock cushioned. Hassockless. Without a hassock. Hassocks. A large village and civil parish in Mid-Sussex District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3015. Hassocky. Having or characterized by hassocks or clumps of vegetation. Hassam. Contraction of have some. Hassan. A surname originating as a patronym. Hassel. A village and civil parish without a council in Derbyshire Dales District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 2272. Hajoda. A Neolithic archaeological culture in northern Mesopotamia dating to the early 6th millennium BC. Heist. A surname. Heista. Third person singular simple present indicative of hafta, contraction of hastu, is required to. Haste la pasta. Alternative form of haste de pasta. Haste la vesta. See you later. Haste pasta. Goodbye, see you later. Hasty. Plural of hasta. Hastas. Plural of hasta. Hastate. Of or pertaining to a spear. Hastate. Alternative form of hastate. Hastately. In a hastate manner. Hastatasi. An iridoid glucoside obtained from verbena. Heist. A surname from Old French. Haste makes waste. Being too hasty leads to wasteful mistakes. Heisted. Simple past and past participle of haste. Hasteful. Hasty, rapid, speedy. Hasteless. Without haste, leisurely. Hastelessness. Lack of haste, leisureliness. Hastalloy. Any of a group of alloys containing nickel, molybdenum, etc. Hastalloys. Plural of hastalloy. Hastily. Hastily. Hazen. A surname from Dutch. Hastened. Simple past and past participle of hasten. Hastener. Agent noun of hasten, one who hastens. Hasteners. Plural of hastener. Hastiness. Second person singular simple present indicative of hasten. Hastina. Third person singular simple present indicative of hasten. Hastening. Present participle and gerund of hasten. Hastenings. Plural of hastening. Hastens. Plural of hasten. Haster rule. The proposition that the Speaker of a legislative body should not allow a floor vote on a bill unless a majority of the majority party supports the bill. Hastes. Plural of hastes. Hastis. Second person singular simple present indicative of haste. Hasta. Third person singular simple present indicative of haste. Hasty. A surname. Hasir. Comparative form of hasty, more hasty. Hasties, plural of hasty. Hastiest, superlative form of hasty, most hasty. Hastiform, spear-shaped, haste. Haystyle, synonym of hastate, spear-shaped. Hastilo, a surname. Hastelude, a medieval martial game. Hasteludes, plural of hastelude. Hastily, in a hasty manner, quickly or hurriedly. Hastinapura, a city in Uttar Pradesh, India. Hastiness, the characteristic of being hasty. Hastinesses, plural of hastiness. Hasting, a surname. Hastings, a place name including Hastings County, a county in southeast Ontario, Canada. County seat, Belleville. Hastensite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. Hastish, hasty, impetuous. Hastite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing cobalt and selenium. Haston, a surname from Old English. Hastens, plural of hasten. Hastes, plural of hastes. Hasty, a surname. Hasty breaching, the clearing of a passage through a minefield or other barrier by various improvised means. Hasty pudding, a simple pudding or porridge of grains cooked in milk or water. Hasty puddings, plural of hasty pudding. Hasty pudding. Alternative spelling of hasty pudding. Hasty puddings, plural of hasty pudding. Hasty-witted, rash, acting without prior planning or consideration. Hasties, plural of hasty. Hazubanan, any of a class of alkaloids resembling morphonin. Hazubanans, plural of hazubanan. Hazubananine, a hazubanan alkaloid with possible applications as a painkiller. Haswal, a place name. Haswals, plural of Haswal. At, initialism of highest astronomical tide. At, a covering for the head, often in the approximate form of a cone, dome or cylinder closed at its top end, and sometimes having a brim and other decoration. Hat block, a block on which hats are formed or dress. Hat blocks, plural of hat block. Hat Cree, a census-designated place in Shasta County, California, United States. Hat dance, synonym of Mexican hat dance. Hat dances, plural of hat dance. Hat hair, an accidental messy hairdo resulting from the wearing of a hat. Hat head, synonym of hat hair. Hat in hand, with humility, in an apologetic or self-effacing fashion. Hat over the windmill, alternative form of cap over the windmill. Hat pong, synonym of Panama hat palm. Hat palms, plural of hat palm. Hat peach, synonym of flat peach. Hat peaches, plural of hat peach. Hat rack, a piece of furniture used to store hats and clothing, consisting of a pole with pegs on a moderately broad base, a hat stand. Hat racks, plural of hat rack. Hat stand, alternative spelling of hat stand. Hat stands, plural of hat stand. Hat Hat switch. A control on some joysticks used to manipulate the point of view. Hat switches. Plural of hat switch. Hat tip. A tip of the hat. Hat tips. Plural of hat tip. Hat tournament. A tournament format for any team sport or game in which the teams are determined by randomly dividing up the participants into appropriately sized groups. Hat tournaments. Plural of hat tournament. Hat town. A small country town where everyone helps out each other when needed, for example by passing the hat around in the pub to raise funds, as the town is small enough for everyone to know each other. Hat tree. Hat rack, hat stand. Hat trees. Plural of hat tree. Hat trick. Any magic trick performed with a hat, especially one involving pulling an object, traditionally a rabbit, out of an apparently empty hat. Hat tricks. Plural of hat trick. Hat Yai. A city in Songkhla province, Thailand. Hat Urak. Alternative spelling of hat rack. Hat racks. Plural of hat rack. Hat stand. Alternative spelling of hat stand. Hat stands. Plural of hat stand. Hat trick. Alternative spelling of hat trick. Hat tricks. Plural of hat trick. Other. A female given name from Japanese. Hatawe. Medicine man. Hateable. Capable of being hated. Hatafat damn Brit. An alternative to Britnilla performed for those who are born without foreskin or who convert after previously having been circumcised for an unrelated purpose, in which a droplet of blood is extracted from the penis using a knife or needle. Hate. A surname from Spanish. Hatakambori. Name of a raga in Carnatic music. It is the 18th Melakarta raga in the 72 Melakarta raga system of Carnatic music. Hataki. A tool used for cleaning surfaces of dust, made of cloth strips attached to a pole. Hatakikomi. A kimurite in which the attacker dodges his opponent at the teishi and slaps his opponent's shoulder, back, or arm, forcing him to touch the doyo. Hatakis. Plural of hataki. Hatala. A surname. Hatalas. Plural of Hatala. Hatami. A surname from Persian. Hatan Torah. The person who reads the final aliyah of the Torah on Sinchet Torah. Hadas. Plural of Hata. Hadaway. A surname. Hadaways. Plural of Hadaway. Hadat. A province and metropolitan municipality in southernmost Turkey. Hatband. A band fastened around a hat. Hatbands. Plural of hatband. Hatbox. A piece of luggage for a hat, a case or box for a hat. Hatboxes. Plural of hatbox. Hatbrim. The brim of a hat. Hatbrims. Plural of hatbrim. Hatbrush. A kind of clothes brush for use on hats. Hatbrushes. Plural of hatbrush. Hut. A surname. Hutchbocham. A village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Somerset West and Taunton District OS Grid Ref ST 3020. Hatch End. A suburb in the borough of Harrow, Greater London, England OS Grid Ref TQ 1391. Hatch out. To hatch from an egg. Hatched up. Synonym of hatch: devise an idea. Hatch, match and dispatch. Alternative form of hatch, match and dispatch. Hatch, match, and dispatch. The major milestones of a person's life: birth, marriage, and death. Hatchability. The state of being likely to hatch, a measure of that ability. Hatchable. Able or liable to hatch. Hattow. Former name of New Cross, Greater London. Hatchapuri. Alternative form of Khachapuri. Hachapuris. Plural of Hachapuri, alternative form of Khachapuris. Hatchback. A car with a sloping, hinged rear door that opens upwards. Hatchbacks. Plural of hatchback. Hatchboat. A type of fishing boat found mostly in southern England in the 19th century, whose deck consisted of many movable hatches. Hatchboats. Plural of hatchboat. Hatsat. A room in a theater or other such venue in which hats and other garments may be stored. Hatsack. Plural of hatchack. Hut. Fired from one's job for violating the Hatch Act of 1939, which prohibits civil service employees in the executive branch of the federal government from engaging in certain political activities. Hatched out. Simple past and past participle of hatch out. Hatched up. Simple past and past participle of hatch up. Hatched, matched, and dispatch. Simple past and past participle of hatch, match, and dispatch. Hatchak. A surname. Hatchaks. Plural of hatchak. Hatto. A comb used to separate flax fibers. Hatcho. Simple past and past participle of hatcho. Hatcholer. Someone who uses a hatchel. Hatcholers. Plural of hatcholer. Hatcheling. Present participle and gerund of hatchel. Hatchal. A surname. Hatchel. Simple past and past participle of hatchel. Hatcheler. Alternative form of hatcheler. Hatchellers. Plural of hatcheler. Hatcheling. Present participle and gerund of hatchel. Hatchels. Plural of hatchel. Hatchels. Plural of hatchel. Hatchipsut. Alternative form of hatchipsut. Hatcher. A surname. Hatcheries. Plural of hatchery. Hatchers. Plural of hatcher. Hatchery. A facility where eggs are hatched under artificial conditions, especially those of fish or poultry. Hatcheryman. A man who operates or works at a hatchery. Hatcheryman. Plural of hatcheryman. Hatchas. Plural of hatch. Hatches out. Third person singular simple present indicative of hatch out. Hatches up. Third person singular simple present indicative of hatch up. Hatches, matches, and dispatches. Plural of hatch, match, and dispatch. Hatches. Second person singular simple present indicative of hatch. Hatchet. A small, light axe with a short handle, a tomahawk. Hatchet face. A narrow face with sharp, angular features. Hatchet faces. Plural of hatchet face. Hatchet jaw. A journalistic or other treatment which portrays its subject in a very unfavorable manner, a work of criticism which aims to destroy a reputation. Hatchet jobs. Plural of hatchet job. Hatchet man, a male professional killer or gunman. Hatchet men, plural of hatchet man, an alternative spelling of hatchet men. Hatchet wound, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See hatchet wound. Hatchet wounds, plural of hatchet wound. Hatchet face, having a narrow face with sharp, angular features. Hatchetation, a violent protest against the drinking of alcohol in which the protester attacks the bar with a hatchet. Hatchetations, plural of hatchetation. Hatcheted, simple past and past participle of hatchet. Hatchet face, alternative form of hatchet-faced. Hatatfish, any of several freshwater tropical fish of the family Gasteroplicidae. Hatchetfish, plural of hatchetfish. Hatcha, third person singular simple present indicative of hatch. Hatcheting, present participle and gerund of hatchet. Hatchet-like, resembling or characteristic of a hatchet. Hatchetman, alternative spelling of hatchetman. Hatchetman, plural of hatchetman, alternative spelling of hatchetmen. Hattets, plural of hatchet. Hatchet, a surname. Hatcheted, simple past and past participle of hatchet. Hatchetine, alternative form of hatchetite. Hatcheting, present participle and gerund of hatchet. Hatcheti, mineral tallow, a waxy or spermaceti-like substance, commonly of a greenish-yellow color. Hatchets, plural of hatchet. Hatchety, resembling a hatchet. Hattie, a dragon that has just emerged from its shell, a baby/young dragon, a hatchling. Hatties, plural of hatchy. Hatching, a method of shading areas of a drawing or diagram with fine parallel lines. Hatching out, present participle and gerund of hatch out. Hatching up, present participle and gerund of hatch up. Hatching, matching, and dispatching, present participle and gerund of hatch, match, and dispatch. Hatchings, plural of hatching. Hatchite, a triclinic pinaquidal mineral containing arsenic, lead, silver, sulfur, and thallium. Hatchki, a surname from German. Hatchless, without a hatch. Hatchlight, resembling a hatch. Hatchling, a newly hatched bird, reptile, or other animal that has emerged from an egg. Hatchlings, plural of hatchling. Hatchman, a prison guard charged with checking on the prisoner by looking through the hatch. Hatchman, plural of hatchman. Hatchman, a display of the arms, supporters, crests, motto, etc. of a deceased person placed within a black lozenge and hung on a wall. Hatchments, plural of hatchman. Hut, simple past and past participle of hatch. Hatchier, alternative form of hatchur. Hatchers, plural of hatcher. Hatchway, a means of passing through a wall or floor, having a hatch, especially on a ship, a doorway with a hatch rather than a door. Hatchways, plural of hatchway. Hatchwork, cross-hatching, ornamentation using a cross-hatch pattern. Hatchworks, plural of hatchwork. Hattie, synonym of hatchy. Ice, an object of hatred. Hate boner, alternative form of hate boner. Hate boners, plural of hate boner. Hate click, the act of deliberately following a hyperlink to a news story, etc., that is likely to make one angry. Hate clicks, plural of hate click. Hate crime, a crime motivated by hate for a race, gender, religion, etc., which may result in harsh punishments, the severity of which varies by statute and the nature of the crime. Hate crimes, plural of hate crime. Hate figure, a person normally in the public eye who is widely disliked and criticized. Hate figures, plural of hate figure. Hate fuck, the act or an instance of sexual intercourse between people who hate each other. Hate fucked, simple past and past participle of hate fuck. Hate fucking, present participle and gerund of hate fuck. Hate fucks, plural of hate fuck. Hate group, a social group that advocates and practices hate speech and or hate crimes. Hate groups, plural of hate group. Hate mail, hostile correspondence sent to an individual or group. Hate mailer, a person or other entity who sends hate mail. Hate mailers, plural of hate mailer. Hate music, music that expresses destructive desires against a demographic. Hate on, to feel or act spitefully towards. Hate sex, sexual intercourse between people who hate one another. Hate someone's guts. To despise, to hate intensely or passionately. Hate speech, speech that attacks or disparages a person or group of persons on the basis of origin, race, nationality, ethnicity, color, religion, gender, sexual orientation, or disability. Hate strike, a strike with the goal of pressuring the employer into not employing or serving members of a specific racial or religious group. Hate strikes, plural of hate strike. Hate the game, not the player. Alternative form of don't hate the player, hate the game. Hate the sin but love the sinner. Alternative form of love the sinner, hate the sin. Hate blog, alternative form of hate blog. Hate blogs, plural of hate blog. Hate boner, an intense and enthralling feeling of hatred for someone or something. Hate boners, plural of hate boner. Hate crime, alternative form of hate crime. Hate crime, simple past and past participle of hate crime. Hate crimes, plural of hate crime. Hate criming, present participle and gerund of hate crime. Hate thought, alternative form of hate fuck. Hate fucked, simple past and past participle of hate fuck. Hate fucking, present participle and gerund of hate fuck. Hate fucks, plural of hate fuck. Hate mailer, alternative form of hate mailer. Hate mailers, plural of hate mailer. Hate on, an unappeasable hatred. Hate-ons, plural of hate-on. Hate read, to read a blog, website, magazine, or book that one dislikes, for the pleasure one gets from criticizing or making fun of it. Hate reading, present participle and gerund of hatred. Hate reads, third person singular simple present indicative of hatred. Hate sex, alternative form of hate sex. Hate speech, alternative form of hate speech. Hate watch, to watch a television program, etc. that one dislikes, for the pleasure one gets from criticizing or making fun of it. Hate watchable, capable of or suitable for being hate watched. Hate watched, simple past and past participle of hate watch. Hate watcher, one who hate watches. Hate watchers, plural of hate watcher. Hate watches, third person singular simple present indicative of hate watch. Hate watching, the practice of watching a television program that one dislikes for the pleasure one derives from criticizing or mocking it. Hateable, alternative form of hateable. Hate blog, a blog dedicated to expressing intense disapproval or hatred of someone or something. Hate blogs, plural of hate blog. Hate thinner, alternative form of hate boner. Hate boners, plural of hate boner. Hated, disliked, odious, reviled. Hated on, simple past and past participle of hate on. Hated someone's guts. Simple past and past participle of hate someone's guts. Hatedly, in a hated or contemptuous manner, with hatred contemptuously. Hatedness, the quality of being hated. Hatem, the anti-fans of a television show, movie, book, fictional character, etc. taken as a group. Hatems, plural of hatem. Hates, second person singular simple past indicative of hate. Habit, one who is hated. Hate is, plural of hattie. Hatus, plentiful expressions of hate for something, or an event typified by such expressions. Hates, plural of hatevis. Hate, fan fiction written to mock or otherwise express dislike of a character, author, television show, etc. Hatethar, alternative form of hate fuck. Hate thought, simple past and past participle of hate fuck. Hate fucking, present participle and gerund of hate fuck. Hate fucks, plural of hate far. Hateful, evoking a feeling of hatred. Hateful, obsolete form of hateful. Hatefuler, comparative form of hateful, more hateful. Hatefulest, superlative form of hateful, most hateful. Hatefully, in a hateful manner. Hatefulness, the characteristic of being hateful. Hatefulnesses, plural of hatefulness. Hateless, free from hate. Hatelessness, the state or condition of being hateless, absence of hate. Hatelie, resembling or characteristic of hate. Hate listing, a website listing the submitted names of people who hate a particular celebrity, film, or other topic. Hate listings, plural of hate listing. Head, a surname. Hate mail, alternative form of hate mail. Hate mailer, alternative form of hate mailer. Hate mailers, plural of hate mailer. Hate monger, a person who encourages hatred towards a person or group of people. Hate mongering, the behavior of a hate monger, the spreading of hatred. Hate mongers, plural of hate monger. Hateums, plural of hatem. Hatos, acronym of hypermedia as the engine of application state and interface restriction of a RESTful service. Hater, one who hates. Hatere, hatred as a metaphorical beverage. Hateration, hatred, hostility, animus. Haters, plural of hater. Haters gonna hate. The opinions of critics ultimately have no effect and are unlikely to change, so it is best to ignore them. Hateruma, an island in the Yaeyama Islands in Okinawa, Japan. This is the southernmost inhabited island in Japan. Haterumali, any of a group of halogenated macrolides. Hates, plural of hate. Hates on, third person singular simple present indicative of hate on. Hates someone's guts, third person singular simple present indicative of hate someone's guts. Hate sex, alternative form of hate sex. Hate ship, a ship involving characters with an adversarial relationship. Hate ships, plural of hate ship. Hate site, a website focusing on the expression of hatred towards a person or topic. Hate sites, plural of hate site. Hate song, marked by hate, displaying or expressing hatred, hateful. Hetus, second person singular simple present indicative of hate. Heta, third person singular simple present indicative of hate. Hate watch, alternative form of hate watch. Hate watched, simple past and past participle of hate watch. Hate watcher, alternative form of hate watcher. Hate watches, third person singular simple present indicative of hate watch. Hate watching, alternative form of hate watching. Hateworthy, worthy of being hated. Detestable, despicable. Hatfield, a place name. Hatfield and New Hampton, a civil parish served by Hatfield and District Group Parish Council in Northeast Herefordshire, England. Hatfield Peveril, a village and civil parish in Braintree District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 7911. Hatfields and McCoys, alternative form of the Hatfields and the McCoys. Hatfish, synonym of halibut. Hatfish, simple past and past participle of hatfish. Hatfias, plural of hatfish. Hatfishing, present participle and gerund of hatfish. Hatful, the amount that will fit into a hat. Hatsoles, plural of hatful. Hackdard, a string or cord used to keep a hat on the wearer's head. Hackdards, plural of hackguard. At, third person singular simple present indicative of have. Hatha, the fundamental form of yoga that focuses on asanas. Hatha yoga, a form of yoga that focuses on control of the body. Hatha, alternative form of hatha hate. Hatha hater, alternative form of hatha hater. Hatha haters, plural of hatha hater. Hatha, hatred of the American actress Anne Hathaway, born 1982. Hatha hater, a hater of the American actress Anne Hathaway, born 1982. Hatha haters, plural of hatha hater. Hathaway, a surname from Old English. Hathaways, plural of Hathaway. Hathgar, a surname. Hathcox, plural of Hathcock. Hathcox, a surname. Alternative spelling of hath, third person singular simple present indicative form of have. Have, pronunciation spelling of heathen. Hathens, plural of Hathen. Hatherall, a surname originating as a patronymic in turn from Old English. Hatheralls, plural of Hatherall. Hatherley, a small market town and civil parish with a town council in West Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 5404. Hatherley, a surname. Hathern, a village in Charnwood Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 5022. Hatherop, a village and civil parish in Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1505. Hathersage, a village and civil parish in Derbyshire Dales District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 2381. Haverton, a hamlet and civil parish served by Hatherton and Walgerton Parish Council in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6847. Hathertons, plural of Hatherton. Halfway, a surname. Halfways, plural of halfway. Hathai, an elephant. Hathathai, an island of Ha-Aleph, Maldives. Hathais, plural of Hathai. Hather, the goddess of joy, love, and motherhood, one of the daughters of Ra, the consort of Ra/Horus, often depicted as having a cow's head. Hather column, a column consisting of a round shaft surmounted by heads of the goddess Hather, in turn surmounted by a kind of small shrine. Hather columns, plural of Hather column. Hathor, of Or relating to the Egyptian goddess Hathor. Hathorn, a surname. Hathorn, a surname. Hathorns, plural of Hathorn. Hathorns, plural of Hathorn. Hathos, enjoyment derived from hatred of a person or thing. Haveras, a city and district of Aligarh division, Uttar Pradesh, India. Hather, alternative form of Hather. Hather, the third month of the later ancient Egyptian civil calendar and Coptic calendar, corresponding to the third month of the season of Akhet. Since 25 BCE, when the calendar was reformed to include leap days, Hather has been in roughly November. The Vargar giant wolf who chases Mani the moon across the night sky until Ragnarok, when he will swallow Mani, son of Fenrir and brother of Skirl. A mysterious prophetic voice heard at night and in the desert. It figures in Arabian folklore. Hadas, plural of Hadaf. Hadaga, the national anthem of Israel, based on a 19th century Jewish poem. Pronunciation spelling of hating. Hatinator, a small fascinator-like hat, typically featuring elaborate or extravagant decoration. Hatinators, plural of hatinator. Head, present participle and gerund of hate. Hedimar, present participle and gerund of haton. Hating someone's guts, present participle and gerund of hate someone's guts. Hatings, plural of hating. Hatagat, the etiquette attached to the wearing of hats. Hatless, not possessing or not wearing a hat. Hatlessly, without a hat. Hatlessness, the state or condition of being hatless, absence of a hat. Hatley, a place name. Hatleys, plural of Hatley. Hatley, resembling a hat. Hat baker, a surname originating as an occupation. Hat makers, plural of hat maker. Hat baking. The manufacture of hats. Hatman, a surname. Hat note, a short note placed at the top of an article, normally to provide links to other similarly named articles or disambiguation pages. Hat notes, plural of hat note. HUD, acronym of Highways Agency Traffic Officer. HUDO, Racer, a barrio of San Juan Municipality, Puerto Rico. Hat Ore, alternative letter case form of Hatorade. Hado, plural of Hado. Hatayama, a surname from Japanese. Hatbay, a peg for hanging a hat. Hat brims, plural of hatpar. Hatpin, a long straight pin, often with a decorative head, used to secure a woman's hat to her hair. Hatband, adorned or affixed with a hatpin. Hatbins, plural of hatbin. Hatta, a caravan city, the capital of the small kingdom of Araba, in present-day Iraq, which flourished in 2nd century Mesopotamia. Hatva, alternative spelling of Hatrak. Hatraks, plural of Hatrak. Hatra, a horizontal wall-mounted rail from which hats may be hung. Hatrals, plural of Hatral. Hatuan, of or pertaining to the culture of Hatra, the capital of the small kingdom of Araba. Haturans, plural of Hatran. Hatred, strong aversion, intense dislike. Hatredful, full of hate or hatred, hateful. Hatredless, without hatred. Hatredly, through or in a manner indicating hatred, hatefully. Hatredness. Hatred. Hatreds, plural of hatred. Hatran, alternative form of hatran. Hatran, plural of hatran. Hede, a reactionary political conservative who criticizes liberal or progressive stances as unpatriotic. Hatyats, plural of hatya. Hatcheria, a trigonal-to-trigonal pyramidal mineral containing calcium, oxygen, and silicon. Hat, plural of HAT. Hats, plural of hat. Hats off, used as an instruction for people to remove their hats out of respect, generally towards someone of importance. Hatsa, dated form of Hadza. Hatchak, rare spelling of Hachuk. Hatchak's pit, a deep ciliated fossa on the dorsal midline of the buccal cavity in lanceolets. Hatsful, plural of hatful. Hatshepsut, an ancient Egyptian queen 1558-1458 BCE. Hatshepsuts, plural of Hatshepsut. Hatchetsup, misspelling of Hatshepsut. Hatstand, a device used to store hats upon, consisting of a vertical pole with a sturdy base to prevent toppling, and an array of pegs to hold the hats. Hatstands, plural of hatstand. Hatstring, a string that fastens a hat on the wearer's head. Hatstrings, plural of hatstring. Hatsuko, a female given name from Japanese. Hatsumi, a female given name from Japanese. Hat, a surname. Hat, alternative spelling of Hatta. Hattaba, a surname from German. Hattabas, plural of Hattaba. Hat, a headscarf, a keffiyeh. Havas, plural of hat. Hatta, a surname. Hattens, plural of Hatton. Habas, plural of Hatta. Hattaway, a surname. Hattaways, plural of Hattaway. Habit, wearing a hat, wearing a specified type of hat. Ha, a city in Gelderland, Netherlands. Hattem, a surname. Athe, a commune of Bas-Rhin department, Alsace, Grand Est, France. Hattendorf, a surname. Hatter, someone from Luton. Hatteras, a barrier island located off the North Carolina coast. Hatter, simple past and past participle of hatter. Have, the two atara. Hayas, plural of hatuya. Hattering, present participle and gerund of hatter. Hatters, plural of hatter. Hattersley, a suburban area in the metropolitan borough of Tameside, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 9794. Hattersleys, plural of Hattersley. A surname. A region of Bronze Age Anatolia inhabited by the Hattians and then the Hittites. Hattijariff, in the Ottoman Empire, an edict countersigned by the Sultan. Hattijariffs, plural of Hattisharif. Hattin, a member of an ancient people who inhabited the land of Hatti in central Anatolia, present-day Turkey. Hatyans, plural of Hatchin. Hattit, of or relating to the Hattians, an ancient people of Anatolia, Turkey. Hattit, a diminutive of the female given name Harriet. Hattaleaf, a leaf of Bauhinia monandra, traditionally dried and painted with designs on Pitcairn Island. Hattie leaves, plural of Hattie leaf. Hatte, comparative form of Hattie, more Hattie. Hattes, plural of Hattie. Hattiesburg, a city, the county seat of Forest County, Mississippi, United States. A small portion of the city is in Lamar County. Hattes, superlative, the form of Hatti, most Hatti. Hatt, the manufacture of hats. Hattingly, a hamlet in Medstead Parish, East Hampshire District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 6437. Hattings, plural of Hatting. Hattis, plural of Hattie. Hatman, a surname. Hatt, a male given name of historical usage. Hatt, a small hat. Hattacks, plural of haddock. Hatte, a surname. Hatton Cross, a crossroads on the A30 road, underground station and bus station in the borough of Hillingdon, Greater London, at the southeast corner of Heathrow Airport. OS Grid Ref TQ 0975. Hattamian, of pertaining to or following any of several notable people with the surname Hatton. Hattonite, someone from any of several localities in England called Hatton. Hattonites, plural of Hattonite. Hattons, plural of Hatton. Hattori, a surname from Japanese. Hattoris, plural of Hattori. Hatter, abbreviation of hereditary transthyretin amyloidosis. Hattery, alternative form of hat tree hatstand. Hatteries, plural of hatchery. Hatdrol, a surname. Hatchdrals, plural of hatchral. Hatchre, alternative spelling of hat trick, 3 goals in 1 game. Hatricks, plural of hatrick. Hats, plural of hats. Hadassah, the ancient capital of the Hittite Empire in the Late Bronze Age, whose ruins are located in what is now Turkey. Ha, a diminutive of the female given name Harriet. Hadu, initialism of hexafluorophosphate azabenzotriazole tetramethyluronium. Hats, a surname. Hatsatsara, an instrument similar to a trumpet used by the ancient Israelites. A surname. H letter 1 Eadu Giang, a province of Vietnam. Hao Cao, alternative form of Har Gao. Pother, a surname. Habergen, alternative form of Habergen. Habergens, plural of Habergen. Haberje, alternative form of Haberject. Haberjits, plural of Haberje. Hauberg, a coat of mail, especially the long coat of mail of the European Middle Ages as contrasted with the habergeon, which is shorter and sometimes sleeveless. Haubergt, wearing a hauberk. Hauberks, plural of hauberk. Hauders, plural of hauber. Hauber, a surname. Hauberts, plural of haubert. Hodge, a cough or gast. Hochakornite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal mineral containing antimony, bismuth, nickel, and sulfur. Hotch, plural of hotch. A surname. Octai, a hexagonal dihexagonal dipyramidal mineral containing carbon, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, sulfur, and zinc. Hawks, plural of hawk. Haudenosaunee, the Iroquois people collectively. Obsolete typography of have. Honstein, a surname. Honsteins, plural of Honstein. Hauer, a surname from German. Hauerite, a manganese sulfide mineral. MnS2, that forms reddish-brown or black octahedral crystals. Hauon, a historical region in what is now central Slovakia, formerly inhabited by Carpathian Germans. Hauers, plural of Hauer. A surname from German. Hofs, plural of Hof. Hofschild, a surname from German. Hot, a surname. Hagen. A surname from Norwegian. Hagens, plural of Hagen. Hagen, a pietistic state church reform movement of the late 18th and early 19th century intended to bring new life and vitality into the Church of Norway, which had been often characterized by formalism and lethargy. Hagianism, the Hagian religious movement. Hagians, plural of Hagian. Hagen, a surname from Norwegian. Hagens, plural of Hagen. Hodger, a surname. Hodgers, plural of Hodger. An English surname. Ha-unit, a unit of measure of egg protein quality based on the egg's weight and the height of the albumin immediately around the yolk. Ha-units, plural of ha-unit. Hut, a surname from Irish. Hoyes, plural of Hoy. Holly, a village and civil parish in Mid-Suffolk District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 0262. Hut, plural of Haw. Hut, a surname. Hutta, to make or become haughty. Hutta, comparative form of haughty, more haughty. Hides, superlative form of haughty, most haughty. Haughtily, in a haughty manner with excessive or unwarranted pride. Haughtiness, the state or property of being haughty, arrogance, snobbery. Haught highnesses, plural of haughtiness. Haughtily, haughtily. Haughtiness, obsolete form of haughtiness. Haughton, a surname. Haughtons, plural of Haughton. Haughts, plural of haught. Haughted, conveying in demeanor the assumption of superiority, disdainful, supercilious. Haugland, a surname from Norwegian. Hauglands, plural of Haugland. Haugs, plural of haw. Play, present participle and gerund of haw. A surname. Hawks, plural of hawk. To transport by drawing or pulling, as with horses or oxen or a motor vehicle. Haul around, to shift to any point of the compass. Haul ass, to hurry, to move quickly, especially to leave. Haul down, to violently cause to fall to the ground. Haul girl, a girl or woman who makes a haul video. Haul girls, plural of haul girl. Haul in, to force a team to stop scoring. Haul off, to alter course so as to get farther away from an object. Haul one's ashes, to move one's body, to move away, depart. Haul out, to come out of the water in order to rest. Haul road, a road designed for heavy or bulk transfer of materials by haul trucks. Haul roads, plural of haul road. Haul someone over the coals, to express anger with someone in no uncertain terms when they do something wrong. Haul tail, to leave, to depart. Haul truck, an off-road, heavy-duty dump truck specifically engineered for use in high production, mining, and exceptionally demanding construction environments. Haul trucks, plural of haul truck. Haul up, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see haul up. Haul video, a video posted on the internet consisting of someone demonstrating and discussing items which they have recently purchased. Haul videos, plural of haul video. Haul out, a location where seals or sea lions haul out. Haul outs, plural of haul out. Haul pack truck, a type of large, off-highway, rigid truck designed for use in mining and heavy-duty construction. Haul pack trucks, plural of haul pack truck. Haulable, capable of being hauled. Haulabout, a barge-like vessel with steel hull, large hatchways, and coal transporters for coaling war vessels from its own hold or from other colliers. Haulabouts, plural of haulabout. Haulage, the act of hauling. Haulages, plural of haulage. Haulageway, a track or road used for hauling materials. Haulageways, plural of haulageway. Haulday, A small wire rope or line used to pull the main cable or butt rigging back into position after a load has been hauled out. Haulbacks, plural of haulback. Haulboline, synonym of Haulboline Island, Ireland. Haulboline Island, an island in Cork Harbour, south of Cobb, County Cork, Ireland, used as a naval base. Irish grid ref W7965. Love, simple past and past participle of haul. Hauled around, simple past and past participle of haul around. Hauled ass, simple past and past participle of haul ass. Hauled down, simple past and past participle of haul down. Hauled in, simple past and past participle of haul in. Hauled off, simple past and past participle of haul off. Hauled one's ashes, simple past and past participle of haul one's ashes. Hauled out, simple past and past participle of haul out. Hauled someone over the coals, simple past and past participle of haul someone over the coals. Hauled up, simple past and past participle of haul up. Holly, a person or thing that is hauled or lifted. Hollies, plural of holly. Hauler, a person or thing that hauls another person or thing. Haulers, plural of hauler. Howe, a person or company engaged in the haulage of goods. Hauliers, plural of haulier. Hauling, present participle and gerund of haul. Hauling around, present participle and gerund of haul around. Hauling ass, present participle and gerund of haul ass. Hauling down, present participle and gerund of haul down. Hauling in, present participle and gerund of haul in. Hauling off, present participle and gerund of haul off. Hauling one's ashes, present participle and gerund of haul one's ashes. Hauling out, present participle and gerund of haul out. Hauling someone over the coals, present participle and gerund of haul someone over the coals. Hauling up, present participle and gerund of haul up. Haulings, plural of hauling. Haul, the stems of various cultivated plants, left after harvesting the crop, which are used as animal food or litter or for thatching. Halms, plural of halm. Halmy, characterized by having halms. Halat, a site on land or ice visited by pinapes when they temporarily leave the water between periods of foraging. Haulouts, plural of haulout. Hauls, third person singular simple present indicative of haul. Hauls around, third person singular simple present indicative of haul around. Hauled ass, third person singular simple present indicative of haul ass. Hauls down, third person singular simple present indicative of haul down. Hauls in, third person singular simple present indicative of haul in. Hauls off, third person singular simple present indicative of haul off. Hauls one's ashes, third person singular simple present indicative of haul one's ashes. Hauls out, third person singular simple present indicative of haul out. Hauls someone over the coals, third person singular simple present indicative of haul someone over the coals. Hauls up, third person singular simple present indicative of haul up. Us, obsolete form of house. Host, simple past and past participle of halls. Houses, third person singular simple present indicative of halls. Halsing, present participle and gerund of halls. Os, wathi haughty. Halliard, alternative spelling of Halliard. Halliards, plural of Halliard. Alternative form of Halm a star. Hameh, the goddess of fertility and childbirth. Hamed, a member of the collisional family of the Kuiper belt object Hamia. Halms, plural of Halm. A surname. Hans, alternative form of Hans. Hans, simple past and past participle of Hans. Hanses, plural of Hans. Hunch, the area encompassing the upper thigh, hip, and buttocks on one side of a human primate or quadruped animal, especially one that can sit on its hindquarters. Haunch bone, the innominate bone. Haunch bones, plural of haunch bone. Haunch holder, a type of mechanism designed to control the movement of a dog during grooming. Haunch holders, plural of haunch holder. Haunch bone, alternative form of haunch bone. Haunch bones, plural of haunch bone. Haunch, fitted with haunches, squat vertical support structures. Haunches, plural of haunch. Haunche, present participle and gerund of haunch. Haunchings, plural of haunching. Haunchus, without a haunch. Haunti, with a pronounced motion of the haunch. Hansing, present participle and gerund of haunts. Hanebu, a member of a people from the Aegean Sea. Hanebus, plural of Hanibu. Hans, plural of Han. Ought, to inhabit or to visit, frequently most often used in reference to ghosts. Hauntable, capable of being haunted, suitable for haunting. Haunt, of a location frequented by a ghost or ghosts. Haunted fish tank, a television set. Haunted house, an amusement attraction in which a building or series of rooms is decorated to frighten the people who pass through. Haunted houses, plural of haunted house. Hauntedus, superlative form of haunted, most haunted. Hauntedly, in a haunted way. Hauntedness, the state or condition of being haunted. Haunty, one who is haunted by a spirit. Hauntees, plural of hauntee. Haunter, one who haunts. Haunters, plural of haunter. Haunte, third person singular simple present indicative of haunt. Haunte, pronunciation spelling of haunting. Haunte, present participle and gerund of haunt. Haunting grounds, eggcorn of hunting grounds. Hauntingly, in a haunting manner. Hauntingness, the state or condition of being haunting. Hauntings, plural of haunting. Hauntological, relating to hauntology. Hauntologically, in terms of hauntology. Hauntologist, a theorist of hauntology. Hauntology. Hauntologous. Plural of hauntologous. Hauntology. A concept involving the return or persistence of elements from the social or cultural past. Haunts. Plural of haunt. Hauntsa. Characterized or marked by haunting. Haunting. Haunting, ghostly. Obsolete spelling of havoc. Hobart, a surname. Hobbarts, plural of Hobart. Hade, a traditional Hawaiian dessert based on coconut milk and starch, somewhat resembling blancmange. Hut, a surname from German. Hauptmann, a surname. Hauptmannian, of or pertaining to Gerhard Hauptmann 1862–1946, German dramatist and novelist, or his works. Hauptmanns. Plural of Hauptmann. Hauptvermutung. The conjecture, now proven false, that any two triangulations of a triangulable space have a common refinement, a single triangulation that is a subdivision of both of them. Hoon, a volcanic plateau and geographic area of Western Asia, located in southwestern Syria and extending into the northwestern corner of Jordan. Horani, of or pertaining to the Horn. Horanis, plural of Horani. Porient, of a fish, etc. in a vertical orientation with its head up to chief and tail down to base. Porient, alternative spelling of Horient. Havadat, the Zoroastrian concept of wholeness or perfection as a divinity. H, a letter 1D 58 a V a T is the aim beta of water puspeti and health. Huri, a surname from French. Horila, a transliteration of the Belarusian male given name Ga A, Cyrillic letter 45 A Yera acute L A Horila. Huris, plural of Hori. House, a surname. Asa, a people living in Nigeria and part of Niger. Hausa genet, a genet species native to West Africa. Geneta theory. Hausa genets, plural of Hausa genet. Hausa sign language, a sign language used in Nigeria. Hausaeus, a linguist who studies Hausa. Hausaeus, plural of Hausaeus. Hausaland, a geographic region and collection of former kingdoms ruled by the Hausa people of Africa, chiefly in Nigeria and Niger. Hauskald, a surname from German. Hauskalds, plural of Hauskald. Hauskalt, a surname from German. Hausdorfer, a surname. Hausdorf, such that any two distinct points have disjoint neighborhoods. Hausdorff content. The d-dimensional Hausdorff content of S is defined by C H letter 1D48 S colon equals lim, sup letter 1D6 to RI right arrow 0 inf biggle sum sign letter 1D6 to RI letter 1D48 colon derisicover off S Bibles with radier I 0 bigger. Hausdorff content. Hence, plural of Hausdorff content. Hausdorff dimension, a type of fractal dimension, a real-valued measure of a geometric object that assigns 1 to a line segment, 2 to a square, and 3 to a cube. Formally, given a metric space X and a subset of X labeled S, the Hausdorff dimension of S is the infimum of all real values D for which the d-dimensional Hausdorff content of S is 0. Hausdorff dimensions, plural of Hausdorff dimension. Hausdorff distance. Synonym of Hausdorff metric. Hausdorff distances. Plural of Hausdorff distance. Hausdorff gap. A pair of collections of integer sequences such that there is no integer sequence lying between the two. Hausdorff gaps. Plural of Hausdorff gap. Hausdorff metric. In the abstract metric space of all compact subsets of letter 2, 1, 1, dn, given a pair of compact sets A and B, the Hausdorff metric is HAB equals n box max rho AB rho B, where rho AB equals sup AA inf BB DAB, where D is the Euclidean metric in letter 2, 1, 1, dn. Hausdorff metrics. Plural of Hausdorff metric. Hausdorff space. A topological space in which for any two distinct points x and y, there is a pair of disjoint open sets U and V such that XU and YV. Hausdorff spaces. Plural of Hausdorff space. Hausdorffness. The state or property of being Hausdorff. A surname. Hausen. European sturgeon Huso Huso. Hausens. Plural of Hausen. Husser. A surname from German. Hausers. Plural of Hausser. Halles. Plural of house. Hausfrau. A traditional housewife. Hausrein. Plural of Hausfrau. Hausfraus. Plural of Hausfrau. Hauschovian. Of or relating to Karl Haushofer 1869–1946, German general, geographer and geopolitician. Hausler. A surname. Hauslers. Plural of Hausler. Hausmann. A surname. Hausmannite. A dark mineral composed of manganese tetroxide, sometimes used as an ore of manganese. Hausmannites. Plural of Hausmannite. Hausmans. Plural of Hausmann. Hausener. A surname. Hausners. Plural of Hausner. Haus. A surname. Hassa. Obsolete spelling of Hassa. Haus. A kind of graduated breech sight for a small arm or cannon. Hausga. A gorget armor for the neck and slash or upper chest. Hausdals. Plural of Hauskal. Hauses. Plural of Haus. Hausmann. A surname from German. Hausmannian. Of or relating to Georges Eugene Haussmann 1809–1891, French civic planner involved in the extravagant rebuilding of Paris in the 1860s. Haussmannization. The creative destruction of something for the betterment of society. Haussmannizations. Plural of Haussmannization. Haussmannize. To destroy the old in order to build the new in the manner of Baron Haussmann's rebuilding of Paris. Haussmannize. Simple past and past participle of Haussmannize. Haussmannizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of Haussmannize. Haussmannizing. Present participle and gerund of Haussmannize. Haustella. Plural of haustellum. Haustellate. Having a haustellum or sucking proboscis. Haustellated. Alternative form of haustellate. Haustellates. Plural of haustellate. Haustellum. A sucking organ in the form of a proboscis in many insects and crustaceans. Haustment. A close-fitting undergarment over which the armor and hose were fastened. Haustoria. Plural of haustorium. Haustorio. Relating to a haustorium. Hostorioi. By means of a hostorium. Hostori. Any epithet in the family Hosori. Hosori is plural of hostorie. Hostorium. A root of a parasitic plant modified to take nourishment from its host. Hostra. Plural of hostrum. Hosseri. Plural of hostrum. Hostro. Relating to the hostra. Hostral contraction. An involuntary movement of the hostrum in the colon that aids in digestion. Hostral contractions. Plural of hostral contraction. Hostration. The formation of a hostrum. Hostration. Plural of hostration. Hostrum. Any of the small pouches of the colon caused by sacculation, giving the colon its segmented appearance. Oswald. A surname from German. Oswalds. Plural of Hoswald. Hosworth. A surname from German. Hosworth. Plural of Hosworth. Haus. A surname from German. Hautkaut. A slight taint of decay, particularly in wild game meat that used to be considered desirable, approximately gaminess. Hautmund. The fashionable world. Hautun. High fashion, fashionability. Hautboy. Obsolete spelling of hotboy. Hautboys. Plural of hautboy. Hautbass. Ideas. Hautry. A department of Grand Est, France. Capital, Calmer. Hautbois. Any of a family of ardent stuffs that contain reeds. Hautbois. Someone who plays the hautbois. Hautbois. Plural of hautbois. Hautboy. An oboe or similar treble double reed instrument. Hautbois. Someone who plays the hautboy. Hautbois. Plural of hautboyus. Hautbuzz. Plural of hautboy. Obsolete spelling of haut and haut high, haughty. Haute bourgeoisie. The upper middle class. Haute bourgeoisies. Plural of haute bourgeoisie. Haute couture. High fashion as produced in Paris and imitated in other fashion capitals such as New York, London, and Milan. Haute cuisine. Elaborate or skillfully style or manner of preparing food, especially that of France. Haute culture. Cultural activities or items that achieve the highest standards. Haute école. Synonym of dressage. Haute piece. Synonym of pass guard, neck guard plate on shoulder armor to protect neck. Haute pieces. Plural of haute piece. Haute contour. The highest of the male modal voices, i.e. not a countertenor. It is lower than the female contralto and higher than the tenor. Haute Pours. A department of Corsica, France. Haute-Garonne. A department of Occitania, France. Haute-Loire. A department of Auvergne-Rhône Alps, France. Capital, La Payen-Velle in C code 43. Haute-Marne. A department of Grand Est, France. Haute peas. Alternative form of haute piece. Haute pieces. Plural of haute piece. Haute-Saône. A department of Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France. Capital, Vesoul. Haute-Savoie. A department of Auvergne-Rhône Alps, France. Capital, Annecy. Haute-Ain. A department of Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France. Capital, Limoges in C code 87. Other, a surname from German. Potterivian, an age in the early Cretaceous epoch or a stage in the lower Cretaceous series. It spans the time between 132.9 plus or minus 2 ma and 129.4 plus or minus 1.5 ma million years ago. Hauteurs, plural of Hauteur. Hautes-Alpes, a department of Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur, France. Capital, Gap. Hautes-Pyrénées, a department of Occitania, France. Capital, Tarbes. Hautes, highest or best. Hauteur, haughtiness or arrogance, loftiness. Hauteurs, plural of hauteur. High, a surname from German. Haus, plural of Hof. Haughty, obsolete spelling of haughty. Hautbes, alternative form of Hautpass. Hauts, plural of Haut. Hauts of France, an administrative region of France created in 2016 by the merger of Nord-Pas-de-Calais and Picardy. Hauts de Seine, a department of Isle of France, France. Capital, Nanterre. Haute, obsolete spelling of haughty. Hawksley, a civil parish on the coast of Northumberland, England, south of Amble. Main settlements are High Hawksley and Low Hawksley, and Cockay Island is also included in the parish. Hoxton, a village and civil parish in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4352. Hawaii, alternative spelling of Hawaiian. Hawaii, synonym of Hawaiianite. Hawaiians, plural of Hawaii. Hawaiians, plural of Hawaii. Hawaiianite, alternative form of Hawaiianite. Hawaiianite, an isometric tectosilicate feldspathoid mineral with sulfate and chloride. Hawaiianites, plural of Hawaiianite. Hawaiianites, plural of Hawaiianite. Abbreviation of hepatitis A virus. Informal spelling of have. Hedvable, that can be had possessed. Avid, alternative form of havage. Havages, plural of havage. Havaki, alternative form of Hawaiki. Havildar, alternative form of Havildar. Havildars, plural of Havildar. Havamol, alternative form of Havamal. Havamal, the sayings of the High One, the second book of the Poetic Edda. Havat, a ritual rooted in the Vedic religion in which offerings of food etc. are burnt in order to bring good luck on a special occasion. Havana, the capital city of Cuba. Havana Brown, a chocolate-colored domestic cat breed similar to the Siamese breed. Havana Browns, plural of Havana Brown. Havana syndrome, an illness of disputed cause producing symptoms of vertigo, nausea, ear popping, headaches, and traumatic brain injury experienced by U.S. ambassadors and agents abroad. Havanan, of or relating to Havana in Cuba. Havanans, plural of Havanan. Havanas, plural of Havana. Havanan sen, a tetranortriterpene found in Trichilia havanensis. Havanese, of or pertaining to Havana in Cuba. Havaneses, plural of Havanese. Havana, dated form of Havana type of cigar. Havana, Dated form of Havana type of cigar. Havanas. Plural of Havana. Havanas. Plural of Havana. Havans. Plural of Havan. Have a town in Hampshire, England. Havard. A surname. Havards. Plural of Havard. Havarna. A commune of Botoșani County, Romania. Havarti. A semi-soft Danish cow's milk cheese. Havardis. Plural of Havarti. Havasupai. A member of a human species. American Indian tribe inhabiting the Grand Canyon. Havasupai Walpai Yavapai, the upland human language spoken by the Havasupai, Hualapai, and Yavapai peoples in central and northwest Arizona. Havasupais, plural of Havasupai. Havdalah, alternative form of Havdalah. Havdalah, the Jewish ceremony involving a candle, wine and spices that concludes the Sabbath or other holy days. Havdalah, alternative form of Havdalah. To possess, own. Have a bad time of it. Synonym of have a rough time of it. Have a ball. To enjoy oneself thoroughly. To have lots of fun or excitement. Have a bird. To freak out. To be shocked or upset. Have a bite. To eat a quick, light snack. Have a blessed one. A phrase used when parting. Have a bone in one's leg, used as a fatuous excuse to avoid doing something. Have a bone to pick, to have a complaint or grievance with somebody, to have a contentious issue to discuss. Have a brick in one's hat, to be drunk. Have a one in the oven, to be pregnant, to be expecting a baby. Have a care, take care, be on one's guard. Have a clue, to be knowledgeable about a topic or situation. Have a cob on, to be in a bad mood, be grubby. Have a couple, to drink enough alcohol to be slightly or moderately drunk. Have a cow, to get angry, have a fit. Have a crack at, to attempt something, to try to do something. Have a crow to pull, to have a point of contention with someone, to have a bone to pick. Have a dog and bark oneself, alternative form of buy a dog and bark oneself. Have a fable for, to have a weakness for. Have a face on, to be in a bad mood. Have a few, to drink enough alcohol to be slightly or moderately drunk. Have a few too many, to drink excessive amount of alcohol, so as become thoroughly inebriated or unwell. Have a finger in, to be concerned or involved in. Have a foot, to experience an epileptic seizure. Have a foot in both camps, to be part of two opposite sides. Have a gas, have a good time. Have a go, to make an attempt, to try. Have a good mind to, alternative form of have half a mind to. Have a good one, to enjoy an event or occasion, especially a holiday or one's birthday. Have a good time, to enjoy oneself. Have a good time of it, synonym of have an easy time of it. Have a good weekend, used to wish someone a good weekend. Have a hand in, to contribute to, participate in, or influence. Have a handle on, to understand or grasp. Have a hard time, to experience a difficulty in attaining one's goals or objectives. Have a hard time of it. Synonym of have a rough time of it. Have a head for, to be capable with, knowledgeable about, or competent in dealing with. Have a head on one's shoulders, to have good sense or judgment. Have a heart, to be kind or sympathetic, to treat others kindly. Have a jag on, to be drunk. Have a laugh, to laugh. Have a lendo, to tease somebody by trying to convince them of something false, pull someone's leg. Have a listen, to try to hear. Have a look, to examine, to observe. Have a loose screw, alternative form of have a screw loose. Have a lot of time, to hold in high esteem, to respect. Have a mind of one's own, to form one's personal opinions and choose one's actions without being governed by the views or choices of others, to be independently minded, to think for oneself. Have a mind to intend to do something. Have a moment, to dissociate or act normally for a short period of time. Have a monk on, to be sullen or bad-tempered. Have a mountain to climb, to face a difficult task or challenge. Have a nice day, a polite parting during daytime. Have a nice day syndrome, a stressful form of cognitive dissonance among employees whose work involves assuming a fake cheerful persona to deal with members of the public. Have a nice life, said by one person to another, signaling that their relationship is irreparably damaged to the extent that the speaker no longer wants to be involved with the recipient for the foreseeable future. Have a night of it, to spend a night uncomfortably or unpleasantly, such as in pain, under duress, in illness, etc. Have a normal one, to have a public meltdown, especially on the internet. Have a pair, to be manly, brave. Have a point, to express a correct or valid idea. Have a poor time of it, synonym of have a rough time of it, especially financially. Have a potpat, to attack or start a fight with something or someone. Have a quiet word, to speak to someone in private. Have a rough time of it, to have many problems, to have a difficult time. Have a safe trip home, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See have a safe trip home. Have a say, to receive the opportunity to voice one's opinion. Have a screw loose, to be insane, irrational, or eccentric. Have a seat, to sit down, to take a seat. Have a shit, synonym of take a shit. Have a short memory, to forget things quickly, especially negative things that should have an impact on one's decision. Have a sixpenny bit up one's backside, to be over the moon, to be very happy. Have a snootful, to be drunk. Have a stab, to make an attempt, a try. Have a tantrum, alternative form of throw a tantrum. Have a thick head, to be hungover. Have a thin time of it, to be in a difficult or precarious situation due to one not having enough money. Have a thing, to be in a casual or illicit romantic relationship. Have a thing going on, to be in a casual or illicit romantic relationship. Have a tiger by the tail, to be in a difficult or dangerous situation in which one ideally should not remain, but from which one cannot withdraw. Have a time, synonym of have a time of it. Have a time of it, to undergo a painful or difficult experience. Have a turtle's head. To have an urgent need to defecate. Have a visual on. That. Have a way with. To be skilled, adept, or graceful with or at something. Have a whack at. Synonym of take a whack at. Have a whale of a time. To enjoy oneself greatly, to have a very good time. Have a word. To speak to someone, usually and especially in private, often in order to admonish. Have a word in someone's ear. To speak to someone in private. Have a word with oneself. To consider one's attitudes or behavior. With a view to reform. Have against. To have reasons to dislike or disrespect someone or something. To have good cause to hold a grudge against someone. Have an accident. To urinate or defecate somewhere other than a toilet. Have an affair. To engage in a romantic or sexual relationship while being married. This entry is a translation hub. Have an easy time of it. To have few problems. Have an eye for. To notice, discern, or appreciate easily. Have an in. To have connections or influence. Have another thing coming. Alternative form of have another think coming. Have another thing. To reflect on and reframe an event. To reconsider. Have another think coming. To be deluded, to be mistaken. To need to rethink something one has determined. To need to reconsider one's plans or expectations. Have another thought coming. Alternative form of have another think coming. Have that. To attack, to engage in combat with. Have at you. An exclamation indicating that one is about to strike the person addressed, typically with a sword or other handheld weapon. Have bats in one's belfry. To be crazy or eccentric. Have been around. To be experienced in worldly matters. To be seasoned, not naive. Have been around the block. To re-experience in life. Have been in the wars. To have been seriously hurt or greatly damaged. Have been to an Irish wedding. To have a black eye. Have blood on one's hands. To be responsible for a violent act. Have butterflies in one's stomach. To experience a certain fluttery physical sensation in one's stomach associated with nervousness, uncertainty, anxiety, apprehension, or excitement. Have designs on. To have one's eye on, to set one's sights on, to seek, to pursue. Have done. To reach an end. Have done with. To finish, to give up or stop dealing with. Have down. To have mastered a skill. Have down as. To have a particular view or opinion about someone or something. To judge or describe someone or something as having a particular character or feature. Have down to a science. Know something backwards, know something inside and out. Have drink taken. To be extremely drunk. Have ears. To understand. Have eyes bigger than one's belly. Synonym of have eyes bigger than one's stomach. Have eyes bigger than one's stomach. To take more food on one's plate than one can eat. To be greedy. Have eyes for. To be romantically interested in someone. Have eyes in the back of one's head. To be particularly, especially uncannily observant as if able to see in all directions at once. Have eyes on. To observe. Have form. To be familiar with something, particularly through one's experience. Have full hands. Synonym of have one's hands full. To be busy. Have fun. To enjoy oneself, to experience experience enjoyable activities. Have got to have got a face on. Alternative form of have a face on. Have got a point. Alternative form of have a point. Have got it made. Alternative form of have it made. Have got more chins than a Chinese phone book. Alternative form of have more chins than a Chinese phone book. Have got more chins than a Chinese phone book. Alternative form of have more chins than a Chinese phone book. Have got more chins than Chinatown. Alternative form of have more chins than Chinatown. Have got someone's back. Alternative form of have someone's back. Have got someone's 6. Synonym of have someone's back. Have got the face on. Alternative form of have a face on. Have got to. Alternative form of have to must. Have had enough. To have reached one's limit of tolerance. Have had it. To have endured all that one can. Have had it up to here. To have become very frustrated or angry. To have reached the limit of one's patience or forbearance. Have had one's chips. To be dead or finished. Have had one's day. Alternative form of have seen one's day. Have had one's day under the sun. Alternative form of have seen one's day. Have here. Synonym of eaten. Have I got news for you? Used to announce a fact of which the addressee was or appeared to be ignorant. Have in. To allow in, grant permission or admittance to, invite in or over, admit. Have in mind. To consider, to contemplate, to intend. Have to state or hold as true, to insist. Have it all. To lead a successful life. Have it away. To have sexual intercourse. Have it bad. To be obsessed with. To be enthralled by. To be in love with. Have it both ways. Synonym of have one's cake and eat it too. Have it coming. To deserve or merit as the consequences of one's actions. Have it easy. To have favorable conditions for an easy life. Have it going on. To be attractive or socially successful or have an aura of success. Have it in for. To be very angry with. To have a grudge against. To intend revenge against. Have it in one. To be able to do something. To have the capacity to achieve something. Have it large. To engage intensely in pleasure-seeking activities. Have it made. To have accomplished all there is to do. To have no further work or difficulty. Have it off. To engage in sexual intercourse. Have it on lock. To have matters under control. Have it out. To argue in order to err or resolve a conflict. Have it out for. Synonym of have it in for. Have it rough. To have a difficult existence or life experience. Have it your own way. Synonym of have it your way. Have it your way. Do something the way you want to, but be prepared for the consequences. Have its moments. To experience brief periods of distinction, especially in ketas with the status quo. Have Jesus in one's heart. To be a firm believer in the Christian faith. Have kittens. To become extremely upset. Have legs. To have endurance, to have prospects to exist or go on for a long time. Have little time for. Synonym of have no time for. Have marital relations. To have sex, especially of a married couple. Have mercy. To show mercy or compassion, to stop inflicting punishment or a barrage. Have more chins than a Chinese phone book. To be exceedingly fat, especially under the chin, is in a double chin. Have more chins than a Chinese phone book. Alternative spelling of have more chins than a Chinese phone book. Have more chins than Chinatown. To be exceedingly fat, especially under the chin, is in a double chin. Have more money than God. To be extremely or excessively rich. Have no business. To not have a right or privilege to do something. Have no fear of ice-cold beer. Used to remember the diatomic stable elements of the periodic table: hydrogen, nitrogen, fluorine, oxygen, iodine, chlorine, bromine. Have no idea. To not know at all. Have no sympathy. To not feel sorry for. Used to show that the speaker believes that the target deserves to suffer due to the latter's actions and thus deserves no condolences or sympathy. Have no time for. To dislike. Have no use for. To have no liking for. To dislike. Have none of something. To be completely unwilling to accept or support something. Have not. Alternative form of have not. Have nothing on. To be short of accusatory evidence against a person. Have nothing to lose. To be in a situation that could improve by doing something and that will not be any worse if it fails. Have nots. Alternative spelling of have nots. Have off. To have sex with. To have it off with someone. Have on. To be wearing. Have one foot in the grave. To be close to death. To be dying. Have one foot on a banana peel. To be at risk of sudden change. To be in an unstable state. Have one more time. To be on the verge of reaping negative consequences for some sort of bad behavior. Have one's act together. To be serious, organized, worthwhile, etc. Have one's ass handed to one. Alternative form of get one's ass handed to one. Have one's back up. To be angry or defensive. Have one's bread buttered for life. To be furnished or supplied with a great amount. Have one's cake and eat it. Alternative form of have one's cake and eat it too. Have one's cake and eat it too. To benefit by having two things which are mutually incompatible, such as eating a piece of cake and yet still possessing the piece for future use. Have one's ducks in a row. To be organized. To have one's affairs in order. Specifically, to have a multi-person effort coordinated towards the exact same goal. Have one's ears lowered. To get a haircut. Have one's ears on. To be listening on Citizen Span Radio. Have one's ears pinned back. To be strongly scolded, reprimanded, or admonished. Have one's eye on. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See have one's eye on. Have one's finger on the pulse. To understand something well. Have one's finger on the trigger. To be prepared to kill someone else or as with a firearm. Have one's fingers all thumbs. To be clumsy, to lack dexterity. Have one's fingers in many pies. To be involved in many or too many different things. Have one's fingers in the till. Synonym of have one's hand in the till. Have one's fingers on the pulse. Alternative form of have one's finger on the pulse. Have one's guard up. Synonym of keep one's guard up. Have one's hand in the till. To embezzle, to steal from one's place of business. Have one's hand out. To request benefits, especially monetary ones and especially if not entitled to them. Have one's handful. Obsolete form of have one's hands full. Have one's hands full. To be busy or thoroughly preoccupied. Have one's hands tied. To be powerless to act, to be thwarted. Have one's head read. To have the bumps, indentations, and shape of one's skull examined and interpreted by a phrenologist. Have one's head screwed on. To be a sensible thinker capable of making sound decisions. Have one's head screwed on right. Alternative form of have one's head screwed on. Have one's head screwed on straight. Alternative form of have one's head screwed on. Have one's head screwed on the right way. Alternative form of have one's head screwed on. Have one's head up one's ass. To be oblivious to the real state of things from either stupidity or stubbornness. Have one's heart in. Synonym of put one's heart in. Have one's heart in one's boots. To feel very sad. Have one's heart in the right place. To have good intentions. Have one's heart set on. Alternative form of set one's heart on. Have one's heart set upon. Alternative form of set one's heart on. Have one's hump up. To be angry or sullen. Have one's mind about one. To be composed or lucid, especially of an elderly or mentally ill person. Have one's moments. To experience brief periods of distinction, especially in ketas with the status quo. Have one's moons. To undergo menstruation. Have one's name in the Gazette. To be officially declared bankrupt in the newspaper. Have one's name on. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See have one's name on. Have one's name taken. To receive a yellow card. Have one's name written all over. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See have one's name written all over. Have one's number on it. To be destined for someone. Have one's own zip code. To be very large. Have one's pick. To be able to choose freely between many options. Have one's pockets on swell. To have a lot of money. Have one's tail up. To be confident, spirited. Have one's tubes tie. To undergo a tube ligation. Have one's way. To obtain the circumstances one wishes for, to do what one wishes to do, or to have others do what one wishes them to do. Have one's way with. Synonym of have one's way to obtain the circumstances one wishes for, with somebody or something. Have one's Weetabix. To prepare to exhibit plenty of vitality or strength or other superior performance. Have one's whole life ahead of one. To be young and therefore have many years left to live and experience life. Have one's wicked way with. Synonym of have one's way with have sexual intercourse with. Have one's wig snatched. To be shocked or stunned. Have one's wits about one. To remain calm, composed, focused, or aware. Have one's work cut out. Alternative form of have one's work cut out for one. Have one's work cut out for one. To face a large task or project. Have other fish to fry. To have more important things to do. Have other ideas. To do something different from what is proposed or expected. Have out. To argue to a conclusion or resolution. Have over. To host a visiting guest at one's house. Have province. A province that does not receive equalization payments. Have provinces. Plural of have province. Have reason to be right. Have respect of persons. To show favoritism towards certain people, as for their wealth, etc. Have second thoughts. To change one's opinion or be uneasy about a previous decision. Have seen better days. To be in poor condition, to be worn out. Have seen one's day. To be at the point in a life cycle or career of no longer being useful or effective. To be worn out. Have seen one's last gum tree. On the edge of death. Have seen this film. Alternative form of have seen this movie. Have seen this movie. To have experienced a situation which is the same as or similar to the current situation, especially with a sense of the unpleasantness or tiresomeness of the recurring situation. Have several seats. A directive for someone to calm down or modify their attitude and to refrain from speaking about an issue in which they have limited knowledge or experience. Have sex. To engage in sex. Have sexual relations. To have sex. Have shit on. To have an advantage over, to be superior to. Have someone by the balls. To exercise total control over someone, to be in a position to threaten or extort someone. Have someone by the short and curlies. Synonym of have someone by the short hairs. Have someone by the short hairs. To have someone in a difficult situation in which he or she is without alternatives and can be controlled. Have someone going. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see have go. Have someone on toast. To have somebody in one's power or in a compromising or helpless position. Have someone there. To put someone in a disadvantageous position, as in an argument, such that someone doesn't have an appropriate answer or solution. Have someone to rights. To get even with someone, to give them what they deserve. Have someone's back. To be prepared and willing to support or defend someone. Have someone's blood. To obtain satisfaction for a wrong by committing violence against someone. Have someone's blood on one's head. To be responsible for someone's death, pain, or misfortune. Have someone's ear. To have the attention of someone. Have someone's guts for garters. To reprimand severely. Have someone's head. To punish someone severely, as by sacking, firing, imprisonment, or similarly harsh penalties. Have someone's high. To punish or subdue someone. Have someone's nose wide open. To have someone in love or infatuated with oneself, to be someone's object of affection. Have someone's number. To understand a person's character, capabilities, or situation. Have someone's six. Alternative form of have got someone's six. Have something going for one. To have many advantages. Have something going with someone. To be romantically or sexually involved with someone. Have something on good authority. To know from a reliable source that. Have something over someone. To know something scandalous or demeaning about someone. To know of dirt on someone. Have something over with. To experience the ending or completion of something. Have something to show for something. To have some profit, reward, benefit, etc. as a result of one's work, expenditure, etc. Have swallowed a dictionary. To be using a lot of obscure or complicated words. Have the ball in one's court. Alternative form of the ball is in someone's court. Have the best of it. To gain the advantage in a contest. Have the biscuit. To be of no further use, to be near death. Have the black ox tread on one's foot. To have trouble come upon one, to experience sorrow or misfortune. Have the blues, to be depressed, to have low morale, to feel sad. Have the cards, ellipsis of have the cards in one's hands. Have the cards in one's hand, to have the initiative or the means of success, to be in a position to control the outcome. Have the dirts way, to resent or be angry at. Have the drains up, to investigate the internals of a situation. Have the drop on, to possess an advantage over another person by acting before that person. Have the first idea, to have any knowledge about something, have a clue. Have the floor, to have permission or time to speak, especially in a formal situation. Have the foggiest, to know, understand, or have a clue. Have the goods on, alternative form of get the goods on. Have the heart, to have the capacity to do something, to be able to bring oneself to do something, especially something cruel or hard-hearted. Have a hots for, to be attracted sexually or romantically to someone, to fancy someone. Have the last laugh, to be vindicated, to triumph despite predicted failure, to find success after defeat or setback. Have the laugh on one side, to be able to laugh at another person through having got the better of them. Have the law, to take legal action against someone on one side, to be able to laugh at another person through having got the better of them. Have the law, to take legal action against someone. Have the painters in, to menstruate, to be on one's period. Have the pass of someone, to have precedence over someone. Have the pleasure, used as a polite formula to ask for a person's name or to request that they join one in a dance, etc. Have the right time, to know the correct time of day. Have the run-out, to have permission or freedom to move around throughout an area or to use something at will. Have the sun in one's eyes, to have difficulty seeing because of bright sunlight shining directly at one's eyes. Have the tiger by the tail, to be in a difficult or dangerous situation in which one ideally should not remain, but from which one cannot withdraw. Have the time, to be available, to have time, to have nothing more important to do. Have the whole bakery, to have large callipage and buttocks, to be caked up. Have the window, to be frightened or disturbed. Have the wolf bite the air, to be in a dangerous situation from which one cannot disengage, but in which one cannot safely remain. Have the world by the bag, alternative form of have the world by the tail. Have the world by the balls, alternative form of have the world by the tail. Have the world by the neck, alternative form of have the world by the tail. Have the world by the nuts, alternative form of have the world by the tail. Have the world by the tail, to possess great influence and opportunity. Have the world by the tail on a downhill pull, alternative form of have the world by the tail. Have the world by the testicles, alternative form of have the world by the tail. Have the world on a string, alternative form of have the world by the tail. Have tickets on oneself. To be conceited. Have time, to be available, to have the time, to be without commitments over a certain period of time, thus being able to choose what to do with it instead of following a schedule. Have time on one's hands, to have additional or spare time in which one has nothing particular to do or accomplish. Have time on one's side, to be in a situation which becomes more favorable as time progresses. Have to, must, need to be urged to be required to, indicates obligation. Have to say for oneself, used with other words to show that someone lacks an explanation for what he or she is doing or has done. Have truck and trade with. Synonym of have truck with. Have truck with. To have dealings with, to truck with. Have two strings to one's bow. To have another means or expedient kept in reserve in case the current one fails. Have a. To accuse, arrest, try for a criminal act. Have Van Gogh's ear for music. To be tone deaf. Have way. Of a vessel, to be under way, to be moving or making progress. Have words. To argue, to have an argument. Have work done. To have plastic surgery performed on oneself, especially of women, breast reconstruction. Have you eaten? A greeting mostly found in East Asia languages that is roughly equivalent to how are you. This entry is a translation hub. Have you got the time? Synonym of what time is it? Have you met me? Said when the interlocutor has shown surprise at the speaker's typical attitudes or behavior. Haven't. Alternative form of haven't. Hayat. Contraction of habit. Have a go. Daring. Courageous, particularly in the face of unexpected adversity. Have a go hero. An ordinary member of the public who intervenes, often at personal risk, to stop a troublemaker, hooligan, or ne'er-do-well in the act of committing a crime. Have a go heroes. Plural of have a go hero. Have a little. A somewhat poor or underprivileged person, better off than a have not. Have a littles. Plural of have a little. Have a person who has abundant wealth and possessions. Have alls. Plural of have all. Have not. A poor or underprivileged person. Have not province. A province that receives equalization payments. Have not provinces. Plural of have not province. Have nots. The poor or underprivileged, contrasted with those who have possessions, power or wealth, the haves. Haveable. Alternative form of haveable. Havage. Lineage, family background. Havages. Plural of havage. Having. Present participle and gerund of have. Hell. A river in Germany. Havely. A type of private mansion in India and Pakistan. Havlis. Plural of Havely. Hailpa. A surname. Hailpes. Plural of Havelka. Hailai. A surname. Havelock North. A town in Hastings, District, Hawke's Bay, New Zealand, named after Henry Havelock. Havelockian, of or relating to Eric Alfred Havelock 1903-1988, British classicist who claimed that all of Western thought is informed by a profound shift in the kinds of ideas available to the human mind at the point that ancient Greek philosophy converted from an oral to a literate form. Havelocks, plural of Havelock. Haeman. A surname. Haemans, plural of Haveman. Hedam. A surname. Have not negative form of have. Havenage. Dues paid for using a harbor or port. Hivend. Simple past and past participle of haven. Havana. A surname. Havenas. Plural of Havana. Havenaship. The role or status of Havana. Havenaships. Plural of Havenaship. Haven House. A location with a railway station in Croft Parish, East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. Haven House Farm is close by. OS Grid Ref TF 5259. Havening. Present participle and gerund of haven. Havemus. Without a haven. Havens. Third person singular simple present indicative of haven. Haven Street. A village in Haven Street in Ashy Parish, Isle of Wight, England. OS Grid Ref SC 5690. Haven Street and Ashy. A civil parish in the Isle of Wight, England, that includes the named places. How to misspelling of haven't. Havenward. Toward a haven. Havenwards. Towards a haven. Header. Alternative form of Havier. Haver. A surname. Haver bread. Synonym of oaten bread. Haver breads. Plural of haver bread. Haver grass. Road grass. Havre Park. A civil parish served by Havre Park with Beckwithshire Parish Council and Harrogate Borough, North Yorkshire, England. Havre cosine. The trigonometric function 1 plus cos x slash 2 equal to half the ver cosine. Havre cosines. Plural of Havre cosine. Haver. Simple past and past participle of haver. Havero. A foolish person. Haverels. Plural of Haverel. Haverford. An unincorporated community in Hereford Township, Delaware County, and Lower Merion Township, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, United States. Haverford West. A town and community in and a county town of Pembrokeshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SM 9515. Havergal. A surname. Haverhill. A market town and civil parish in West Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, previously in St Edmundsbury District on the border with Essex. OS Grid Ref TL 6745. Haverhill fever. Epidemic arthritic erythema, a form of rat bite fever caused by the bacterium Streptobacillus moniliformis. Haverim. Plural of haver. Havering. A London borough on the east side of Greater London. Havercamp. A surname. Haverkamps. Plural of Haverkamp. Haverland. A surname from Dutch. Haverlands. Plural of Haverland. Haverly. A surname. Haverleys. Plural of Haverly. Havers. Plural of haver. Haversack. A small, strong bag carried on the back or the shoulder, usually with only one strap, and originally made of canvas. Haversacked. Wearing a haversack. Haversacks. Plural of haversack. Haverst sign. The trigonometric function defined as half the versed sign. Abbreviation. Haversen. Haverst signs. Plural of Haverst sign. Habersian. Relating to or discovered by Clopton Havers, 17th century English physician. Haversian Canal. A hollow channel in the center of an ostium, running parallel to the length of a bone. Haversian canals. Plural of Haversian canal. Haversian system. The system of osteons in compact bone. Haversian systems. Plural of Haversian system. Haversen. Abbreviation of Haversine. Haversine. The Haverst sign. Haversines. Plural of Haversign. Haverstay. A surname from German. Haversticks. Plural of Haverstick. Haverstock. A surname from German. Haverstocks. Plural of Haverstock. Haverstraw, a town and village therein in Rockland County, New York, United States. Haverfordway, a small village and civil parish in Westmoreland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in South Lakeland District OS Grid Ref SD 3483. Haverton Hill, a suburban area in Stockton-on-Tees Borough, County Durham, England OS Grid Ref NZ 4822. Haverty, a surname from Irish. Haverdys, plural of Haverty. Haves, the wealthy or privileged, contrasted to those who are poor or deprived, the have-nots. Havest, obsolete form of haste. Haley, a surname. Havy Katie, dubious shady. Havies, plural of Havy. Havru, a type of mermaid of Danish folklore.